The daily life of a secret agent in American TV series. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 576 Beauty Battle. In the Pasadena apartment, scientists gathered together again to share dinner. Sheldon and Amy each held a small notebook, looking at their friends with scrutiny, and continued to calculate their scores, while Ron watched all this with a smile. Ron's chicken breast fat reducing meal, Penny's Kung Pao chicken. OMG, the waiter made a mistake. He sent white rice, not fried rice at all. Leonard began to serve the meal, but when it came to Raj, something unexpected happened. The waiter made a mistake with his meal. The original fried rice became white rice, and there was no side dish. Under normal circumstances, few people can eat it directly, let alone Raj, who is always spoiled. No. How can this be? I just rode a spinning bike this morning, and a bowl of greasy fried rice is my reward? If you ask me, this should be considered an emergency catering situation. Who of you is going to step up and solve this problem? Ron said loudly in a joking tone. Sheldon and Amy's eyes lit up at the same time when they heard it, and took out their small notebooks to observe everyone's reactions. This is another chance for everyone to rate. But unfortunately, no one answered. Finally, Howard couldn't stand Raj's pitiful look like a puppy, so he took out his phone. Forget it, let me handle it. Damn, Howard didn't give us fried rice, and our fat Indian friend is unhappy. Thank you. Howard used his usual strange Mandarin. Ron had to hold back his laughter. Howard's Mandarin sounded really funny, but others didn't think so. In the eyes of foreigners like Rachel, Howard spoke Mandarin as well as Ron. How was it? Did you scold her to tears? Raj asked gloatingly. Actually, she was still laughing after listening to it, although I don't know what she was laughing at. You know, Ron, maybe it's because of your accent, Ron said with a smile. Sheldon and Amy beside him hurriedly took notes. In a hurry, they didn't forget to give Ron a grateful look. But before Ron could say anything, the phone rang. He looked down at the number and saw that it was Finch calling. Sorry, guys, it seems I can't have dinner with you. I have something to take care of. After saying that, Ron ignored the strange looks from others, hurriedly finished his food, turned around and left, leaving everyone in the room dumbfounded. That's probably the situation. We guess that he might use the bar's sign-in list as his hunting target range, so we need some beautiful girls to sign in at the bar to attract his attention and let him come over to chat with him. What do you think? In the Finch secret base, Reese recounted their plan, and Ron nodded in understanding. I understand the reason, but why did you call me here? You don't plan to let me dress up as a woman, do you? Don't you have any special hobbies? Ron's face changed as if he thought of something terrible. Finch waved his hands quickly. No, we are not perverts. I just heard that you know a lot of women. I want you to find a few people to help, let them form a team with Sam, so that there is a greater chance of attracting him to come and chat with him actively. This is a good idea. I can also call many girls who meet the requirements, but there is a small problem here. Ron crossed his hands and held up his chin. How do you plan to pay them? Ron's capitalist bladder awakened. The appearance fee is $20,000 per person. If you are successfully chatted up and become our bait, you will pay an additional $100,000 until the matter is over. Is that okay? Of course. Ron agreed immediately, as if he was afraid of regretting the installment. He immediately took out his mobile phone and called out, Jizzle, can you come out tonight? There is a job to earn extra money. Do you want to come? The appearance fee is $10,000 an hour later. A row of beautiful women with different styles had already sat on the big sofa in the bar booth, making this booth the focus of the whole audience for a while. Even if there were disagreements, such a calm person couldn't help but take a few more glances. Let me introduce you. This is Giselle, a former CIA agent, and now my subordinate. This is Caroline and Max. Although they have no experience in using firearms, they are very good at self-defense for slum women, so they can protect themselves without any problems. This is Hope, a former gymnast. Ron introduced these glamorous women on the sofa to Finch one by one. They were his own gorgeous harem, but except for the first Giselle, most of them had no outstanding experience, which made Finke wonder if Ron had specially found someone to make up the number to cheat him of funds. With Ron's bad personality, it was really possible. I said, you didn't deliberately find someone to make up the number, Finch pulled Ron aside and asked secretly. How is it possible? Do you think I look like that kind of person? Ron said innocently, but from the way Finch looked at him, maybe he really was that kind of person in Finch's eyes. Well, maybe I do have a little selfish motive, but I promise you that it will not affect your plan. If he doesn't take the bait, I promise to return all the money I took from you. How about that? Ron felt uncomfortable with Finch's weird eyes, and he could only raise his hands in surrender. Ron's greed for money was well known to those who knew him a little bit. Basically, he was like a pixie. Don't expect him to spit out what he ate. Ron dared to use this as a guarantee, which showed how confident he was in this honey trap. Finch couldn't help but wonder, how are you so sure? You know, if the person he chooses is not the female agent or Sam, the person who is chosen may even be in danger of life. Aren't you afraid that they will be in danger? Come out quickly, they are all very important to you. Of course I am afraid, but I am very sure that they will not be selected. However, if you know your target in advance, you will not have such doubts. Ron took out his mobile phone and swiped the girls he took today in front of Finch one by one. Look carefully at the photos of these girls. Do you find that they have a common feature? Because Ron swiped too fast, the girl's appearance had just formed an impression in Finch's mind before he immediately switched to the next one. The disadvantage of this was that he couldn't look at each girl's face carefully, but the advantage was also very obvious, that is, it was easy to grasp the common points of these girls. Oh my god. These girls all look a bit similar. It gives me an indescribable feeling, as if I have seen another person who looks very similar to them, Finch couldn't help but exclaimed. Of course, you have seen this person, but she is dead. Remember? Donna Wellington. Ron picked out another photo of a girl. This girl not only looks a bit similar to the girls in the file just now, but more interestingly, if you take out a certain facial feature of the girls in the file and splice it, you can almost perfectly reproduce Donna's face. What's more amazing is that this face is also surprisingly similar to Giselle. Seeing this, if Finch still doesn't understand what's going on, then he really doesn't deserve his IQ comparable to Sheldon. Oh my god, it turns out that we have been wrong all along. He is not a perverted murderer we have always thought, but a poor man who wanders around the pleasure quarters and tries to find the face of his girlfriend from other opposite sexes. For a moment, Finch's impression of the target changed greatly. I don't think he's a pitiful man. After all, he's enjoyed what he should have enjoyed, and there's also an unexpected fortune of unknown origin. In short, the secrets of this person are worth digging out. SHH, he's here, let's start. Girls seeing the target enter, Ron greeted the girls and walked to the second floor of the bar. The view here is wide, and you can almost see the situation of the entire bar. Even if he is independent in his heart, the target will definitely go for Giselle, so he still has to be fully prepared. Sure enough, everything is as Ron reasoned. The target wandered around the dance floor, then took out the dating app on his mobile phone and began to look for his target. As soon as he saw the photo of Giselle signing in at the bar, his eyes lit up and he decisively clicked on the match. Giselle crossed her legs, clicked to agree, pretended to look around, and finally, her eyes locked on the target and waved to him charmingly. All kinds of beauty traps are easy for him, who was born as an agent. The two chatted happily, and their feelings quickly heated up. Soon, the man invited the woman to go home and watch the kitten do a backflip. The two walked out of the bar side by side, and Ron followed quietly behind. I had a lot of fun tonight, thank you. I don't know your name yet, Ian, a man who is moved by your eyes, the target said affectionately, and as he spoke, he leaned forward, as if he was ready to kiss Giselle. Although he believed that Giselle would be very tactful to avoid him, Ron was still jealous of his intimate behavior. Wait and see, brat, after the mission is over, I will definitely give you a good beating, Ron said hatefully. However, just halfway through his words, Ron noticed that two strange figures walked out of the alley not far away, walking on the street with guns without any hesitation. Although the United States is a country where guns are free to be carried, it is not common to see people like them walking on the street with guns. Generally speaking, such people are either preparing to commit a crime or committing a crime. Two thugs are walking towards you, Giselle, be careful, Ron warned in her low voice. Giselle tilted her head, her eyes passed over Ian's shoulder, and immediately locked onto the two people who were walking towards them. Sorry, was I too abrupt? Sorry, Ian was halfway through his apology when he heard footsteps behind him and turned around quickly. At this time, the two thugs had stopped and pointed their guns at them. Hey, men, Don't be violent, just take whatever you want. Dean took out his wallet and threw it on the ground very skillfully. Obviously, it was not the first time he did this. The previous few times he encountered such night robberies, this trick successfully saved him from danger, but unfortunately, this time was different, because the robbers this time were not targeting money. You are unlucky, Ian. We don't want your wallet, but your life, said the man who seemed to be the boss. Say goodbye to this world. The robber boss waved his hand, and Ron's voice rang in Giselle's headphones. Are you ready? I want the right one, then I'll take the left one. I'm ready. As soon as Giselle finished speaking, she suddenly reached out and pushed Ian away. Seeing that the situation was not good, the robber was about to pull the trigger, and 2 gunshots rang out in a row. The robber's pistol was shot away. He looked at Giselle in horror and was about to run away. Another 2 gunshots, the 2 robbers were shot in the leg and fell to the ground. Well done, Giselle, your shooting skills have improved again. Ron ZHI walked out of the shadows and patted Giselle on the buttocks to praise her. Giselle directly hooked his neck and gave him a kiss. After the kiss, Ron did not forget to stare at Ian as if he was watching. Ian, who was standing aside, was stunned. Same here. I'm still no match for you. Are you okay, little fool? Ron released his hand that was still around Giselle's waist and came to Ian. I guess you still haven't figured out what's going on, right? Ian nodded blankly. Who are you? What's going on? To put it simply, someone wants to kill you, but we knew about it in advance, so we came to protect you. Ron turned around. Giselle, this little idiot is left to you. You explain to him what happened. As for you, Ron turned his head and faced the 2 stupid thieves. His expression suddenly became ferocious. I thought I might be able to try and get something useful out of your mouths. Do you choose to tell me immediately, or tell me after you've seen my methods? Frightened by Ron's ferocious eyes, the 2 were so scared that they even forgot the pain of their wounds. They hugged their companions helplessly, and said very spinelessly, Don't kill us, we promise to tell everything. You told me so easily? Are you trying to cheat? Ron asked doubtfully. Forget it, let's torture him first. I still believe the answer I got from the interrogation. The dim street lights made Ron's handsome face flicker, like a vampire in a horror movie. The 2 cowardly robbers screamed in fear and struggled to crawl backwards. But how could such a childish escape work? Ron casually broke off the 2 metal bars on the iron fence next to him, took 2 steps forward and stabbed hard, nailing the injured legs of the 2 robbers to the ground. The robbers screamed miserably, but Ron looked at them with a smile. Don't worry, the game has just begun. Chapter 577, Meeting Dean again. Ron, you're so slow. As soon as Ron walked into the library, Reese couldn't help but complain. It wasn't that Reese was looking for trouble. Ron did come back too late. He came back an hour later than Ian, who was brought back. But I got some information from those 2 stupid thieves that might interest you. They were hired by a man named Kip Davis, and this Davis was the security director of Bruce Wellington. This is definitely not a coincidence, Ron said happily, tossing 2 wallets up and down. This clue is so useful, Finch said excitedly. I can now be almost 100% sure that the mastermind of all this is old Mr. Wellington. Wait, Ron, where did you get those 2 wallets? As Finch said this, his eyes were attracted by the 2 bulging wallets in Ron's hands. What are you talking about? This is from the 2 unlucky killers. I checked and found that they haven't paid a penny of tax since 2005. So I helped them fill out a tax return. This is the labor fee for filling out a form for them. Ron raised the wallet in his hand. From the banknote sticking out from the corner of the wallet, it can be seen that the wallet is almost full of $100 bills. With this money, let alone filling out 2 forms, even if it is to fill out 10,000 forms, there will be a lot of people rushing to do it. It's easy to guess that the 2 unlucky guys must have been forced to volunteer again. Finch never thought that Ron could make some extra money while protecting his target. Women like me to guess their needs, so I track and study their information, but I promise that I have not broken any law. They told me these things directly when I asked them. At the long table in the library, Ian was still chattering and trying to explain to Giselle how normal his behavior was. He no longer had the idea of hunting for beauties, but instead slid to another extreme, thinking that he was arrested by some special law enforcement agency because of his previous behavior. Haven't you explained it to him yet? Finch shook his head. We're waiting for you to come back. If you can bring back some useful information, then we won't have to go through so much trouble. Thank you very much for not letting us down. Okay, Leave it to me. Ron, who had just made a small fortune, was in a good mood and took the initiative to take the matter on himself. Ron walked to the long table, grabbed Ian's chair, and turned it to face him. Mr. Ian, do you know Wellington? He seems to be planning to hire someone to kill you. What did you do to his daughter? Following Ron's questions, Ian began to tell a melodramatic and cliched love story. In simple terms, it was a story about a rich girl and a poor boy falling in love, and then the rich girl's parents broke up the couple. At first, the two could still deal with it based on their feelings, but then one day, the girl suddenly became pregnant, and the hateful capitalist, her father, took her to have a forced abortion, and then gave the poor boy a check to let him stay away from that city. This also explains why Ian, a poor boy from a poor family, can have such a fortune today. But when Ian finished the story, Finch found something different on Mr. Wellington's Twitter account. Ron, come and look at this. Ron walked over and saw a photo of a child on Finch's computer. Tell me, do you think the same as I do? Well, it seems we know why Mr. Wellington wanted to kill Ian. Ron said as he looked at the boy's eyes and facial features in the photo that were exactly the same as Ian's. At this moment, only Sam was still confused. Wait, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand? It's very simple. Mr. Wellington deceived Ian and told him that he had an abortion, but in fact, he let his daughter give birth to the child. It may be family genes or other factors that made it difficult for Mr. Wellington to have children. After his daughter died, he had to train this boy as his heir. And it is not a good thing for an heir to a Fortune 500 company to have a biological father with a different surname from himself. This will increase the risk of property being occupied. Gentlemen, I think we should go to New York now. Ron turned to everyone and said, but the response he expected did not appear. When he explained to Sam why Mr. Wellington must kill Ian, the payphone in the library rang. Finch walked over and picked up the receiver. After listening to the call, his face changed immediately. We are leaving for New York, but you can't come with us. Ron, why? This mission is about to be completed. Are you telling me this now to renege on your duty? Ron clenched his fists and made a creaking sound, making a threat. Reese immediately nervously reached for his waist, but touched nothing. You don't want to fight me again? Please, you are no match for me at all. Ron smiled at him and took out a pistol, which was Reese's pistol. No, you misunderstood me. Finch hurriedly walked between the two and separated them. Do you remember you told me to let me help you arrange a machine to keep an eye on your two friends? The machine just told me that one of them is in danger, and the call just now was made to you. Did the machine mention the name of the person in danger? Ethan? Or Bourne? Ron asked hurriedly. Ethan, if you hurry up now, you can still catch the plane to London in an hour and a half. The machine told me that he is there. Your mission ends here. We will take care of the rest here. Don't worry, you won't lose a penny. Time goes back to this morning. Ethan, who had just met Ron, left the alley and immediately took the nearest flight to London, where he will meet up with a contact person arranged by the IMF. Interestingly, as Ron guessed, the meeting place is really in an old audio store, and the code for the connection is exactly the same as Ron guessed. It has to be said that the code of the agents is really not very fancy. After so many years, they still can't escape the fixed routines of the Cold War. Sorry, sir, there is something going on in the store today. We will close soon. Ethan just walked into the audio store, the lights in the store went dark, and a blonde and blue-eyed clerk came out from behind the counter and said, I'll be quick, buy it and leave. Ethan, pretending to be looking for a record, was unmoved. What kind of records are you looking for? Tell me, I'll help you find them. Maybe I can get off work soon. Ethan's heart moved. This is the agreed code. Could it be this clerk who is contacting him? I like to listen to more niche music. Ethan continued to answer according to the code. The code for agents to contact is often not just one sentence, but a combination of several special sentences. After all, if you only rely on one sentence to contact, such as buying something, if you happen to meet a strange buyer, it will be fun. From the perspective of probability statistics, this is not impossible. Let me guess, do you like classical music? No, I like jazz. Saxophone? Or piano? No, I prefer bass. At this point in the conversation, the two finally confirmed each other's identities. The female clerk smiled and said, You are so lucky. There is also a collector's edition vinyl record here. If you want to audition, you can go there. Ethan glanced to the side in the direction of the female clerk's eyes. There was an audition room over there. Thank you, As soon as Ethan walked into the audition room, he couldn't wait to put the record on the phonograph. A magical scene appeared. The antique phonograph suddenly poked out a high-tech camera and quickly scanned Ethan's retina. Identity confirmed. Ethan Hunt. Good evening, Mr. Hunter. The weapons you recovered in Belarus have been confirmed to be nerve gas, and the quantity is enough to destroy a large city. The bodies of all crew members were found within 24 hours of the plane's emergency landing in Damascus. They were identified as ordinary Albanian separatists. It is impossible to contact them, and they have no ability to obtain the weapons they transport. This confirms your suspicion that a behind-the-scenes organization is actively instigating a rebellion. The intelligence department speculates that this behind-the-scenes organization is Aideen, whom you have been tracking for more than a year. His inference was confirmed, and Ethan nodded with satisfaction, but he didn't expect that the next sentence of the mechanical synthesized voice made him feel strange. Generally speaking, you and your team will be ordered to infiltrate and destroy this terrorist network, but we have tried to ensure that this will not happen, because we are Aideen, Mr. Hunter, and now we know your identity. Ethan's face changed drastically. This is not a mission issued by the IMF at all. This is a provocation from the terrorists to him. This is a trap. If this happens, there are only two possibilities. First, the entire CIA has been infiltrated by them, and they are giving orders to themselves by controlling the CIA. Second, the entire London Underground intelligence network may have been exposed, and this is the base they have seized. In either case, it is very unfavorable to him. However, before he could come up with a countermeasure, the phonograph over there continued to speak. It's just that the tone has changed from the original calm and serious to playful and teasing. Your mission, if you accept it, is to face your destiny. If you track us down, you will be caught. If you resist us, you will be killed. And your dear minister will not recognize any of your actions. Good luck, Mr. Hunter. This message will self-destruct in 5 seconds. As soon as the voice fell, a large amount of smoke suddenly gushed out of the ventilation duct under the phonograph. Ethan, seeing that the situation was not good, hurriedly pulled the door hard, but the door did not move at all. He frantically slapped the glass window, trying to attract the attention of the blonde clerk outside. However, the most unexpected situation appeared. A flaxen-haired man with glasses pushed a female clerk who had just received him to the door and put a silenced pistol against a female clerk's head in front of her. With a muffled bang, the female clerk fell to the ground. No, Ethan roared angrily, and destroyed the door even harder. Even using his knees and elbows, but it still had no effect. He could only watch the murderer swagger away, and his consciousness became more and more blurred in the smoke. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a strange room without knowing when. He was shirtless and handcuffed to a metal pipe. Ethan tried the handcuffs and found them very strong. Squeak! Hearing the movement inside, the big iron door of the room was opened, and a group of men with fierce faces filed in. Ethan's heart tightened. Am I going to die here today? This thought just came to Ethan's mind for a short time, and he immediately threw it out of his mind, because he saw Ron among the men who came in. At this moment, he was serious, carrying a toolbox in his hand, following the short-haired man next to him. Noticing Ethan's sight, Ron secretly made a face at him at an angle that others could not notice. This wave is stable. Ethan was ecstatic, but his good agent qualities made him suppress these and did not show a happy expression. The short-haired man walked up to Ethan and looked him over with an unhappy face. I really don't know what the boss likes about you that he didn't kill you. Who is the boss, anyway? With Ron around, Ethan didn't worry about his safety at all. He even had the leisure to get information from this man. However, this short-haired man was not someone to be trifled with. When he heard the question, he didn't answer directly, but punched Ethan hard in the abdomen first. Why should I tell you just because you ask me? Haha, I really want to see what you are capable of to get the attention of the boss, that's what I mean. The muscles of this pretty boy look like those trained in the gym. They can't be compared with you at all. Otherwise, I'll help you open his handcuffs and let you show him some color and open the eyes of the brothers, Ron said with a flattering face, bending down and lowering his head, showing the posture of a lackey. His words made the big men around him applaud again and again, but the short-haired man was scared. Ahem, he is worthy of competing with me, the short-haired man coughed to cover up his embarrassment, since you are the torture master sent by the higher-ups, and the higher-ups want to get something from him, then you can start working now, and let us see your skills. Of course, that's no problem, Ron agreed and opened the toolbox. The torture instruments were placed on the table, causing everyone to stretch their necks. Even the short-haired man looked like a bumpkin. But in order to maintain the face of the boss here, he still pretended to be accustomed to it. So it's these things, I'm familiar with them, I'm very familiar with them. You know that our agents sometimes do some torture. We can communicate more later. Which one do you plan to start with? Chapter 578 Counterattack Plan. How about starting with this? Ron took out a hammer from the toolbox. An hour ago, with the support of Finch's powerful intelligence capabilities, Ron's plane had just landed, and he immediately found the torture master who was about to go to the base to assist in the interrogation. Ron killed him casually and replaced his identity, playing a trick of using someone else's identity to replace someone else's. Good idea, I know this. You plan to use the hammer to break its bones bit by bit so as to force out intelligence, right? I'm starting to like you. A cruel smile appeared on the short-haired man's face. Ron also smiled and said, of course, I like you too, especially when your brains are splattered. Brains? What do you mean? The short-haired man was still confused, and Ron's hammer had already smashed down on his head. That's what I mean. Bang! The hammer hit the man's head hard, and the short-haired man was hit so hard that he saw stars. Ron was bragging. He didn't smash the short-haired man's brains to pieces, but only broke his head and bled. But even so, ordinary people still couldn't resist it. The short-haired man was knocked to his knees by this sudden blow. What are you going to do? The short-haired man's men next to him were shocked. Ron didn't stop there. He swung the hammer hard, and the hammer turned several circles in the air and hit the man's jaw hard. Do I need to ask? Of course I'm going to kill you, Ron said. Without waiting for them, his men rushed forward, quickly took out a glass bottle from the toolbox and threw it on the ground. For a moment, pungent smoke rose up, and his men retreated one after another. Ron, however, calmly took out 2 gas masks and put them on himself and Ethan's faces, and chopped off Ethan's handcuffs and leg chains with an axe. Before Ethan could say thank you, the axe had been chopped into the head of a subordinate who had just rushed into the smoke. What are you going to do? The short-haired man's subordinates next to him were shocked. Ron didn't hesitate to do anything. He swung the hammer hard, and the hammer turned several circles in the air and hit the jaw of the subordinate who was speaking. Do I need to ask this? Of course I'm going to kill you, Ron said. Without waiting for these, his subordinates rushed forward, quickly took out a glass bottle from the toolbox and threw it on the ground. For a moment, the pungent smoke rose up, and the subordinates retreated one after another. Ron, however, calmly took out 2 gas masks and put them on himself and Ethan's faces, and chopped off Ethan's handcuffs and leg chains with an axe. Before Ethan could say thank you, the axe had already split the head of the subordinate who had just rushed into the smoke. Ugh, so disgusting, Ron complained while kicking his subordinate in the stomach. He rubbed his hands on a piece of cloth next to him in disgust. He turned around and met Ethan's sad eyes. This is my clothes. I know, I didn't ask for your clothes. Ron swung the axe to kill another one, grabbed the clothes on the table and threw them on Ethan. Put them on quickly. I don't want to see your big chest muscles shaking when you run away. Ron kicked away a subordinate who had just climbed out of the smoke, inserted the handle of the axe into the gap of another large iron door, and pushed hard, and the iron door was opened. Come on, let's go this way. There's not much time to waste. There are people outside. Behind the iron door was a path similar to a sewer. The ground was wet everywhere and exuded a bad stench, but Ethan didn't have time to care about these. When he heard Ron's call, he immediately followed the direction of his finger and plunged in. Goodbye, bastards. When Ethan walked into the passage, Ron took out 2 grenades from his personal space, pulled out the bolts, threw them into the room, turned around and went into the passage, closing the door. Boom! The shock wave of the explosion hit the iron door hard, leaving a bulge. Ethan looked back in confusion. You actually brought the bomb in. How is it possible? So many people are watching. Where should I hide it? In the anus. Ron rolled his eyes. I just took it out of them. You know, I'm very good at stealing things. Ron raised the belt in his hand to Ethan. Ethan lowered his head and found that his belt had disappeared long ago. He didn't even notice it. After running about 2 kilometers along the passage, they finally found a ladder leading up. They pushed open the iron cover above their heads. Outside was the street of London. They were indeed in the sewer just now. Thank you for saving me, Ron, but just send me here. You don't know how dangerous the enemy is this time. I don't want to get you involved. Who said I came here to save you? Ron turned his face away and denied it. I followed all the way here to track down Adine's intelligence. Otherwise, how do you think I lurked among them? Well, if you are not worried about being implicated, then follow me. Ethan spread his hands helplessly. Now the entire British intelligence system has been destroyed. We will not get any support. I don't even know where to stay. Do you have any acquaintances in London? If it is somewhere else, there is really no one, but in London. Ron took a look and saw some familiar streets in front of him. His eyes were unconsciously attracted by the road signs. Baker Street, here, I just happen to know an interesting guy. I think he must be happy to take us in for a night. When Ron and Ethan finally entered the door under Holmes's disgusted eyes, far away in the Pentagon in Washington, the United States, the discussion on whether to abolish the CIA secret agency, IMF, reached a white-hot stage. Dear Mr. Chairman, the IMF's violations can be traced back to when I first joined the CIA. At that time, the IMF broke into the CIA and borrowed a list of undercover agents. Recently, they even started to deal with Russian nuclear bombs. A CIA representative stood up and began to accuse the IMF of crimes. Let me correct you. It was to dismantle a nuclear bomb. A nuclear bomb whose launch code was cut off by terrorists. It was thanks to the efforts of IMF agents that the detonator was successfully dismantled, allowing our country to successfully avoid a war. The IMF minister also stood up and argued. But I heard that after your IMF messed up things, it was rescued by people from the IRS. The CIA representative showed a playful smile on his face. It was the very famous Ron from the IRS. Even that bomber maniac was able to turn the tide at a critical moment and prevent an impending war. But what about your IMF? Apart from spending a lot of money and making trouble everywhere, you can hardly see any use. These words were heartbreaking, but at least half of the content was true. As for the untrue part, due to the confidentiality level, even the chairman of the meeting was not qualified to hear it, so the IMF minister could only be speechless by this question. The CIA representative turned to the podium with satisfaction, and said his final summary with a smug smile on his face. Mr. Chairman, this so-called Mission Impossible group is not only a rogue organization, but also an outdated organization, a product of an era of political opacity and unfavorable supervision. Now is the time to disband the IMF group. The IMF minister was anxious and stood up unwillingly to defend himself, but the chairman had already dropped the gavel. Calm down. The Pentagon is well aware of the contribution of the IMF group to world peace over the years, but what the CIA representative stated is also true. Therefore, I declare the dissolution of the IMF group from today. Okay, the meeting is over. The final judgment of the hammer fell, and the IMF minister was struck by lightning. Just as he walked out of the meeting room in a daze, the mobile phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Reporting to headquarters, the local intelligence agency in London has been destroyed and intelligence personnel have been killed. Request evacuation. It was Ethan's voice on the phone. What? The minister was immediately startled by the shocking news. Do you have any clues? A face. I can draw it for you. He killed our intelligence personnel in our intelligence agency with his own hands, but strangely he didn't kill me. He just made me dizzy. My previous guess was correct. Adine really exists, and they know identity and mode of operation. Even when I woke up, I saw an agent Yannick Winter, nicknamed the orthopedic surgeon, who should have been dead for 3 years. Now I finally understand why it is so difficult to track them down, because they are our people. They are familiar with everything about us. We now need to try our best to collect the names of agents who have been declared dead and missing. Among these people, some must have joined Adine. Sorry, I can't do it now, the minister said disappointedly. Ethan felt something was wrong. What's wrong? Did something happen? The committee just banned us, and all operations have been handed over to the CIA. I have been ordered to recall everyone. Ethan hung up the phone uncomfortably and turned around, just in time to meet Ron's half smile. I guess the unlucky group you work for has been disbanded. Right, you already knew. Sorry, I heard your call, but even if I didn't hear it, I could guess it. Ron took out a bottle of whiskey stolen from the wine cabinet in Holmes's house and poured Ethan a glass. Something is wrong recently. The anonymous person of the NSA has disappeared, and the heads of the CIA and the FBI have been replaced at the same time. Anyone who is not blind can see that something is going to happen recently. According to the intelligence I have collected, all clues point to the organization called Adine. I think they have already lurked in our organization and are everywhere. If all the intelligence in the United States is combined to form an intelligence organization called SHIELD, then 18 is like the Hydra in Marvel Comics. Although it has no entity and cannot be found no matter how hard you try, it has already lurked in every corner and is omnipresent. I know, that's why I don't plan to go back to accept the leadership of the CIA. But we have lost all our logistical support now. And everything has become difficult. Ethan drank the whiskey in one gulp and said disappointedly. Correction, you only lost the logistical support of the IMF, not mine. You just said that you can draw the man who killed your intelligence personnel, right? Yes, can you find him? Ethan's eyes regained their light. Of course, the premise is that you draw it finely enough, so fine that it is difficult to distinguish the real from the fake with a photo, Ron said, taking a pen and paper from the desk and handed it to Ethan. 30 minutes later, an extremely realistic sketch was transmitted to the computer of the abandoned library in Los Angeles. Then, under the manipulation of the computer genius Finch, the sketch was turned into a photo and sent to the Sky Eye system, which was connected to the network of all cameras in the world. The coordinate information of several similar people obtained through face comparison was transmitted back to Ron's mobile phone in real time. Ron showed the photos to Ethan one by one. This one isn't it, this one isn't it, this one has two small eyes, and this one isn't it either. Ethan stopped swiping at a photo of a man with glasses. That's the guy. He's the one who killed my contact, knocked me out and sent me to that underground room. There's absolutely no doubt about it. Okay, let me see. This guy has over 100 identities. He's no ordinary person. 3 hours ago, when you were unconscious, he used one of his identities to board a plane to Vienna, Austria, and then used another identity to buy a ticket to the Golden Hall for tonight's opera Turandot. If he doesn't have some other intentions, he's a pretty tasteful guy. Ron looked at the information on his phone and teased with a smile. Ethan was surprised. I didn't know you watched opera. Not often, but at least I know Turandot, especially the last part of Nessun Dorma. It's a classic among classics. Nessun Dorma. Nessun Dorma, tu puria principessa nella tua fredda stanza. As Ron spoke, he even started to sing. So Ethan had to spend 4 difficult hours with Ron's half-baked opera singing and arrived in Vienna, the capital of Austria. Enough, Ron. Really enough. Can you stop singing? Ethan covered his ears frantically. I admit that your voice is really good for singing pop music, but opera is really not your forte. If you really want to get involved in elegant art, you can try painting. I beg you. Okay, Tisk, you tasteless guy. Ron stopped singing with an unsatisfied look and straightened his collar. On the glass curtain wall at the entrance of the opera house, 2 middle-aged gentlemen in formal attire were reflected. Even after the disguise, they still attracted the attention of the ladies who came to the concert nearby with their appearance. However, unlike the American girls who were enthusiastic and bold in asking for phone numbers directly, these European ladies were more accustomed to expressing more implicitly, such as writing the phone number on a silk handkerchief and having the servants hand it over. In just 10 minutes, they each received no less than 10 handkerchiefs. But this is Vienna. Are you sure you want me to pursue art? God knows what I'll do if I fail the entrance exam to the Academy of Fine Arts. Chapter 579 The Phantom of the Opera. Ethan imagined what would happen to Ron after he failed the art exam and shuddered all over. Forget it, you'd better stick to this promising career as an agent. I have a feeling that if you really fail the art college entrance exam, I'll become a sinner to all mankind. Not really, not really. At most, we'll hang some trash on the lamppost to make this world a better place. Raul joked casually and immediately returned to serious mode. Listen, their target is the Austrian Chancellor who is coming to watch the performance tonight. He will be sitting in the box to the right of the stage today. Considering the security standards of the Chancellor himself, I think there are only 2 ways if they want to succeed in the assassination: either find an opportunity for a long-range sniper attack in the middle of the opera, or install a bomb on his car in advance. Now that the Chancellor has come in, that is to say, the attack on the way here is no longer valid. Now we should guard against them sniping in the opera. Following the direction of Ron's finger, Ethan saw that a metal detector had been temporarily installed at the entrance of the opera house. At the same time, the number of security personnel was twice as many as usual, which should be the security measures for the Prime Minister that Ron mentioned. Even though these security personnel looked very professional, they were full of loopholes in the eyes of real professionals. Ethan just thought about it casually and immediately came up with more than a dozen assassination plans. However, these assassination plans all needed to find a good implementation location without exception. Ethan lowered his head and went over the terrain of the opera house in his mind again. When he raised his head, his eyes immediately locked on two best locations. I know. Now I'll go to the monitoring room. The stage is up to you. Let's start the action. The two fists touched in the air, and the two turned around. Ethan disappeared into the employee passage, and Ron turned around after entering the theater, and went around to the back of the stage on the pretext of going to the bathroom. At this time, the opera had already begun. Not long after, the anxious Ethan couldn't wait to ask in the headset, "Did you find anything unusual?" No, wait, Ron had just said half of his words when he found that a person dressed as an orchestra musician had also walked backstage and opened a long box, which contained a flute-like instrument. However, the strange thing was that after the musician took out the flute, he did not try to put it to his mouth and play it. Instead, he took out several other parts from the box and installed them on the flute, turning the flute into a weird instrument. And this weird instrument, no matter how Ron looked at it, felt that it was more like a gun. Okay, I found a target. If I believe that they will definitely not arrange only one killer to assassinate, Arthur told me that except for top killers like him, most assassinations will be arranged by 2 to 3 killers to complete. This is called double insurance. Okay, I understand. I will continue to look for it. Be careful over there. After ending the call, Ron walked straight to the musician and picked up a wrench that some worker had dropped on the way. The musician seemed to have noticed something and turned his head, just in time to meet Ron's fake smile. Hello, is this the wrench you dropped? The musician knew something was wrong and immediately pointed the end of the instrument in his hand at Ron. However, Ron could not do what he wanted. As soon as the musician moved, I had already swung the wrench towards his head. Ding, the wrench and the flute collided, making a harsh sound of metal, but it was covered by the music in front of the ancient stage. This was the killer, and one of the reasons why he planned to assassinate during the separatist period was that the music was the best cover for them. The wrench and the flute were in a stalemate in the air, and Ron's feet were not idle either. When he saw that the sneak attack failed, he immediately kicked towards his private parts with a kick that would cut off his offspring. Just when his foot was halfway extended, it collided with the other party's foot. With a cry of ouch, both of them retracted their feet at the same time. Damn it, how can you be so insidious? Don't you know that's the most important part of a man? Ron asked with lingering fear, and the other party certainly did not give in. You are the same. Despicable sneak attacker, how can it be the same? What we do as agents, can it be called stealing? Ron argued, while suddenly taking a step back, retracting the wrench and swinging it at the other party again. The musician was about to block, but Ron suddenly attacked with his left fist, making a feint to the east and attacking in the west, catching the musician off guard. He quickly freed up his other hand to block. Ron showed a sly smile on his face. He was waiting for this moment. The hand that was originally using the wrench to feint suddenly loosened, and the wrench slipped out of his hand, spinning in a circle, and hit the musician's head, hitting him with stars in his eyes. After a successful attack, Barn immediately took advantage of the situation. Before the musician had time to take 2 steps back, he suddenly felt a pain in his scalp. Ron grabbed his hair in his hand, pulled it down hard, and hit him in the face with a knee strike. Just as the musician was knocked back and flew up, waving his flute in a panic, trying to stop Ron's further attack, Ron took a step forward, and a dagger suddenly appeared in his hand like a magic trick. Taking advantage of the gap between the flute swings, he inserted the dagger into the musician's throat. A lot of blood foam came out of the musician's neck, and his body twitched twice before he completely lost his life. Okay, one is done. Barn clapped his hands and was about to take a breath, but found that an inconspicuous infrared ray was shooting out from the opposite audio-visual control room, and the red dot fell directly on the Austrian Prime Minister in the box. Ron was anxious. Ethan, go to the audio-visual room. There is another person there. Got it, I'll go there right away. You try to hold him back first. Ethan's anxious and panting voice came from the headset. He was running towards the audio-visual room, but after all, he was too far away, so Ron could only rely on himself. At a loss of what to do, Barn suddenly glimpsed the flute next to the body. He picked it up and checked it. As he guessed, the flute was a gun disguised as a flute. Ron was overjoyed. He immediately took out the bullets from the box and loaded them into the box. He aimed at the killer in the audio-visual room opposite. But just as he aimed, His eyes inadvertently caught a glimpse of another person in the prop palace next to him, which was used to set the stage for the opera. From the paper window of the palace, you can vaguely see the figure of a graceful woman. While Ron was aiming at the killer in the audio-visual room, he also stepped one of his breathtaking long legs on the table of the prop palace, using it as a fulcrum to set up a sniper rifle. His target was also the Austrian Prime Minister. This is troublesome. Ron was entangled, and the muzzle of the gun was hovering back and forth between the woman in the palace and the killer in the audio-visual room. At this time, the opera performance has reached its final stage. The classic song Nessun Dorma rang throughout the concert hall. Ron knew that when the song entered the second bar, there would be a short section of grand symphony. The huge music could cover all other sounds. That would be the best time to shoot, but this time was only enough to shoot once. He could now be very sure that the goal of these two people, like the musicians he had just killed, was to assassinate the Austrian Prime Minister. No matter which one of them he killed, the other would have a chance to shoot the Prime Minister. This meant that no matter what Ron chose, the Austrian Prime Minister would not be able to escape death, unless Ron's eyes suddenly glanced at the Prime Minister's box, who was concentrating on listening to the opera. A bold idea was born in his mind in an instant, and his gun muzzle slowly moved along with the idea, and it actually moved to the Prime Minister. Bang! When the song reached the second bar, Ron immediately fired, and the Prime Minister fell to the ground. The other two assassins looked at him in surprise at the same time. Ron waved at them triumphantly, and dodged the bullets before they shot at him. Oh my God! Ron, what did you do? Ethan was shocked to see all this. If he hadn't been friends with Ron for many years, he would have suspected that Ron was the spy who was lurking deep. Don't worry, the Prime Minister is fine. He only had a superficial wound. My bullet left a scratch on his arm at most, but in this way, others will have no chance to kill him, Ron explained, while removing the disguise on his face and running outside. In a blink of an eye, he turned from a 50-year-old old gentleman into a young talent in his early 30s. But we don't have time to care about the Prime Minister now. If we don't run, we will be arrested as assassins. Let's go. Let's meet at the car. Following Ron's attack, the alarms in the concert hall rang loudly, and the panic in the box immediately spread to the entire concert hall. Countless military police poured out from various checkpoints and began to block the place. Ron walked halfway and happened to bump into a team of military police. He immediately turned around and walked from the Shawshank Music Hall, along the maintenance passage, all the way to the ventilation vent of the concert hall, intending to climb from the ventilation vent to the roof, and then evacuate from the roof. However, when he arrived at the ventilation vent, it was blocked by a swaying buttocks, and the two sexy and slender legs wrapped in black stockings under the buttocks looked particularly familiar. Ron immediately remembered that the owner of this pair of beautiful legs was another female assassin who was preparing to shoot the Prime Minister in the palace props just now. You're arrested, miss. Ron poked the female assassin's butt with his pistol in a mean way. If you don't want any accidents to happen, I advise you to drop your weapon, slowly come out of the ventilation duct and turn around, and don't do any tricks. I'm a timid person, and if you accidentally scare me, my gun may easily go off. The female assassin slowly backed out of the ventilation duct as he said. When she turned around and saw Ron's face, an expression of surprise appeared on her face. Ron Lee Kubo. The female assassin called out Ron's name in surprise, and immediately put down her raised hands like an acquaintance, and walked towards Ron. However, after taking 2 steps, she stopped because Ron pointed a gun at her head. Stop, girl. If you dare to move again, I promise to blow your head off immediately. Ron frowned. Don't think that I will let you go if you try to get close to me. I know that organizations like yours must have a lot of intelligence about me, but this trick won't work on me. I don't know you at all. Don't be nervous. We have met before. In the UK, at the MI6 headquarters. Don't you remember? I am the secretary of Minister Mikif. Seeing that Ron was still on guard, the female assassin quickly revealed her identity. Ron looked at her face carefully and found that she looked familiar. Ron suddenly realized, so you are from MI6. It's really interesting. An agent of the British Empire would be sent to assassinate the Prime Minister of Austria. I really don't understand this operation, but I think tomorrow's newspaper will like this headline very much. What do you think? That's not the case. I am a spy sent by MI6 to lurk in Aden. Please, take me with you. It will be too late if you don't leave now. Hearing footsteps coming from the corridor, the female assassin said anxiously. Okay, you go ahead. Ron pointed his gun at the ventilation duct and said with caution. In fact, he had already believed most of the identity of the female assassin, but even if the female assassin was really McCovey's man, Ron still had reason to be wary of her. Although Britain and the United States were ironclad allies on the surface, there were too many things that stabbed each other in the back secretly. An MI6 agent appeared here, which was a bit strange no matter how you looked at it. In addition, behind the female assassin, there was the mysterious McCovey. Ron could not be too careful. Drive quickly. Ron patted the backrest of the driver's seat, and the car started immediately. While driving, Ethan looked at the woman Ron brought through the rearview mirror. Why did you bring her? I clearly saw her pointing a gun at the Prime Minister just now. He is also one of the assassins. I know, I saw it just now, but this doesn't mean he is a bad person, right? Ron turned his head to look at the female assassin. She claimed to be from MI6 and said a name we all know, but for our safety, I need to search your body now. I hope you will cooperate. As he said, Ron uncovered the long black silk legs that he had admired for a long time, and an expression of enjoyment appeared on his face. This feels great. I mean stockings. What brand? I will buy one for my girlfriend when I go back. Feeling the unfriendly eyes of Ethan and the female assassin, Ron quickly changed his words. You must let me go back immediately. The female assassin rolled her eyes at Ron, and said angrily and amusedly. Why? Give me a reason. Because my undercover mission has not been completed yet, I have to stay there. If you are willing to cooperate with me, I can also provide you with some useful information later. Okay, the female assassin told him his bargaining chip, and Ethan was instantly moved. Promise her drive your car well, Ethan said halfway, but was choked back by Ron. Listen, girl, I am willing to make this deal with you, but I never listen to others' promises, and I always only trade in cash. If you can't give me something now, I'm sorry I can't cooperate. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 580, The Syndicate? 18? The European Conspiracy. If you ask me, you agreed too quickly just now. You obviously hadn't seen her before, but she just gave you a lipstick and said it was important information, and you believed it. Oh my god. How did you work as an agent for so many years? My nephew Luke, who just entered the industry, is not as bad as you on the streets of Austria. Ron followed Ethan and complained non-stop. An hour ago, Ron accepted the USB flash drive disguised as lipstick from the female agent as Ethan said, and then threw her out of the car. I believe she won't lie to us. I have seen that agent before. She once saved my life, Ethan said, inserting the lipstick USB flash drive into the computer he carried with him, and a structural diagram of a large building facility popped up. I think you are simply fascinated by her long legs. To be honest, it feels really good. What the hell is this thing? The structure looks like a power station, but there are a lot of inexplicable things. Inexplicable things? What do you mean specifically? Ethan keenly found the key point from Ron's words. For example, this. Ron magnified a point on the structure diagram. Sensitive information isolation facility, not connected to the internet, fully enclosed. It is impossible to invade from the outside. It can be said that this is a data security safe, but I really don't understand why a power station would do this. It seems that the girl did not lie. This power station is really weird. I know, it must be Adine's secret base or something like that. There must be something there that she wants us to know, so she asked us to go there. Where is this power station? Morocco. Okay, I'll buy the nearest flight ticket now, Ron said helplessly. Morocco, located in the northwest of Africa, is an Arab country that believes in Islam. Because it is close to the Sahara Desert, even though it is a port city, Casablanca is still full of yellow sand. So when Ron and his team arrived in Casablanca and the female agent agreed with him on the USB flash drive, Ron dived directly into the villa's swimming pool, swam to the female agent, and lifted him out of the water. Has anyone told you about this behavior of using someone else's swimming pool without permission? How to be polite. The female agent pouted in dissatisfaction. Of course, but someone also told me that I should be polite to my savior. At least I should tell him his name. What do you think? Ron fought back. Isa Foster, a former MI6 agent, are you satisfied now? Have you hugged me enough? If you have, can you put me down? It doesn't look gentlemanly to lift a lady up without permission. When Isa was swimming, she was wearing a black bikini without any patterns, but it was this simple design that perfectly brought out Isa's perfect figure. She symbolically struggled twice, and the greatness of her chest swayed along, but she failed to break free from Ron's arms, so she simply resigned herself to her fate and spread her hands. But in Ron's opinion, this seemingly self-abandoning action was somewhat coquettish. Ron moved Isa closer, their faces almost touching, and looked directly into her eyes until she panickedly avoided Ron's gaze. Ron then said jokingly, "But you just happen to like this ungentlemanly behavior, right?" As he spoke, Ron moved his face closer, and the blush on Isa's face became more and more obvious. Just as their lips were about to touch, an untimely cough interrupted the ambiguous atmosphere. Cough cough. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I remember that we seem to have serious things to do here, right? Ethan said with an embarrassed look. We should come here for something in the power station, right? Isa, can you please explain what is in there now? There is a ledger there that records the identities of all the members of the syndicate, and Ryan was ordered to take care of that ledger. Syndicate? Isn't it Adine? I thought the two organizations were the same organization. Ron frowned, and began to have a little doubt about the beautiful female agent in front of him. Compared with the female agent in front of him, who had known him for less than 2 days, Ron was more willing to believe Finch, and according to the information provided by Finch, the two organizations were obviously the same thing. Of course not, Isa shook her head. We thought so at the beginning, but after I was lurking for 2 years, I found that the syndicate was just a department under Adine that was responsible for assassination, and the head of this department was Solomon Ryan. Are you talking about this person? Ethan was thinking about something, and immediately took out a sketch for Isa to identify. Isa nodded. Yes, it's him. He created the syndicate. Then where did he come from? He was a British intelligence agent. Since Britain knew about the existence of the syndicate and Adine, why didn't they tell the CIA about it? Ethan couldn't help but ask curiously. In his opinion, Britain and the United States are allies, and intelligence like this should be shared. He shared intelligence with other allied agents in this way before, and the agents of the Five Eyes Alliance countries basically did the same. Of course, it's because they don't want people to know that the creator of the syndicate is one of them. Ron's eyes suddenly became deep. I'm afraid that Adine is also related to Britain? Or, is he related to the old European tycoons? The current national situation is one superpower and many strong countries. The United States, as the only world superpower, firmly holds the dominant position, while the originally powerful European countries were severely injured in the Second World War, and have not been able to completely get out of the shadow of the Second World War until now. The United States started by selling weapons, and joined the battlefield at the last moment of the Second World War, picking up all the bargains. Since then, its national fortune has been far ahead of others, especially after the Soviet Union was exhausted. It is impossible to say that these old money and old Europe are not jealous at all. Although they regard the United States as the hegemon and have to let the United States control their bodies, they must be unconvinced in their hearts. In their eyes, the United States is just a nouveau riche. It is normal for these European gentlemen who started their careers by plundering to promise in their mouths and play some dirty tricks in private. Not to mention the syndicate that Isa is undercover, including Adine after the Heart Syndicate. They are inseparable from these European gentlemen. But what does this have to do with Ron? He is just a salary thief of the U.S. Tax Department. Ethan asked anxiously. These are not the key points. The key point is how can we get in and steal the account book? I feel this is an impossible task. Isa frowned in distress. This facility is hidden in the basement of a power station guarded by the military. The only way to download this policy is through the central computer terminal located here. To reach this terminal, you need to pass the gate, fingerprint elevator, and combination password lock. As Isa talked, Ethan's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. The gate of the power station and the fingerprint elevator were easy to pass. With Ethan's rich experience as an agent, it was easy to get through. The most difficult one was the third level, the combination password lock. This password lock was a corridor about 20 meters long. When someone entered the corridor, 2 motion cameras would track and shoot, and the visitor would be compared with a file in detail, even to the walking posture and gait. This kind of detailed imitation would take a lot of training time to complete even for professional actors, and Ron and his team were just agents. This is too difficult. If we really want to sneak in safely, I can only think of one way, which is to change the files stored in the computer and change the password to the walking posture of our people. In this case, it is inevitable to dive into the water. Ron, do you have any ideas? Ethan was talking halfway when he suddenly saw Ron holding his phone in a daze, so he pushed him and asked, I think it's too troublesome to sneak in. Why don't we blow up the whole place and then find something from the ruins? Blow it up? Are you crazy? Ethan stared at Ron in disbelief. Let's not talk about blowing it up. How much explosives do we need in total? Where can we find them? The garrison there alone is a big problem. They are not just for show. They will let us do whatever we want. How do you plan to deal with these garrison? Don't worry about that. I have my own way. Ron rolled his eyes and asked abruptly, how much IMF funds can you still control now? There are about $3 million and so on. Why are you asking this? Ethan realized that something was wrong halfway through his words, and immediately stopped and asked, what else can it be? Of course, it's hiring mercenaries. Don't forget, this is Africa, a paradise for mercenaries, and it's also the place where mercenaries fight the most serious price wars. Give me $3 million, and I'll hire someone to take down this power station. That's a good idea. Ethan's eyes lit up, but then dimmed immediately. But Morocco is a powerful country in Africa. What kind of mercenaries dare to confront them head-on? I'm afraid that even if we spend twice this amount of money, we may not be able to hire mercenaries who can defeat the Moroccan army. Don't worry about this, just leave everything to me. Ron patted his chest and promised, but he was not patting his own chest. Ethan looked at Ron's claws helplessly, revealing an angry and amused expression. We can take this opportunity to take a break. We haven't relaxed for a long time, right? Seeing that Isa had no intention of objecting, Ron moved closer to Isa and put his arm around her shoulders very naturally. This time, Isa was too lazy to even struggle. She leaned her head directly on Ron's shoulder, and Ron kissed her on the forehead, and secretly made a gesture to Ethan. The adults are in charge, and the children go out to play by themselves. Ethan was furious, but he had no way to deal with Ron. He could only walk out of the villa and walk around the street alone, and come back after Ron and the others finished their business. At night, Ron left the exhausted Isa to rest in the villa, and he and Ethan went to an inconspicuous fishing village nearby. This fishing village is very poor, so poor that it doesn't even have a formal name on the map, but to Ron, it is a treasure land, because this fishing village has two very useful features for Ron. It is close enough to the power station, and the draft of the dock is deep enough. On this quiet night, there was a dilapidated cargo ship parked not far from the dock. Ron carefully compared the outline of the cargo ship with the photos on his mobile phone. After confirming that it was the ship he was waiting for, he took out a flashlight and shone it across. Under Ron's operation, the flashlight flickered in a rhythm of varying lengths. Then the searchlight of the cargo ship behind also recalled the same secret code. The cargo ship moved slowly and finally docked at the dock. A dark mass with only white eyes and teeth left, a vaguely visible head poked its head out from the cargo ship and took a vigilant look, then walked off the boat. Ethan then realized that this was a black crew member. The black crew member looked back and forth at the two of them, and asked cautiously, "Countryman, did you find the novel through Comrade Lang Feng?" As soon as he spoke, he actually spoke in authentic Shandong dialect, which shocked Ethan, who knew a little Chinese. However, what was even more shocking was yet to come. Ron actually shouted to the boat in the same authentic Shandong dialect, it's me, come on, brothers, for the sake of our fellow countrymen, do me a favor, the money is ready for you." Green US dollars. Ron took out a stack of banknotes he had just withdrawn from the bank from his bag and threw it into the black man's arms. The black crew member greedily sniffed the ink on the US dollars, pretending to be reluctant, and said, "It's mainly because of our old classmates, otherwise I wouldn't do this job even if you gave me money. It's a good thing you found me. Our commander and I are alumni. We both graduated from the Army Command College. Judging from your accent, you are from my side too. Brother, which class did you graduate from?" The black man couldn't help but feel more familiar when he heard Ron speaking the same dialect as his own, and began to take the initiative to make friends with him. "No, I didn't go to school there. I just knew Lang Feng, and he taught me." Ron shook hands with the black man. "It's getting late, and it's almost dawn. Do you think we should arrange for the brothers to work now? We can catch up later." "No problem, The black man didn't bother to argue after hearing that Ron was not his schoolmate. He turned around and waved to the cargo ship, "Brothers, start working." With a boom, the large hatch at the rear of the cargo ship opened, forming an iron bridge on the dock. The doctor then saw clearly that the cargo ship was full of fully armed soldiers. Although they were holding the same simple AK rifles as other African soldiers and wearing the same cheap and inferior military uniforms, their spirit was incomparable to that of other African armies. So many people hid in the cabin, but they were so disciplined that they didn't make any sound. After hearing the order to leave the cabin, they lined up in an orderly manner, marched in unison, and formed a neat square formation on the dock. The whole process took no more than 5 minutes. You know, this speed of assembly is not something that all troops of the U.S. military can achieve. Obviously, this is a combat-capable division with good combat effectiveness. Chapter 581 The Great Conspirator. However, this is just the beginning. What Ethan sees next will shock him for a whole year. The black soldiers finished their reorganization and ran towards the power plant in neat steps. Just when Ethan thought that these soldiers' neat and beautiful formations would make them suffer a great loss on the real battlefield, the troops that were about to enter the firepower range of the power station defenders suddenly changed their formation. The combat teams were divided into countless 3-person groups and lurked towards the power station from different angles. The nearest team lurked less than 10 meters away from the power station without being discovered. During the battle, when the teams were lurking in place, the artillery had already determined the shooting scale. The commander waved his hand and more than a dozen mortars fired together. Boom! The gate of the power station was blown into ruins, and the several defenders at the gate were torn into pieces by the explosion. Of course, it is impossible for more than a dozen shells to be fired at the gate. In fact, except for the 3 shells that hit the gate, the other shells hit different corners of the power station wall, breaking holes in the wall. The sound of the artillery was the signal. The shells had just landed and exploded, and the defenders of the power station had not figured out the situation yet. The various combat teams lurking near the power station stood up one after another, running quickly and firing. In this chaotic night battle, there was actually a clear rhythm of attack. Whenever a combat team charged forward, there must be another combat team that stopped in place to provide fire cover for them. When this combat team was tired of charging, it would stop and become the fire support point for the combat team behind. The mortars that served as the attack signal at the beginning did not sit idle after sending the signal, but continued to fire along the route the soldiers were going to charge, carrying out extended fire strikes. In an instant, the defenders of the power station were completely stunned by this tactical superb style of play. Ron's good friend Ethan was also stunned. Looking at the smooth attack of these black soldiers, he opened his mouth in surprise, as if his 3 views were refreshed. After a long time, Ethan turned his head stiffly. Is this an African army? FXXK. They didn't even kill a single one of their own with infantry and artillery coordination. Are you sure this is not a group of rabbits in black skin? Wait. What you just said to them was in Chinese. Aren't they really all rabbits? How is that possible? They are just Tanzanian troops, but their officers have studied in Chinese schools. With this level, they are still far behind the real rabbits. It's just a simplified infantry and artillery coordination tactics and a little shadow of the 3-3 system, Ron said in front of the commander of the Black Army with a very disdainful tone. What is very rare is that the Black commander heard this. Not only did he not get angry, but nodded in agreement. Indeed, with the level of these bastards, they can only bully these noobs. Compared with the army of my alma mater, they are not even a little bit worse. The instructor from China said that if Li Yunlong uses our current weapons and equipment, he can liberate the whole of Africa, but I have studied there for such a long time and read all the war history carefully. But I have never heard of this commander. Is this commander very famous in China? Very famous, even a household name. His deeds have even been made into a TV series. I'll send you a link when I get back so you can take a look. Time passed little by little as a few big shots chatted. The Tanzanian corps that attacked the power station took over the entire power station in less than 15 minutes. Here, what you want. At the commander's signal, a soldier handed over the USB flash drive that Ron and his team were looking for. The mission is completed. If you delay for a while, the army here will react. We'll leave first. Remember to pay the money, because Ling Feng, the middleman, was the guarantor. Both parties trusted each other surprisingly. The commander of the Tanzanian Legion was not worried that Ron might default on his debt. Of course, he would not do that. Don't worry. After waving goodbye to the departing cargo ship, Ethan immediately couldn't wait to plug the USB flash drive into the computer as soon as he returned to the villa where they were temporarily living. However, a magical thing happened. The USB flash drive was empty. Damn it. We seem to have been fooled. Either you just hooked up with that woman, or Omo was the group of unreliable mercenaries you found. One of them must have fooled us. Ethan slammed his fist on the table and said angrily. Ron looked at the empty computer folder thoughtfully. I don't think so. They don't have this motive. Besides, I tried to store Wenbo on this empty USB drive, but failed. Maybe this USB drive was originally full, but some special means were used to make it appear blank. Then where did the account book on this USB drive go? I think he may have been hidden in a more confidential way. Wait a minute, let me make a call and call technical support. The phone dialed Finch's mobile phone. After Ron briefly explained the situation, the mouse arrow on the computer soon started to move automatically, and a series of codes that Ron couldn't understand scrolled back and forth on the screen. I know, this is a red box, Finch suddenly realized. Because Ron turned on the external speaker of his mobile phone, Ethan also heard Finch's words clearly, and immediately asked, what is a red box? This is an encryption method used by the British government to transmit state secrets. Without waiting for Finch to explain, Ron said in a deep voice. It doesn't sound good. Of course, it is triple encrypted. If you want to get the information, you must have a fingerprint retina scan and a voice clip of the British Prime Minister himself. In that case, I don't understand why our Ryan can't even open his account book. Isn't this strange? Ethan's mind was full of question marks at the moment. Not strange at all. This proves that my guess was right from the beginning. Whether it is the so-called Nutiga or Adine, they are actually institutions created by the British government and those old European forces to deceive American capital. Ryan is just a dog they raised. In the dark night, Ron's eyes seem to penetrate everything. What should we do? Are we only able to bear the injustice and tell your unfounded speculation to the CIA and then obey their judgment amid ridicule? Ethan complained loudly with dissatisfaction, and his voice even woke up Isa, who was sleeping in the bedroom. He looked at Ethan apologetically. If you need, I can be a witness for you, but you must ensure my safety. Ethan shook his head disappointedly and refused directly. Impossible. The impact of this incident is too great. The testimony of an agent lurking among the terrorists is not enough to prove it. The room fell silent. Just when they were at a loss, Ron suddenly stood up. Or we can fight. I just thought of a very risky plan. Are you willing to try it with me? What plan? Since the highest authority for this policy lies with the British Prime Minister, how about we just kidnap the British Prime Minister? When Ron said this, Ethan and Isa opened their mouths in shock, but they immediately realized that this might be the most effective way for them. Because of the hidden terrorist, Ethan had nothing to prove her identity, so her testimony was not accepted. The CIA already disliked Ron and Ethan. Even if Ron's guess was logical, they would definitely find faults. Now Ron's riskiest plan became the most feasible one. The two looked at each other, nodded with difficulty, and agreed 10 Downing Street is a house located next to the Westminster District in London, England. It looks no different from other houses around it. But the security force here is indeed more than 10 times that of all the surrounding houses combined, because the person living here is not someone else, but the British Prime Minister. 10 Downing Street is the permanent residence of every British Prime Minister. I must be crazy to agree to implement such a crazy plan with you. Do you know what will happen if we are discovered? We will become wanted criminals worldwide, just like the terrorists we caught before. Not far from 10 Downing Street, Ethan, disguised as a gentleman, kept complaining to Ron next to him while walking, and Ron just nodded calmly. Of course I know. If we are discovered, we will be discovered. With our skills, if we join the terrorists, we will definitely become their leaders and the most troublesome targets for our old friends. Oh my God, you can still laugh. Have you ever thought about how they will treat us if we accidentally cause a large number of casualties? So this time I chose non-lethal weapons. You are only talking about the worst case scenario. Once my plan succeeds, I promise that this situation will never happen. Ron took out his mobile phone and called Isa. Are you ready? Everything is okay then. Let's start the action. Ron's voice fell, and an unmanned car on the corner near Downing Street suddenly moved by itself and rushed towards the Prime Minister's residence at 10 Downing Street. The happy security personnel saw that the situation was not good and quickly shot at the car. The bullets hit the car beyond recognition, and even the engine cover was hit by several large-caliber rifle bullets, but it could not stop the car from moving forward at all, because this was a Tesla electric car. Just when the car was about to hit the official residence, it suddenly exploded with a boom. Before the security personnel could come to their senses, another car drove in. The window opened, and Isaac pushed out the machine gun installed in the car and started shooting at a place where the security personnel were hiding. At this chaotic moment, no one noticed that Ron and Ethan, who were originally wandering on the street, suddenly tore off their gentlemen's coats and walked out of the black suits that were exactly the same as the security personnel of the Prime Minister's office. Puff Ethan, who had already approached the security personnel, suddenly burst into blood flour on his chest and fell backwards. Ron and his friends supported him and dragged him into the bunker where the security personnel were hiding. Oh my God. He was shot. Quick, I need a medical kit. Where is the doctor? Ron shouted at the top of his lungs. Hurry up and get him into the house. The security chief at the door turned around and took a look at the wound, and hurriedly ordered. Immediately, a security guard took the initiative to open the door of the Prime Minister's office for them and helped Ron carry Ethan in. Don't worry, the medical kit is here. We have called for support. The doctor and reinforcements will be here in 10 minutes. Your companion seems to be seriously injured. Wait, why do you two look a little unfamiliar? Are you new here? Zzzz. Before the security guard finished speaking, Ethan, who was lying on the ground motionless, suddenly poked her throat with an electric baton, and the security guard fell to the ground with convulsions all over. Did you hear that? We only have 10 minutes, Ethan said worriedly after dealing with the security guard. 10 minutes is enough. Ron took a little blood from Ethan's chest with his hand and wiped it on his clothes and face. His expression changed, and he ran inside in panic. Everyone, go to the front to support. Mr. Prime Minister. Mr. Prime Minister. We have been attacked by terrorists, and we can't hold on in front. We have been ordered to take you to a safe place. The two of them shouted and ran towards the Prime Minister's office. All the security guards they met went to the door for support. They passed through the corridors and rooms without any obstacles and finally came to the door of the Prime Minister's office. When they pushed open the door of the Prime Minister's office, the Prime Minister was sitting calmly in his office chair with his back to them. With a previous experience of the Prime Minister being attacked, Ron couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the new Prime Minister whom he had never met before for his calmness during the terrorist attack. After looking at Ethan, Ron straightened his collar and said seriously, Mr. Prime Minister, we are under attack by a group of unidentified terrorists. Please move to a safe place with us now. Please cooperate with our work. Thank you. Unexpectedly, the Prime Minister not only did not stand up, but leaned back on the chair leisurely. With you loyal guards, I believe my office is the safest place, but Ethan was about to persuade him again, but Ron stopped him with his hand. He thought the Prime Minister's voice sounded familiar, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. He quietly took out his pistol and pointed it at the Prime Minister's chair. Mr. Prime Minister, time is urgent. Please cooperate with our work. Cooperate with your work so that you can take me to a safe place and interrogate me properly. Right, the Prime Minister said, turning the office chair around. The Prime Minister on the office chair was none other than Mycroft Holmes, whom Ron had not seen for a long time. It's a good plan, Mr. Cooper, but I don't think we have reached the point where we have to use violence. Many things can be solved by transactions. What do you think? Transaction. What kind of transaction can we have? Ron said seriously, pretending to be stupid. Mycroft raised his cane and pointed at Ron's pocket. For example, use the things in your pocket to exchange for a reason for you to walk out of this room openly. What do you think? Chapter 582 Naming Dispute. Okay, let's separate here. I heard that the IMF team has been rebuilt because of this incident. I wish you good luck. If you can't make it, welcome to my special operations team. I will definitely get you a position as a team leader. At the Los Angeles airport, Ron and Ethan, who had returned to the United States, said goodbye. Their actions were successful, but they also failed. The success was that all the action plans were carried out according to Ron's plan without any obstacles. In the end, they finally came to the person who could open the password of the red box of the USB flash drive. Yes, the person who controlled the password was not the British Prime Minister, but the head of the British Intelligence Department, Mycroft Holmes. In addition to the identity of the head of intelligence, he also has another identity, a member of the Shadow Cabinet. The so-called democratic system is just a trick for civilians. No matter who sits in the position of Prime Minister, the people who really control Britain are always a group of people, that is, the 12 families of the Knights of the Round Table that have been passed down since the time of King Arthur, and the Holmes family is also one of them. Of course, what they control is not just Britain. In fact, there are also many of their people in the United States, which is of the same lineage as Britain. Faced with such a huge force, even Ron was powerless for a while and could only accept Micklef's compromise plan and only arrested Ryan, a traitor of the syndicate. Forget it, I'm more accustomed to staying in the IMF. My teammates are there. Goodbye. Ethan shook his head and rejected Ron's invitation. He turned around and pushed Ryan, who was handcuffed, hard, and took Ryan out. Go away, bastard, don't try to play tricks in front of me. Coincidentally, when Ron returned to Los Angeles, Bernadette's due date had just arrived, so after Ron put down his luggage, he came to Howard's old house to meet everyone. What a pity. I was the last one to know that Bernadette was about to give birth. I heard that women who are about to give birth tend to have a more aggressive temper. Is there anything I can do for her? Ron asked enthusiastically. When he was putting his luggage away, he happened to meet Howard, who was delivering something, but he went there together in Howard's car. You're right. Bernadette has been in a bad mood recently. But everyone has tried many ways. For example, Penny tried to do yoga with Bernadette, Leonard tried to give her psychological counseling, and Raj tried to give her foot massage, but none of them worked. Foot massage doesn't work? This trick is quite effective. When my sister gave birth, Forrest Gump gave her a massage and he said it felt good, Ron asked puzzledly. Howard shook his head helplessly and said with a lingering fear, it would have been fine if Raj hadn't compared Bernadette's ankles to bread. If she wasn't pregnant now, she would have picked up a hammer and smashed Raj's head. Bernadette hates the way she looks now and she misses her figure before pregnancy. The figure before pregnancy. Ron held up his chin and thought, how about I call Hope to chat with her? Hope is one of Ron's confidants, and looks almost exactly like Bernadette. Even Howard thought Ron was cheating on him when he first saw her. If they hadn't called Bernadette to explain the matter on the spot, Ron would never be able to clear himself even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Well, Bernadette misses her previous figure, not the figure of a woman who looks like her or even prettier than her. Don't you know that when Penny came to teach Bernadette yoga the day before yesterday, she ordered a bunch of high-calorie foods like fried chicken and French fries for her? Women's jealousy is sometimes unreasonable. Don't forget, you are talking about a mother of your child. But in this case, I do have a candidate who can help Bernadette relieve prenatal depression. Howard's eyes lit up. Who is it? Tell me quickly. As long as someone can help her relieve her emotions and stop her from always causing trouble for me, I am willing to do anything. Then call Sheldon and ask him to go and comfort Bernadette. Sheldon. Are you kidding? It's good enough that he doesn't make Bernadette angry. Howard couldn't help but raise his voice. No, because she knows Sheldon, she won't be really angry, but she will be anxious to give birth to the baby quickly and get rid of Sheldon. To a certain extent, Sheldon can help to induce labor. Ron was not bragging. Sheldon's buff for inducing labor has been effective more than once. The first time was when Missy was giving birth. Because she was impatient with Sheldon's chattering beside her, she gave birth to the baby 3 hours earlier than the doctor estimated. Even the pregnant woman who Sheldon casually chatted with at the bus station gave birth to the baby 2 days earlier because of Sheldon's dislike. Now, Bernadette's due date has arrived, and there is no risk of premature birth. Let Hilton try it, maybe it will work. The light in Howard's eyes became brighter and brighter. He parked the car on the side of the road and took out his mobile phone. I'll call Sheldon now. Half an hour later, when Ron and the others arrived, Sheldon had already arrived. He spread a chessboard of unknown type on the ground like a carpet. He was calculating on the chessboard with a small notebook, and Bernadette was sitting aside with no hope in life. Howard went to give his child's mother a big hug. Honey, I was afraid you would be bored at home, so I specially asked Sheldon to accompany you. How do you feel? Bernadette rolled her eyes at Howard and lowered her head to her belly and said, please, come out soon, baby. If you are born now, I will buy you a pony. Sheldon noticed the visitor and showed a rare expression of surprise. Oh, Ron is finally back. What a surprise. Did you miss me? Ron was a little surprised. Although he and Sheldon were brothers, Sheldon's attitude towards him was not as good as Leonard. He always looked like he had little affection for his family. It was incredible that he was surprised to welcome him back. Could it be the same as what his mother said? Does Sheldon really care about his family and his heart? Otherwise, he is crazy. Of course, Sheldon nodded. I was just worrying that this board game requires 8 players, and there are only 7 of us including Raj. Now that you're back, we finally have all the people. This board game is called the North African Campaign. You guys are back first. Do you want to play the German army or the Allied army? Sheldon handed over a box of chess pieces. Ron looked at the box speechlessly. Okay, it turns out that I thought too much. You're worthy of being like this, Sheldon. You haven't changed at all. Change? Why should I change? Sheldon asked curiously. Ron and Howard looked at each other and saw helplessness in each other's eyes. Since they were already there, they each chose a chess piece to join the game. To be precise, they were only responsible for throwing the dice, and Sheldon was responsible for all the calculations and judgments. Time passed little by little in the boring game, and all the friends gathered together one after another. The cheerful atmosphere lasted until Amy came in and said casually, Bernadette, how is little Mike? How long will it take before we can see him, Mike? Howard shuddered all over and turned to glare at Bernadette. You actually named our child behind my back, Amy. Bernadette glared at Amy fiercely, and Amy quickly shrank behind Sheldon. Seeing that his plan was exposed, Bernadette simply revealed his cards and announced loudly, What's wrong with the name Mike? It's my father's name, while the people who were eating onlookers on the side exclaimed. I don't want our child to be named after your father, Howard protested with a guilty conscience. He thought he would be scolded by Bernadette. Bernadette has always been strong-willed, but unexpectedly, Bernadette changed to a gentle and somewhat sad tone this time. I didn't want to say it, but my father is going to die, really? Howard's attitude began to soften. Of course, one day. Look at his eating habits. Besides, everyone can't escape death. It's just a matter of time, right? Bernadette said shamelessly, and Howard was furious. But since it's the name of our child, at least we should both agree, right? We made it together, of course. I was pregnant with her and stayed in bed for 4 months for him to work at the expense of my body, and he will soon break out of my body, just like the little man breaking through the wall in the advertisement. And you? You just gave away a piece of DNA. Howard had no way to deal with Bernadette, so he could only look to Ron for help. Under Howard's pitiful gaze, Ron could only come out helplessly. If that's the case, then the child should be named after Howard's mother. After all, she really passed away. I know you don't really have to name the child after your father, you are just angry that Howard can't help it all during this period. Howard, this is your fault. Apologize quickly. I'm sorry, honey, I was wrong. Howard saw that Bernadette's attitude also softened, and hurriedly apologized. Bernadette snorted and turned her head away. Howard secretly gave Ron a thumbs up and mouthed, You have a solution. What should we do now? Ron didn't look at him and continued to say to Bernadette, As a mother, you must want this child to have a nice name. Since everyone is here today, why don't we discuss a name together? You pick the one you like best. Bernadette turned her head back with some attention. Ron saw that there was a way and quickly struck while the iron was hot. Penny, do you have any ideas? I always think Christian is a good name. I don't know, but this name gives people a feeling of being a non-Jew who has not been circumcised. Before Bernadette could speak, Howard shook his head and denied the answer. Okay, what about you? Raj, what do you think? At this time, Sheldon kept repeating the name of a general in the board game, and Raj was inspired. How about Paul? Paul Vogowitz? It sounds good. Bernadette nodded rarely. This was the first name she agreed to tonight. It sounds as nice as Kusapali, Raj boasted proudly. Bernadette shuddered. Okay, now you ruin this name. What's the next one? Sheldon. Sheldon. We are discussing important things. Can you please pause the game for a while? Ron called twice, and Sheldon raised his head and pouted unhappily. What a bummer. Have you chosen a name for the baby? Then we can continue playing, of course. Well, how about Bissy Vogwijang? Bissy, from Shelley's poem. Okay, solved. Let's continue playing games, Sheldon said perfunctorily and lowered his head again. You? Ron turned around and was about to ask his biological parents for their opinions on this name, but saw them both shaking their heads. They stopped talking halfway and said, Okay, next one. Leonard, do you have any good suggestions? Well, some people name their children after places, such as NBA star Kobe, who was named after his father when he ate beef in Kobe, Japan. Kobe means Kobe. Many Americans do name their children in this way, but the Howards were still not satisfied. But I can't name my child Pasadena, right? I think I'm starting to have contractions. Dr. Bernadette cried out in pain, and Howard hurriedly helped her up with concern. Come on, I'll take you to the hospital now. After Howard finished speaking, he looked at Ron and was about to speak, but Ron had already waved at them. No need to say, I know, I'll keep an eye on Harley for you, right? You can go with peace of mind, leave it to me. When Howard and his wife left and Ron returned to the room, Sheldon finally breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, they are finally gone. If I wait any longer, I don't know if I can hold back and tell them the name of my future child. That's right, Sheldon. You actually thought about the name of our future child? Amy was moved and sat next to Sheldon. Ron said with a smile, so you want to keep your favorite name for your own child, right? Can I know what name you plan to give your child? Bruce Wayne, Barry Allen, Steve Rogers. Our child will definitely be cool in the future. Sheldon listed the names of more than a dozen superheroes in a row and said excitedly. Ron shook his head. I am sure that your first child will never be called any of these names. Do you believe it? Impossible. Sheldon denied it. How about this? Let's make a bet. Everyone here is a witness. Ron smiled mysteriously, tore off a page from the notebook on the table, wrote a name on it, folded it and handed it to Sheldon. I bet that your first child's name must be this. Chapter 583 Missing Root, Missing Salmon. How is that possible? You must be playing a prank on me again. Sheldon's hand just touched the small note, and he immediately took it back as if it was a hot potato. I almost forgot. You are an agent. You must have used some invisible ink to write something on it, and after I name the child, you will use your dirty agent methods to change the name to the new one. How is that possible? Let's not talk about whether there's the invisible ink you mentioned. Even if there is, I won't use it to play such a boring trick. If you are still worried, you can put it in your bank safe and put it together with your precious comics, Ron said angrily and amusedly. Don't think I don't know that the bank's security system is like a child's play for people like you. If you expect the bank's security to stop you, I might as well raise a dog and put the note in the dog's collar, Sheldon accused indignantly. Everyone was stunned and looked at Ron thoughtfully and nodded. Ron could only spread his hands helplessly. There was no way. Sheldon was telling the truth. The security systems of those banks were indeed not much better than a dog for him. There was nothing he could do about it. Who made the security of those banks so weak? If it weren't for the constraints of ethics and morality, Ron could even use the bank as an ATM. Okay, then how about this? You believe that Amy will never collude with me to cheat you, right? Amy probably won't cheat me with you. What do you want? Sheldon stared at Amy and thought for a while before slowly nodding. Amy was angry for a while, but decided not to argue with Sheldon. From the moment she decided to marry this man, she already knew what kind of idiot she was going to marry. It's easy. Show this note to Amy now. When the time comes, let Amy be the judge and you will know whether I have lied to you or not. If you are still worried, you can appoint another friend to look at this note. Then when your child is born, the result will be known. However, if you lose the bet, you will have to provide scientific help to your dear brother for free in the future. Ron generously handed the note to Sheldon again. This time Sheldon did not refuse. He took the note and handed it to Amy. Amy hesitated a little, but when she saw Ron nod to her, she took the note and opened it. Oh my God. It's actually, Amy exclaimed, realizing that she almost let it slip. She quickly covered her mouth, looked at Leonard in surprise, and then looked at Ron, with an incredible face. How is it possible? Will Sheldon really do it? He definitely won't. What's wrong? What did Ron write on it? He didn't write Tobey Maguire, did he? Well, I did think of naming the first child Spider-Man, and he guessed it, Sheldon complained in frustration. But Amy shook her head at Sheldon. No, I promise, Ron didn't write Spider-Man's name, not Spider-Man. Then what did he write? Did he write the name of the villain? It wouldn't be Dr. Octopus, would it be the Joker? Or the Green Goblin? Sheldon reported a series of names of famous Marvel villains, but they were all rejected by Amy one by one. This time, Sheldon's curiosity was even stronger, but he was a person who strictly abided by his promises, even to the point of obsessive-compulsive disorder, so he had no choice but to scratch his head in anxiety. I am now beginning to seriously doubt Amy's credibility, and I request to add another designated witness. No problem. This is what I promised just now. It's up to you, Ron said casually and easily. He was confident that he would definitely win. I designate Leonard, Sheldon pointed. I want Leonard to be a witness together, Amy passed the note to Leonard, and then he showed an expression that was even more shocked than Amy's just now. Oh my God. How could it be otherwise? Sheldon would never do this. This time Sheldon was even more anxious. Ron, did you cast a spell on the note? Why are they all like this? You must have written something special on the note. By the way, did Ron write something threatening on it? Leonard and Amy shook their heads together, and then looked at Ron. They could never have imagined that Ron would write such a name on the note. The content of everyone's chat then turned into Sheldon constantly guessing the name Ron wrote, and the scene of Leonard and Amy constantly shaking their heads was really boring. In the end, when Howard's son was born, Sheldon still couldn't guess the name Ron wrote, and finally left angrily. After Sheldon left, Leonard secretly approached Ron. Ron, do you really think Sheldon would name his first child after me? This is too magical. I would rather believe that after he won the Nobel Prize, he named his son Nobel. This is more like his character, so, do you want to take a gamble too? The bet is that you will work for me for free like Sheldon in the future. Ron showed a professional smile, which made Leonard quickly recall his tax records before he could calm down. I won't gamble. I know you never do things without confidence. No matter how difficult the task is, you can complete it perfectly. Maybe you will come up with an idea to let Sheldon change his name to this, Leonard muttered in a low voice. What did you say? Ron didn't hear the last few words of Leonard clearly. No, nothing. Okay, listen to me. Ron took a deep breath and said slowly, although Sheldon still looks like he did when he was a child, selfish, self-centered, like a robot, he has really changed and started to warm up. How is that possible? Sheldon is still the same, I mean it. You didn't notice it because you are with Sheldon almost every day. In fact, he has changed a lot. At least 10 years ago, I could never imagine him in a relationship. Now he is not only in a relationship, but he is even preparing to get married. Did you know? In fact, my family and I have already made plans for him to live out his life alone. We even booked a bed for him in the nursing home in our hometown, but now it seems that the bed will not be used, Ron said with some regret. Leonard was speechless. Isn't this a good thing? The naming storm passed just like that. Except for Sheldon, Amy and Leonard, who kept Ron's note in their hearts, everyone else thought Ron was just joking. When Howard came back from the hospital, everyone had a drink at the bar and each of them passed out. With the accumulated fatigue from the British incident, Ron slept until noon the next day, and then woke up to the ringing of his cell phone again and again. No matter who you are, you'd better give me a reasonable reason, otherwise your family will visit your grave next year, Ron picked up the phone and said viciously. The murderous aura in his tone scared the other party even through the phone, and it took a long time for him to recover. It's me, Finch. Finch, calm down, something big has happened. Do you still remember the route we threw into the mental hospital before? Of course I remember. Isn't that a psychopath who worships machines and worships them to the point of madness? I also remembered the crazy woman who took Finch hostage to Washington to find machines, but found nothing. What happened to her? She escaped from the heavily guarded mental hospital. She also killed a pair of NSA agents who were about to kill her. I don't know when that crazy woman has such strength. Although NSA agents are relatively useless, they are not useless to this extent, right? Ron asked curiously. According to the information Ron found, this crazy woman is a top hacker, which is fine, but she has no combat ability. She has not received any professional training. The reason why she was able to successfully hold Finch hostage before, in addition to her own wisdom, is mainly because Finch is too useless. Although the NSA agents are no match for Ron, they are still elites who have experienced many battles and passed cruel selection. Because the machine found her again and took the initiative to kill her. You are right, Ron, the machine is gradually getting out of control. Maybe one day in the future, it will really become a monster. But fortunately, it has not broken through yet. The restriction program I set for it only allows it to enter those special attacks, but not kill them. Asimov's 3 laws of robotics. Ron smiled sarcastically. You don't really think that the 3 laws can have any effect on an artificial intelligence? I know of several ways to find loopholes. I don't believe that with the intelligence of artificial intelligence, it can't think of these. Finch was silent for a moment. We will talk about this issue later. The most urgent task is to find General, otherwise, no one knows how much trouble she will cause outside. Don't forget that she now has the help of machines, which means that she can avoid our pursuit at any time. Do you have any good ideas? I think the best way is to find your machine and smash it completely, or implant a new program into it, at least make it completely obedient to the master. Before that, we have no other way. Ron thought about it and could only say so. In fact, in this information age, there are all-round monitoring machines, which can make anyone help bite infinitely close to God. Even Ron and Finch's current conversation is under the monitoring of the machine. Unless all the network cables in the world are unplugged and all the signal receivers are turned off, no one can do anything about such an omniscient and omnipotent thing. Finch hesitated and said, "Well, if I say I can provide you with some useful clues, will it be easier to find useful clues? Why not let Reese find it, because a new number has appeared. We need to help this suspected victim, Timothy Sloan, the Los Angeles public estate investigator, so this matter can only rely on you, Ron. Okay, tell me the clues and prepare the reward. Let's make it clear that no matter whether there is a result or not, I will go to you for the money." Ron agreed unhappily. After a while, an address was sent to his mobile phone. This address happened to be not far from Ron, in the student apartment near Caltech. "Can you tell me where this is?" "That apartment is Miss Sam's room. I promise to respect each other's boundaries, but for 8 hours, there has been no response to the contact information we agreed upon. Based on some clues I have collected, I think it is very likely that Jen has gone to find her." As Finch was speaking, there was a rustling sound from the other side. In addition to her own voice, there was another strange man's voice reminding him to be careful of mice. Ron couldn't help but feel strange. "Then where are you now?" "I'm with Mr. Sloan. By the way, my current identity is also a Los Angeles estate investigator, his new partner. We are now cleaning up the estate of a deceased person with a collector's habit. Did you know that some lunatics even keep leftover pizza boxes for collection? I've heard a little about it. In fact, in order to prevent my brother Sheldon from becoming a real lunatic one day, my mother has investigated the behavioral patterns of all lunatics as a response. Fortunately, so far, apart from arrogance and being annoying, no other symptoms have been found in him. Otherwise, maybe your suspected victim will be sent to clean up my brother's belongings one day. Goodbye, I'm leaving." Ron casually complained about Sheldon and then got ready to go. Finally, they arrived home, which was only a 20-minute drive away. Since they didn't have the key, Ron had to use a wire to poke open the door of Salmon's house. Just when he pushed the door halfway, he found something strange. Ron stopped pushing the door and reached into the crack of the door beside his knees. Sure enough, he touched a thin line that was almost invisible, connecting the wall in the direction behind the door. As expected, he took out a grenade from behind the door. With an old-fashioned defense method after clearing the trap at the door, he opened the door of Salmon's house. There was no other obstacle inside. A simple room that was so simple that there was almost no trace of a woman appeared in front of him. Not to mention the pink sheets and quilts like those in Caroline's room, there was not even a dressing table. You know, even Max has a little bear in his room for him to sleep with, but in Sam's room, in addition to a simple bed and table, there was only a whole cabinet of various guns. "I have good news and bad news, Finch." Ron answered Finch's phone again. "The bad news is, I've been to Sam's house, and I didn't find any signs of fighting in his house. Everything was tidy as if she had never come back. If she was forced to leave with someone, then the first scene must not be in her house." "What about the good news? You must have clues about Sam's, right?" "Yes, but as you guessed, Sam's been kidnapped," Ron said, sending a photo. Chapter 584 Parallel and Intersecting Events. In the photo, Jen was dragging the unconscious Sam N toward the truck next to him. This was captured by the camera downstairs of Sam N's apartment. "Well, you're really quick, but someone is even quicker than you. Just now, Reese told me something that I think I need to tell you." Finch's voice became a little strange. "There was a car robbery in northern Los Angeles. A car driven by two women broke down in the middle of the road and asked for help from a car on the side of the road. The driver was knocked unconscious by something while helping them check the car. When he woke up, the car was gone." Ron's expression became serious. "It should be a stun gun, but your news is indeed bad news. Let me confirm with you again. When the driver saw the two women, did he find any signs that one of them was coerced by the other?" "No." "Well, it seems that the worst has happened. Although I don't know what means Jen used, now Sam should have changed from being coerced to a cooperative relationship. In other words, the two of them have teamed up." Ron rubbed his temple and shook his head. "Now, their biggest shortcoming has been made up. One has the help of Sky Eye and is full of wisdom and strategies, and the other has rich combat experience. If we can't find them quickly, God knows what they will do. How is your side? It sounds like your voice is a little breathless. Are you just doing good things? Ron's joke did not make Finch relax at all. He was breathing heavily with the support of Reese. Just now, when he and the suspected victim were investigating the inheritance, they were guided by a message from the deceased and came to a warehouse that the deceased had rented before his death. Unexpectedly, there was nothing in this warehouse except a string of handwritten codes on the wall. Just when they took pictures and prepared to go out, they turned around and found that there was a hidden camera in this room that was monitoring everything. When they were about to go out, the door of the warehouse suddenly fell. The fire sprinkler started working, but it didn't spray water, but a light brown liquid. Finch wiped a little on his nose and asked, "Oh no, it's gasoline." Run, but the iron door was automatically locked when it fell. Just when they were extremely desperate, the iron door suddenly clicked and was violently broken open from the outside. Reese picked up Princess Finch and ran out with their suspected victim. Just less than 3 seconds after they left the warehouse, the motor in the warehouse suddenly flashed blue sparks, setting the entire warehouse on fire. No, I just survived a disaster. I just found out that the deceased we are investigating is not simple either. He may be a hacker member of a group that opposes the US surveillance network. Although his death was disguised as a normal death, I seriously suspect that there is another hidden story. Okay, then you guys keep going. Remember, if you need help, you can always call me. I don't mind making more money. When Ron and Finch were at a loss about Sam's whereabouts, the protagonists who gave him a headache, Sam and Jen, happened to come to the park in southern Los Angeles one after another. So what is our mission? We will know soon. Jen stuck a bulging file bag under the park bench. This is insurance, but you still didn't tell me where to go next. Go down there. Jen stopped after hearing the prompt in the headset, lifted the cover of the sewer, and pulled Sam into the sewer together. As soon as she entered the sewer, Jen immediately used the things at hand to combine into a strange torch, and handed it to Sam with a HUD lit, a hot spray gun made of spaghetti and an oxygen cylinder. So what do you want me to cut? This, Jen knocked on the iron door next to him. The last time I used the spray gun was to get information from an ignorant person. Tell me what I'm going to do this time? Otherwise, I'll leave immediately. Do you want to hear the truth? Actually, I don't know either. Most of the time, I'm told what to do at the last second. He is the one who controls the overall situation, the real God. Jen pointed to her headphones with a fanatical expression. This was not an exaggeration. She really worshipped the machine invented by Finch as if it were God. The only thing I can be sure of is that I need you. Then don't block my way. Sam pushed Jen away and turned on the switch of the oxygen cylinder. The flame of the torch sprayed forward along the direction of the oxygen flow, and soon welded the iron door in front of them. This way, Jen led the way in front, through the long underground corridor. When they came out, they had already arrived at an apartment building. They pried open the door of one of the apartments, and what appeared in front of them was a single apartment that was so empty and simple that it seemed as if no one had ever lived there. Jen sat down on the table as if he had come to his own home, picked up the apple on the plate and ate it, while Sam walked around the room in a panic. Where is the owner of this house? Behind you, Jen pointed casually, and Sam turned around quickly, just in time to meet the black man who was rushing towards him. Sam stretched out her hand to block, grabbed the arm that was punching her, and pulled it back, and the black man fell to the ground. But this move was not the best choice for a male opponent who had an advantage in height and weight. When the black man fell, he reached out and pulled Sam to the ground with him, but he quickly got up. When he was about to step on Sam's stomach, Jen suddenly started to move. She threw the apple at the black man, and took out the stun gun from her pocket while attracting his attention. With a slightly trembling scream, the black man was thrown to the ground. Well trained, wearing a cheap suit, he is a CIA agent. This is the CIA intelligence handover point. What did you bring me here for? Jen did not answer, but dialed a number on the landline next to him. After a brief chat with the other party, he confirmed that the goods would be handed over at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, and then hung up the phone. Samoan was even more confused. Goods? What goods are he talking about? Jen took out a hood and cable tie from the table under the phone and handed them to Sam. I am the goods. Ron hung up the phone and dialed again immediately. Hello, Carl. Arrange 20 drones for me to monitor the blocks along 5th Avenue 24 hours a day. You know the woman in the photo I just sent? Yes, boss. A baby-sounding answer came from the phone. Ron was surprised and quickly rechecked the number. After confirming that he had not dialed the wrong number, he tentatively asked, "Carl, is that you?" "No, boss, Carl is dating his new girlfriend." "I am Liam." Ron slapped his head and remembered why he felt that the voice was very familiar just now. Liam, who is 7 years old this year, is the 6th child of the Gallagher family and the only child who is not the biological child of old bastard Frank. Why does Ron know this? Of course it's because of the skin color. Frank, the old bastard, and his wife are both pure white people, without a trace of black blood, while Liam was born with a black complexion, which is so dark that it can make people imagine at a glance. What else can Frank do? Of course, he chooses to forgive her and adopt the child. There was a noise in the receiver, and Liam scolded the noisy child in a baby voice, and then continued, 20 drones are launched, right? I'll arrange it now, brothers, work for Boss Ron, release the drones, and find women for the boss. Ron hung up the phone with a black line. Forget it, find a woman if you want to. It's better than not working. Anyway, Fiona is used to her promiscuity. If you think about the work efficiency of Carl's Information Service Center, which is purely composed of poor children from the slums, to be on the safe side, Ron called Ethan again and asked him to help keep an eye on the CIA's operations in Los Angeles. Although I don't know what the ultimate goal of Jen is, but if she can convince Sam to participate in her plan, then this goal is likely to be related to the CIA. The next morning, at the CIA's temporary intelligence handover point hidden in the bachelor's apartment, there was a knock on the door at 8 o'clock. The CIA is finally here to hand over. Jen showed a smile that everything was under control and tied himself up with a cable tie. Any last words? Salmon was still confused about Jen's plan. In his eyes, this was tantamount to surrendering himself to the CIA, but compared with his previous performance, he was not so stupid. 24,381, this is your handover code, whatever. Salmon put a hood on Jen and turned to open the door. As soon as the door opened, he was greeted by a fist. Salmon quickly lowered her hood to avoid it. Before he could rejoice, she felt a sharp pain in her stomach, almost fainting from the pain. When she finally came to her senses, he was sitting on the floor of the living room against the wall. With just this one kick, it was kicked directly from the door to the wall of the living room opposite the door. There was a distance of 7 or 8 meters in between. Salmon was just about to struggle to resist. His eyes passed the foot that had just kicked him away and fixed on the face of the intruder. Ron, why is it you? You actually kicked me. Sorry, it was a conditioned reflex, and my action couldn't keep up with my brain. I thought it was that person who opened the door, so I wanted to teach her a lesson. I didn't expect it was you who opened the door. It was too late to hold it back. I'm old, and my body doesn't obey me. Sorry. Not only was there no apology in Ron's tone, he even took out a pistol and pointed it at Salmon, and said in a mean way, as I said just now, I'm old, and my body is a little out of control. I suggest you don't move around. What if I get nervous and Parkinson's disease strikes early, and I accidentally let a gun go off? That would be very troublesome. Salmon was furious. You should know that since you chose to team up with Jen, you have temporarily stood on the opposite side of me. Now there is no way to determine whether you are an enemy or a friend. In order to ensure my own safety, I can only temporarily bear the grievance. Ron threw the handcuffs on the ground in front of Salmon with his other hand. You should be very familiar with this thing. Put it on yourself and don't play tricks, otherwise I'm afraid I will get sick. Ron. How could he be here? Jen, who is in the hood, struggled violently. Impossible. This is impossible. The omnipotent machine didn't say you would come. If Ron's physical attack on Master Salmon was just a physical blow that made her physically painful, then it was a mental attack on General. Jen believed in the omnipotent machine, but now, Ron didn't even have any signs of coming, and even the machine didn't notify her. For a moment, she felt a little bit of faith collapsed. Why can't I come? Do I need your permission to arrest you? Ron said proudly. Time goes back to yesterday. Ron was about to call Ethan, but he stopped when he thought of the machine's ability to monitor the entire network. Then he returned to the Special Operations Team base, left all the electronic devices on his body, followed the sewer to Ethan's apartment, and bypassed countless cameras in the corridor to meet up with Ethan. He logged into the CIA internal system through Ethan's computer and found an operation with the code name of Root in the capture operation. Then he once again went through the sewer to get to this apartment in the same way as Sam and the others, and ambushed the two agents who came to meet Sam in advance. But the machine clearly didn't predict you. The machine will not make mistakes. Ron tore off the hood on Root's head, and Root roared like crazy. Machine? No matter how powerful a machine is, it is nothing more than a broken computer with an intelligent program installed. If you cut off all the network cables in the world, it will be no different from scrap metal, Ron said with a disdainful sneer. You don't even need to cut off the network cables. As long as you know the appropriate method, it will be no different from waste, don't you think? When Ron said the last part, he was almost talking to Jen's face. Her Bluetooth headset was not taken off yet. Originally, Sam was going to take it off when he was waiting for the handover, but now it has become a tool for Ron to provoke the machine. But I don't know if the machine really has no emotions, or if it was also hit by Ron's sudden appearance, and there was no response. Now, can you tell me what your plan is? If your plan is interesting, I don't mind helping you to make things difficult for the CIA. CIA is CIA, Ethan is Ethan, and the IMF to which Ethan belongs is just a department affiliated with the CIA. It spends CIA funds and enjoys CIA intelligence, but does not obey the CIA at all. It only listens to the president's orders, so the CIA has always disliked them. The last time the turmoil of abolishing the IMF was partly due to the CIA's true dislike for them. Therefore, if Ethan knew that Ron was using the information he gave to make things difficult for the CIA, not only would CIA not be angry, but she would applaud. Jen gritted her teeth and was about to start scolding, but the machine in the headset suddenly spoke, giving her a new instruction. What? You want me to assist Ron? Okay, I get it. Chapter 585 CIA Black Prison. Compton, a small town under the Los Angeles line, is a satellite city of Los Angeles like Pasadena, but there is nothing else worth noting here except a few blocks. Ron never thought that the CIA would have a prisoner detention and transfer center here. When he escorted Jen here according to the prompts of the machine, he was really surprised. In this underground garage with a sign of dangerous building renovation and no entry hung on the door, 2 rows of iron cages were neatly arranged. Ron stuffed Jen into one of the cages according to the instructions, and was stopped as soon as he came out. The middle-aged white agent stretched out his hand to him. Agent Jesse, I'm Nick, the chief judge here. The new goods have just arrived, it's a bit late, and we are preparing to transfer all the prisoners. Agent Jesse is the name of the unlucky guy that Ron impersonated, and he is still locked in the closet of the intelligence transfer station. Why do you want to transfer? I just arrived. Ron stretched out his hand and shook it, then asked in confusion. You know the rules, Jesse. They have to be transferred every 72 hours so that we can interrogate them indefinitely. Got it, Agent Nick said as a matter of course. According to U.S. law, all law enforcement agencies can detain suspects for up to 72 hours without evidence, but in law, the basis for this determination is based on the location of the suspect. That is to say, if you are detained in Los Angeles for 72 hours, but are sent to New York before the statute of limitations expires, the time will be refreshed and the count will be restarted from the moment of the transfer. This is a trick often used by law enforcement agencies to exploit legal loopholes, and even the most professional lawyers find it difficult to catch it. Next, there is a long waiting time. Because they have to wait for other suspects, Ron wandered around for a while without doing anything, until another suspect was locked up. Ron was alert. That's him, right? Ron asked softly. No one answered him, but the mobile phone in his pocket vibrated, indicating that the answer was correct. This person is called Jason Greenfield, who is the target that the machine arranged for Jen and Sam to team up to rescue. Interestingly, this person is also the younger brother of the suspected victim that Reese and Finch are protecting. He was secretly arrested by the CIA, and then you can't do this to me. I'm an American citizen. I have legal rights. You can't keep moving me like this, Jason screamed as he was stuffed into the cage next to General. When the agent who locked him up walked away, Jen immediately pretended to lean against the wall and whispered to him. Ron's mouth curled up a smile. Although he didn't know what this person meant to the machine and why the machine arranged for someone to release him, the machine must have a reason to do so. In this way, a deal could be reached. Listen, Big Iron Block, you really want to save that person, right? As Ron's phone vibrated, indicating that the machine agreed with his statement. But now you know that I've gotten involved. I think you know my real strength very well, right? as long as I'm here, unless you can use the damn technical means to mobilize a battalion-sized army, you can't stop me from doing anything I want to do, right? This time there was a slight pause. Probably the machine was trying something, or doing some calculations. After 5 seconds, it could only vibrate again helplessly to show its agreement. Then, let's make a deal. Ron's smile grew bigger and bigger. Now I'll help you rescue the person you want to rescue, and then you provide me with 10 information services. How about that? The phone vibrated violently twice to express strong opposition. Ron had no choice but to bargain with the machine. Well, it seems that 10 times is a bit too much. Then how about 9 times? 8 times? 3 times? 3 times is okay? This is my bottom line. If you still don't agree, I will kill that unlucky guy immediately. But this time the machine finally agreed. What are you talking to yourself about, the new guy over there? Let's go. Agent Nick waved to him from a distance. All the prisoners were loaded into a truck disguised as a cold meat truck. Ron sat on the passenger seat. I'm with you. I can't let this person out of my sight. You don't know how difficult she is. Of course I know. The higher-ups specifically told us to let the captors be escorted along. I heard that she killed a whole team of NSA agents before. Is that true? Is such a woman really that powerful? She looks like she has almost no signs of training, Agent Nick asked gossipingly. Of course it's true, but it has nothing to do with her strength, but because of a special thing. Nick became more curious. What is that? It's a pity that I can't tell you. If I tell you, I have to kill you, because except for that crazy woman and me, everyone who knows about that thing has gone to see God. Do you still want to know now? Ron said, smiling grimly, revealing 8 new teeth. This smile was a smile he learned from Hannibal. No, not at all. Nick was frightened by Ron's murderous aura when he spoke, and shook his head quickly. Nick was so scared that the car returned to silence. When the car passed the park that Ron passed yesterday, Ron actually saw Reese's figure from a car on the side of the road. When he was still surprised, the homeless man who was slowly pushing a cart across the road on the side of the road suddenly pushed the cart hard. The cart immediately appeared in front of the escort car. Nick couldn't dodge in time, and the car crashed into it. The explosive device that had been hidden in the cart detonated, and with a bang, the paint splashed all over the car window glass, completely blocking the view. Nick, who lost his vision, could only crash the car into the street lamp. Ron realized something was wrong as soon as the homeless man appeared, and curled up his whole body in the seat. The moment the collision ended, Nick just raised his head in a daze, and Ron pressed the back of his head and hit him hard on the steering wheel again. The remaining scenes are not suitable for children. Please sleep for a while. Before he finished speaking, the hatch of the truck on the opposite corner of the street suddenly opened, and more than a dozen armed men with weapons and masks rushed towards Ron's car. Reese hurriedly stopped the car and fired 2 shots at the armed men before being discovered by them. 2 assault rifles immediately fired at him. Pistols versus rifles are absolutely disadvantageous. Reese was suppressed and couldn't raise his head. He quickly hid behind the stone roadblock on the side of the road and shouted in the communication channel, "Ron, are you okay? If you are okay, support me. Ron. Ron. Are you still alive?" "Of course I'm alive. You don't think you can kill me with just this little impact, right?" Ron kicked the car door open, and when he jumped out of the car, the muzzle of the gun immediately locked onto the heads of several gunmen. Just as he was about to shoot, his phone vibrated violently twice, which was the machine expressing opposition. Ron was stunned for a moment. Since the machine asked him to save Jesse, these people should be Jesse's enemies. Although the machine was instilled with some very saintly rules by Finch, there was no rule that said it could not watch others kill people. In fact, Ron had killed people in front of the machine more than once, but only this time, the machine expressed clear opposition. Ron hesitated and finally did not blow up these people's heads. The bullet accurately hit the wrist of the armed men who were besieging Reese with guns. Several people covered their wounds in pain and fell to the ground. Reese took the opportunity to jump out from behind the roadblock and started shooting while he was still flying in the air. Bang bang bang. Although Reese could not shoot while jumping and every shot was accurate, he was an elite agent of the CIA after all. At this distance, it was no problem to guarantee a half hit rate. And he was not as worried as Ron. The bullet shot through the chests of 2 people mercilessly, and it seemed that these 2 people were dead. After this wave of joint attacks by Ron and Reese, the militants immediately lost half of their people. "Okay, I'll listen to you and not kill them," But you have to give me a reason. Otherwise, believe me or not, I'll go out and kill them all right now, Ron asked angrily after getting into the car after being beaten to the punch by Reese. The phone vibrated again. This time it was a message. After Ron read it, he looked at the militants with a much more friendly look. The message on the phone was a report about the Black Panther Party's rebellion. Although the Black Panther Party was originally just a small party fighting for the interests of black people, after many improvements, especially after absorbing some advanced ideas from the East, it has gradually changed from a party that only seeks benefits for a single ethnic group to a great love organization that seeks benefits for all mankind. Therefore, Ron has a good impression of them. Really, why didn't you say so earlier? If that's the case, then I really can't just kill them casually. They're not thugs, they're warriors fighting for their dreams, I said as I looked over the bunker and took a look at the current battle situation. Thanks to Ron, Reese had seized the opportunity and killed a few more people. Now he has the upper hand with his marksmanship, and he's fighting against several militants alone. We can't go on like this. Ron shook his head, took out 2 smoke bombs and threw them forward. Reese, be careful. I'm throwing a grenade. Reese immediately retreated behind the bunker after hearing this. However, the explosion he expected did not happen. The smoke bomb that was thrown out burst out a large amount of smoke, which instantly blocked the blank area between Reese and the militants. What's going on? Is it a smoke bomb? Sorry, I made a mistake, Ron apologized, and then immediately changed to a nervous tone. Oh no, Jen ran away. I'll go after her now, I'll leave this to you. As he said that, Ron got into the truck, cut off the cable ties on Jen and Jesse, and carried them out of the car like chickens. I know you have prepared an emergency escape route a long time ago. Tell me now. It's over there. Jen pointed to the sewer cover in the park. That was the route she and Sam had taken before. Through this sewer pipe, not only can they go to the CIA's intelligence exchange station, but they can also go out of the city through another fork. Okay, then we'll leave from here, but before we leave, I need to give these idiots a little gift. Ron took out a pamphlet from his arms, and while running with Jen and Jesse, he threw it hard like throwing a frisbee, and the pamphlet was accurately thrown into the truck driven by the militants. At the same time, Jen also took advantage of the rare opportunity when Ron let go of his hand and took back the file bag he had hidden under the park bench next to the manhole cover. What is that? A new type of bomb? Jesse asked worriedly. He only saw Ron's movements, but he didn't notice Jen's small movements. It's a kind of bomb, but it's a mental bomb. Seeing that Jackson was still confused, Ron was too lazy to continue explaining. He turned his head and asked Jen next to him, the task given to you by the machine is to let him go, right? Did you prepare anything for him to escape? It's all here. Jen patted the file bag he had just taken back and handed it to Jesse. Inside is a runaway instruction. He will tell you where to go and what kind of people to find so that you won't be caught by the CIA again. There is also a bank card with $2.5 million on it, which is enough for you to live freely until you die. Tisk, the machine is really generous, much better than the stingy Finch, Ron said with some jealousy. But it was just talk. He hadn't gone so far as to rob a runaway. But I have a small question. Ron tapped his headset. Have you paid the tax for the money you prepared for him to run away? After Ron finished speaking, the two rolled their eyes. After sending Jesse away, he handed the route to Reese who had just arrived, and asked him to tell Finch to pay quickly. Ron turned around and got into the car and left. This was the first time Ron left Finch before getting paid. It was not because he didn't care about the money, but he had more important things tonight. Caroline, the silly girl, sent him a message saying that someone had taken a fancy to her personal experience and planned to adapt it into a movie, so she wanted to discuss it with Ron. In this case, Ron had to go. As a person who often hangs out in Hollywood, collecting taxes from major film companies, Ron knew too well how many scammers were under the banner of helping others make movies every day, but in fact they just wanted something exciting to happen. Ron would never allow anyone to do anything to his woman, so he had to go and check on that naive little silly girl. Caroline, can you not be so excited? Didn't we agree to talk after Ron comes? At Max's house, Max said helplessly to Caroline who was walking back and forth in the house like an excited chihuahua. I know, but I just can't stop. I'm too excited. Caroline even jumped twice while talking. Chapter 586 Daily Life. Then I advise you to calm down, because this is Los Angeles. In any bar, You can find a screenwriter who calls himself Beverly Hills Chloe and tells you that he thinks you have potential and should try your hand on the big screen. Then after you drink 2 glasses of wine with him, you pass out. The next day, you find yourself waking up in a room that is not much better than this one, all in a mess. Only to find out that he is just a poor screenwriter who can't sell a single script. Believe me, there are many such people in Hollywood. Ron's familiar voice sounded from the windowsill, and appeared at the windowsill in the yard along with Subeo's cheerful barking. Ron also fed Subeo with carrots very intimately. Sorry, I came a little early, so I took Subeo for you. You don't mind, do you? Ron climbed in from the windowsill, and was greeted by the surprised expressions of the 2 girls. Of course not, you came just in time. We were looking for you to discuss whether to sell Caroline's personal experience story to others and let them put it on the big screen. Although I will definitely not spend money to see this movie, why not? Imagine an angelic girl who was born with a silver spoon in her mouth, but because her father was slandered and her family fell into poverty, she fell into the slums and worked as a waitress to serve dishes, but she was still confident and optimistic. Caroline told her inspirational story with longing, but in return she only got a unanimous roll of the eyes from Ron and Max. If this is the real story, I believe he will be cursed by everyone. Don't forget old Mr. Channing, he was sent to jail for fraud. Although the people who were deceived were only the rich, there wouldn't be any fools among the ordinary people who would empathize with them. Ron stepped forward and took the initiative to burst Caroline's fantasy. I'm beginning to wonder which stupid company would focus on such a story. The business card they left for me is Lionsgate. Caroline handed the business card to Ron. Ron took a look and knew it was true. Generally speaking, those scammers who pretend to be screenwriters like to claim to be employees of the Big 8 Pictures. This way, they will be more convincing. Few people will pretend to be people from an unpopular small company like Lionsgate. This seems to be true. Are you really sure you want to let them shoot your biographical film? Ron's shoulders shrugged violently, as if he was forcibly holding back something. Caroline asked curiously, why not? What's wrong with this company? Well, it seems that you are too excited to learn about this company in advance. There is nothing wrong with this company itself. It can even be said to be a well-known film and television production company in Hollywood, but I can't help it. Let me laugh for a while. Ron finally couldn't help laughing wildly. Under Caroline's urging, he continued, but this company has always been mainly engaged in the production of horror and thriller movies. Imagine what it would be like if they came to make a biographical movie about you. It would probably be like Scary Movie 6. There would even be a madman in the movie chasing you with a chainsaw. I wouldn't be surprised at all. If there is such a movie, I will definitely buy a ticket to watch it, Max said with interest. Really, have you laughed enough? Caroline was so angry at the 2 of them that she stepped hard on the back of Ron's foot to express her anger. In fact, given her current situation, she doesn't particularly care about the income from selling scripts. What she really cares about is the opportunity to bring her own story to the screen. For a person with an expressive personality, this is simply a great honor. Ron certainly understands this very well. Okay, I've laughed enough. Seeing that Caroline was about to get really angry, for the sake of his happy life tonight, Ron immediately stopped laughing. But if you really want your story to be on the screen, I do have an idea. What? You're not going to add a perverted killer character to my movie, are you? Caroline said unhappily. Of course not. Ron shook his head, held up his chin and thought, I think if you are willing to give up the big screen and turn this story into a light comedy about 2 waitresses, I think there will be a lot of viewers willing to watch it. How is that possible? Before Caroline could speak, Max screamed first. No one would want to watch the story of 2 waitresses trapped in a low-end restaurant, who do nothing but work and insult each other every day. Even if there is, don't let anyone see it on TV. Max's reaction was a bit intense, which caught Caroline a little off guard, but everything was within Ron's expectations. Max may say that she doesn't care about anything, but in fact, she has always had a deep sense of inferiority about her background. Ron walked over and gently held her in his arms. Don't worry, no one intends to force you to play your own role. In fact, even if you are willing, considering the ratings, the film and television company is still more willing to use professional actors, but you can guest star as a casting director and choose the actor who best fits your image and temperament. Really? We can really? Caroline said in surprise. Under normal circumstances, as the original author of the story, you only have the right to provide suggestions to the screenwriter. But if you happen to have a friend who is an investor in this TV series, then you can have the final say on everything." Ron patted his right pocket confidently. In this pocket was the checkbook he carried with him, and the bank account corresponding to this checkbook had at least $30 million US. This was his latest income in recent times. Now the super battery project led by him has entered the final test stage. The money that should be spent has already been spent. Now the scientific research project not only does not require him to make additional investment, but it is possible to make a profit at any time. This made Ron start to worry deeply. It's not that Ron's nature has changed and he no longer likes money, but he feels a headache when he thinks about the taxes that will be paid on these incomes. Although Ron himself is a tax officer under the finance department, no one said that tax officers cannot legally avoid taxes, right? The most effective way to legally avoid taxes is to reinvest the money before the tax audit. As soon as this idea appeared in Ron's mind, he immediately thought of investing in the film and television industry, but he didn't expect that Caroline's story was favored by someone and planned to be adapted into film and television. This is not a coincidence. Who stipulated that Ron can invest in the film and television industry? As long as we set up a project based on Caroline's biography, set up a film and television crew, and then invest the money into the crew's funds, in addition to a series of expenses such as actor salaries and filming expenses, we can spend this money on ourselves in various names. For example, we can go out to eat luxurious meals in the name of food expenses. After all, no one stipulates that investors cannot eat lobsters on the set, right? We can buy some luxury furniture in the name of bringing props, and after the filming is completed, we can return it to our new home at a price of 1 cent. There are too many places to operate here. Ron seemed to have a golden road paved with dollars in front of him. This is a good idea. If we shoot a light comedy based on the two of us, what should the name of this TV series be? Caroline nodded happily. As long as her story can be put on the screen, she doesn't mind whether it is a movie or a TV series. How about calling it Two Broke Girls? You're bankrupt, and they're sisters. I have a feeling this show will be a huge hit. Really? That's great. Caroline threw herself into Ron's arms excitedly and gave him a kiss. Just as she was about to get up, she didn't want to be held by Ron, so she kissed him again. Ron didn't let her go until she was almost out of breath. He continued to hold Caroline with one hand, and opened his arms to Max with the other hand. What are you waiting for, baby? Shouldn't we celebrate today? Damn it, I still can't say no to you now. Max complained about the doctor in frustration, and simply followed Caroline's example and got into Ron's arms. After a sleepless night, Ron barely slept for a while until Caroline and Max went to work, but the sleep didn't last long. For his own career, Ron went to Hollywood as soon as he woke up and found several producers with whom he had a good relationship to consult on the relevant issues of setting up a crew. Ron had originally planned to register a company by himself, considering the possibility of using this method to avoid taxes for a long time. But after Sol told him about the complicated procedures, he decided to register the crew with an established film and television company or acquire a company that was about to go bankrupt. After handing over the acquisition of the company to Sol, Ron happily returned to his apartment. Oh, Ron, you're back just in time. This is for you. Good news. We have an invitation. Sheldon stuffed an invitation into Ron's hand. Ron looked down and saw that it was the invitation to his and Amy's wedding. Have you finally set a date for the wedding? It's not easy. I thought you would have to discuss this for at least another year. Wait, what is the pattern on the invitation? Ron asked curiously, holding the invitation. It's the MRI of our brains that was photoshopped together to look like we were kissing, Amy said proudly. Okay, sure enough, you freaks have different ideas than ordinary people, but in this case, can we discuss how to arrange your bachelor party? Ron put away the invitation, and immediately thought of countless fun ideas. Leonard, Howard, and Raj looked at Sheldon expectantly, but considering that Sheldon was the one who was going to host a bachelor party, they could only shut down 99% of the ideas in their minds. Bachelor party? How about arranging it this weekend? Let's have a crazy and exciting girls' night. Oh my god, I'm finally getting married, Amy jumped excitedly. While Sheldon's expression was much calmer, and it could even be said that there was no change. Sheldon glared at Leonard, and Leonard lowered his head in frustration. Okay, as Sheldon's best man, I have to regretfully inform you that there will be no bachelor party. Sheldon nodded with satisfaction. Tell them the reason, because you are always nagging and complaining. Where you are, There will be no party, Ron answered for Leonard unhappily. Of course not. A bachelor party is just a hedonistic party for the pursuit of physical pleasure. I have no interest in that. I would rather take a spiritual journey, like this. Sheldon took out a letter. When Ron thought he was going to show it to him, Sheldon poured a little of Ron's collection of whiskey on it, lit a fire and burned the envelope to ashes on a plate. What are you doing? I thought you were going to let us see the letter. No, I promised Dr. Walcott, who sent the letter, to burn it immediately after reading it. But I can tell you that the content of this letter is that he told me how to get to the map of his secluded cabin. I plan to spend this weekend with him in his cabin. Wait, isn't Dr. Walcott crazy? Raj stood up as if he had heard something. Of course not, he just lives in seclusion, specializing in studying mathematical problems. He has made a new breakthrough recently, which can solve the problem I encountered in string theory. So do you plan to go with me? Sheldon looked at everyone expectantly. Ron was the first to shake his head. First of all, exclude me. There will be no music, no girls, and no beautiful singing and dancing performances. Such a bachelor party is simply lame. Are all you scientists so boring? That's not the case, Howard denied loudly. Ron, however, curled his lips and began to complain. Your bachelor party became a one-man talk show for Raj. The specific content was the stories you had to tell other women, and you almost didn't get married because of it. Although I didn't go to Leonard's bachelor party, I heard that when you were driving a rented car to Mexico, the car broke down halfway. You repaired the car all night, and finally set it on fire and walked back. It really makes me worried that when Raj gets married, you will cause trouble again. Wait, isn't this the time to talk about your bachelor party? Amy stood up and walked between Ron and Raj. Shouldn't we be worried about Sheldon now, Ron? You can't let him go to a stranger's cabin in the deserted mountains alone. Hey, I'm grown up and don't need a guardian, Sheldon complained unhappily. I just need someone to take me in, pick me up after the event, and pack a lunch for me. While speaking, Sheldon stared at Ron closely. Don't worry, I won't do that, Sheldon. Ron spread his hands helplessly. But I know someone who is very willing to help, right? Leonard. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 587, Changes in the Calm. Because of the preparations for the wedding, Sheldon was finally tied up and had no chance to go crazy. Ron had a rare few days of leisure, but this leisurely day changed when he returned home today. Good evening, Ron. As soon as Ron opened the door, he saw Sheldon in a suit and tie waving at him in a friendly and almost flattering manner. This situation has never happened to Ron since Sheldon was born. For a moment, he even thought he had traveled to a parallel time and space. Are you really Sheldon? Ron was so surprised that he stuttered. Impossible, my brother can't be so polite. You must be a monster from an alien. Tell me, where did you hide my brother Sheldon? I'll hand him over. Ron vigilantly pulled out his pistol and pointed it at Sheldon, who looked innocent. Sheldon screamed and hid behind the sofa. Ron twitched his eyes. Well, judging from this reaction, it should still be Sheldon, and no one switched. Leonard quickly and carefully held down Annan's pistol. Ron, why don't you listen to what Sheldon says before making a judgment? Okay. Ron nodded and squinted at Sheldon. Go on, what do you want to say? Sheldon carefully poked his head out from behind the sofa, and after confirming that Ron had put the gun back into the holster, he cautiously came out from behind the sofa, as if he was about to get angry at Ron, but after Leonard winked at him, he retracted his angry expression and continued to change to the flattering expression just now. Ron, can you give me some money? Money? Are you planning to accept a gift? Well, I did prepare some for you. Ron took out a red envelope from his pocket and stuffed it into Sheldon's hand. Sheldon hurriedly opened it to check, but found that the red envelope only contained $2 100 bills, and he couldn't help but be disappointed. Why is there only so little money? Ron's face darkened, and he snatched the red envelope that Sheldon had just taken away. You don't like this little money. I'll give you a vase as a wedding gift when you get married. Wait. You can't do this, Sheldon screamed. I want money for science, not for my own enjoyment. You must help me. Thinking of the problems that Sheldon's scientific research strength has solved for him over the years, and the money he has earned, Ron's heart softened. Anyway, A large part of his money was earned by Sheldon. If Sheldon encountered any trouble in scientific research, it would be reasonable for him to help him solve it. Ron reluctantly took out his checkbook. Okay, I'll treat it as an investment in your scientific research. Let me make it clear that if this research generates income, all the income will belong to me. No problem, Sheldon agreed quickly. Ron took out a pen. How much do you want? 500 million, Sheldon said earnestly. Oh, Ron was about to write down the amount on the checkbook, but suddenly stopped and scratched his ear. Wait, how much did you say just now? I didn't hear clearly. 500 million, $400 million. Write it quickly, Sheldon urged heartlessly, not noticing that Ron's face had changed. $500 million, why don't you just rob? Ron stuffed the check back into his pocket. What are you crazy about? You need so much money? Do you know what $400 million means? Our IRS Special Operations team has only this much funding for half a year. Leonard, do you know what he is crazy about? I promise you that Sheldon is not crazy this time, Leonard said helplessly. Sheldon explained, today when we were in school, we thought of a way to prove string theory, which is to create a black hole. Create a black hole? I didn't know that black holes can be artificially created, Ron said in surprise. In theory, as long as you get 2,148 high-power lasers and compress 20 micrograms of gold to a small enough mass, you can create a micro-black hole. However, the cost of such a high-power laser is always an astronomical figure, so Sheldon asked for a high price. This is the cheapest price I can calculate, Leonard said helplessly. In fact, not only Sheldon, he is also very interested in this plan. They are all scientists. Although there are some differences in their levels, they are similar in their desire for the unknown. But if Sheldon and Leonard's ideas are all endless explorations of the unknown, then Ron's thinking is to start from reality. So, in addition to confirming string theory, what other benefits does this scientific research have for me or the world? Can this micro-black hole be weaponized? Do I need to worry that it will gradually expand by constantly absorbing the surrounding matter and eventually swallow up the entire Earth or the solar system? This possibility is not ruled out. Sheldon and Leonard looked at each other and nodded. Ron rolled his eyes. He was helpless with these two funny guys. So what is your purpose in doing this, Sheldon? Aren't you worried that it will create an apocalypse and destroy the entire human race? But at least they will know that I'm right before they die. Okay, you agree. No, I mean okay, I really should take you to see your brain. Ron sighed. Can't you ask the school for funding for this project? That's a good idea. Sheldon's eyes lit up, and his attention immediately shifted from asking Ron for money to how to get the money from the school. What clothes do you think I should wear to ask the university for this money? If you are a girl with a graceful figure, I suggest wearing a bikini under the windbreaker, but considering your not so voluptuous hardware conditions, I suggest you use a little trick. Unless your principal happens to have a hobby in this regard. Does he, Leonard? Ron looked at Leonard. Leonard thought for a moment and shook his head quickly. Ron spread his hands. Then there is no way. It seems that you can only rely on tactics to get this funding. How do you do it? Teach me, Sheldon urged urgently. First, you need to ask them for 20 million, Ron said with a sly smile. Tell them that they only need 20 million to successfully verify string theory. Sheldon shook his head blankly. Impossible. It's impossible to verify it this way. Of course, I know that, but after they invest 20 million, it will be much easier for you to ask them for an additional investment of 50 million. Ron's tone began to have a hint of conspiracy. Sheldon was fascinated, but Leonard felt a little chilled. But even with the 50 million, it's still a long way off. That's right, but with a total of 70 million sunk costs, if you ask them to double their investment, wouldn't it be easier? Ron tempted like a devil. After that, ask them to double it again, and then double it again, and the funds you want will be enough. In the spirit of a friend dies but a poor Taoist dies, Ron taught Sheldon all the secrets of how he used to defraud funds from the IRS. While Ron was teaching Sheldon the secret of defrauding funds, a secret meeting attended by all senior executives was also underway at the CIA headquarters in Langley, Virginia. It's been 3 months. I'm absolutely sure that Dad is dead. He was an important hidden military force deployed by our CIA in Africa. Although countless intelligence reports pointed to his death as a missile retaliation caused by the unauthorized attack on Chinese expatriates, according to witnesses, the person who actually killed Dad was the traitor born among us. The new head of the Stumbling Stone Project, Pamela Landy, stood up and made the final closing statement. We must admit that Bourne is no longer the sharpest dagger we once had. He has become the biggest destabilizing factor threatening the Stumbling Stone project. We must get rid of him." The director of the CIA tapped the table rhythmically. "Where's he now? The last time he appeared was in Russia, but that was 3 weeks ago. No one can be sure if he is still there." "Then why didn't you send someone to kill him immediately?" "Because we have no one available right now, sir." Pamela shook her head helplessly. "He used to be our most elite agent. Whether it's close combat with firearms or tracking or anti-tracking technology, he is at the top level. Ordinary people can't deal with him at all. And after my investigation, I found that this person has a deep social background. We handled her before too hastily." "Social connections? I don't understand what you are talking about. Wasn't he carefully selected by us? Wasn't he an agent born an orphan? Even if he dies, no one will remember to come to us for an explanation." The CIA director frowned slightly. He hated this kind of situation where he was out of control. "Yes, he is an orphan, but during her training at the Secret Service Academy, she also made some very powerful friends. Even Ethan, the super agent with a 100% mission completion rate in the IMF team, is his close friend, not to mention that he also maintains an equally close relationship with Ron, the sabotage king of the IRS." Pamela handed over the intelligence about Bourne's social relations that she had recently summarized to the CIA director. "There is intelligence that he was able to kill his father in Africa with the help of Ron." "Damn, it's this Ron again." The CIA director angrily threw the intelligence on the table. "Obviously, he knew Ron, and the way he met him was not pleasant. Is this Ron very difficult?" Pamela was promoted to her current position by rocket due to her family relationship. She only heard a little about the legend about Ron and didn't know much about it. However, everyone she met agreed that he was a very troublesome person. "It's more than difficult. If he stands against us, it will be more troublesome than 10,000 burns. What's more annoying is that our CIA is under the Pentagon and is under the jurisdiction of the Department of Defense. In the Department of Defense, many generals have a good impression of him. In other words, we have no way to deal with him openly. Do you understand?" "Okay, I understand." Pamela nodded unconvinced. Just as she was about to speak, an agent hurried in and said, "Oh no, something big has happened. Our stumbling block plan and prism surveillance plan have just been disclosed to the Russian media by a defector. They are now reporting on these things and have caused an uproar in Europe. What should we do now?" Pamela was interrupted by the sudden news and immediately stopped talking very smartly. Of course, he knew what the consequences would be if these secret plans of the United States were exposed. This can be seen from the fact that the director's fingers were knocking on the table more and more quickly. If he spoke now and couldn't come up with a solution, even with the support of the family power, the end would still not be much better. Coincidentally, all this was caused by Ron, whom they had just discussed. A day ago, the hacker who was deliberately let go by Ron successfully applied for political asylum in Russia, and then immediately convened a press conference with local media to vent his anger on himself and Bourne, who escorted him all the way to Russia. Pamela sat quietly aside, waiting for the director's reply. After about 10 minutes, the director's fingers tapping on the table suddenly stopped. "Let our media take action and say that all this is a Russian conspiracy. They have been anti-Russian for so long, and no matter how many times such conspiracy theories are said, they will believe it." As for the stumbling block project, the CIA director looked back at Pamela's face. "From now on, the stumbling block project is officially renamed the Black Rose Project, and you are in charge of it. Your first task now is to kill the whistleblower and Bourne." "Yes, sir." When the CIA meeting ended, Ron's action to ask for funds also ended in failure, and he sat on the sofa with a decadent look on his face. "No way? Did the school still refuse to provide you with funds even after you used my method?" Ron asked, puzzled. "Yes, I said everything you told me, but it was useless." "Wait, you said everything I said, word for word? Did you tell the school all the plans for additional funding?" "Of course, they didn't do what you said. They told me to get out," Sheldon said aggrievedly, and Ron covered his eyes in despair. "Sheldon, you are such a jerk. The plan for additional funding is a plan. You don't need to tell them. If you told them, how could you cheat them out of their money? This is all your fault. You didn't tell me that you couldn't tell me all the plans. What should I do now? Am I just going to give up such a chance to win the Nobel Prize?" Sheldon said unwillingly. Leonard put a cup of hot drink on the table for him. "Not necessarily. Maybe if we wait a little longer, when science is advanced enough, The price of high-power lasers may drop, just like the DVD players in the past. They used to cost thousands of dollars, but I used them to hit bugs a few days ago. Chapter 588 Wedding and Running Around. Speaking of DVDs, Ron thought of the DVD Toretto who once robbed a warehouse with a speeding car, and couldn't help but smile. That smart guy once said that if there were no second-hand dealers to buy those DVDs, he would have wanted to hoard them and wait for them to appreciate in value in the future. Fortunately, as soon as he ran away, Ron immediately dealt with all his appreciable investments. Ron, have you thought of a new way to defraud funds? Sheldon asked immediately when he saw Ron smile. No, I just thought of something happy. The only way I know has been taught to you, or you can try to make some money yourself. Ron leaned back on the chair indifferently, shaking his body and said, if you are willing to sit in a room that makes people vent and let others throw the ball at you, you will definitely make a fortune. Absolutely, $20 a time. There are many people in the school who are willing to play. If I can throw you with a DVD player, I am willing to pay $40, Howard echoed. Sheldon was so angry that he rolled his eyes, but he had no way to deal with these friends who laughed at him. He could only leave the apartment angrily and continue to think about his plan to defraud funds. However, less than 10 minutes after Sheldon left the apartment, all social media began to be flooded with the heavy news. Oh my God, our mobile phones and personal information have been monitored by the US government. It's terrible. Ron, Raj looked at the news on the phone in surprise and pushed Ron's arm. Ron frowned, and from Raj's words he showed a hint of unusualness. I remember there was such news a few days ago. You didn't just know about it, did you? Of course not. It's just that someone denied it last time and it was malicious slander by the Russian media, but this time is different. You see, this is a French journalist who risked his life to expose it. He also claimed to have even bigger news, a secret plan that the US government has been carefully operating for many years, the Black Rose Plan. He also mentioned the story of an agent named Jason Bourne who once worked for this plan. Ron, you are also an agent. Do you think this news is credible? Raj said, handing the phone to Ron. Ron recognized Bourne's familiar face at a glance. Of course it is credible. In fact, many years ago, the US government had arranged for people to develop a program for comprehensive monitoring of all network information. But don't worry, no agent will be interested in the little movies you downloaded on your mobile phone. At most, they will think it's good and make a copy for themselves. Ron looked at Raj and Howard who looked nervous and said, but this reminds me that someone seems to need my help. Guys, Sheldon's wedding is in your hands. I need to go to Europe now. Ron clearly remembered that the plan that Bourne participated in before was called the Stumbling Stone Project, but now it was given a strange name called Black Rose. Based on the previous intelligence, Ron didn't think they made a mistake at all. It is very likely that they just changed the name of the original plan. Then, a bigger problem followed. The name change of the Stumbling Stone Project must have happened recently. Who did this reporter get the news from? Ron keenly sensed a hint of conspiracy. Either this was a bait they were preparing to trap Bourne, or someone in the CIA had a change of heart and was ready to rebel. No matter which one it was, Ron felt that it was necessary for him to participate. The former could help his friends, while the latter could cause trouble for the organization he hated the most. In Paris, France, the busy Daily Truth newspaper was the first French media to expose the Prison Gate incident. At this moment, standing in front of the editor-in-chief was his most capable man, Simon Ross, a reporter who had received a huge amount of attention for reporting on this incident. Has your informant not yet revealed the full content of the Black Rose Plan? You know, if we can get a headline together, we will become the most popular newspaper in the whole of Europe. I know, but my informant didn't say anything. He is still hesitating. I think he is probably afraid, Ross said tiredly. The editor-in-chief was puzzled. What is he afraid of? The Black Roses are the executors of the mysterious plan we are going to expose. Although my informant did not say it explicitly, I guess they may be the world's most powerful intelligence agency, the CIA. Before Ross finished speaking, he was interrupted by a colleague who suddenly pushed the door open. Ross, there's a call for you. I don't know why it was called to me. Okay, I see. I'll go take a call. I will definitely follow up on this news, Editor-in-Chief. The Editor-in-Chief waved his hand helplessly, motioning him to go about his own business. Ron followed his colleagues out of the Editor-in-Chief's office, came to his workstation and picked up the phone. Hello, this is Simon Ross. Who are you? The low voice on the other end of the phone said quickly and concisely, "I read your article in the newspaper. I am the Jason Bourne in your story. I will be at the south exit of Waterloo Station in 30 minutes. After a simple sentence, the other party immediately hung up the phone. The whole process took no more than 15 seconds. When Ross dialed the phone again, no one answered. This was probably a joke. Ross had encountered this situation several times in his not-so-short career as a journalist. But if it was true, Ross knew that if he missed it this time, it would be extremely difficult to meet such an intelligence officer who had important clues. After a minute of hesitation, he decided to take the risk, took his interview backpack, walked out of the office, and hailed a taxi on the street. However, what he didn't know was that all his actions, except for the call from the mysterious man, were being closely monitored by the CIA. The only exception was that the call was too short and was made to the landline of his colleague's workstation, which was not within the scope of the CIA's pre-eavesdropping. It could be said to be a perfect example of taking advantage of the loopholes in the CIA's action thinking. The initiator of this call was naturally Bourne, who was extremely familiar with the CIA. Just when Ross started to act, Bourne had arrived at the station first. He didn't rush out, but walked around the station, familiarized himself with the terrain, and found a digital store and bought the cheapest mobile phone. Then he started to wait and see until the target appeared. Then Bourne pretended to be a pedestrian and mixed in the crowd. When he met Ross, he stuffed the newly bought mobile phone into his pocket and went to a secluded place to make a call. "Hello." Ross took out the unfamiliar mobile phone from his pocket in confusion. "Listen carefully and do as I say now. What's going on your left? At the 10 o'clock position, go to the opposite side. Listen to it and it must be a silver Chrysler station wagon. Someone is monitoring you inside. Directly in front, go to the opposite side at 12 o'clock. There is a man using a camera to monitor you next to the pillar on the second floor. You are now in the CIA's dragnet. Only by listening to me can you avoid them." Bourne put on the Bluetooth headset and moved along the blind spot of the camera while talking, guiding Ross's actions. Under his precise dispatch, the inexperienced Ross actually avoided one surveillance officer after another like a professional agent, and came to a man with a mask, pretending to talk to him, and then took the opportunity of the bus arriving at the station to pretend to get on the bus, and then mixed in with the crowd getting off the bus to escape the agent's sight. All these actions made Arthur, who had been watching, couldn't help but applaud. "Great, really great. I haven't seen such an outstanding agent genius in a long time. He is simply a master of anti-tracking. Even a novice can make the CIA's trash run around under his command. He really deserves to be the boss's good friend." Of course, his nickname is the Untraceable Person. In terms of anti-tracking, he is a real master. Ron nodded with a proud look and said, "But the CIA people can't always be trash. You must be ready to take action at any time. Arthur, this time I specially allow you to not consider any reason. You can kill people at any time as long as necessary. Understood, boss?" I have disliked those pretentious CIA agents for a long time. Ron and Arthur stood on the overpass next to the station, overlooking the entire station from a high vantage point. While they were chatting, the CIA people had already started to act and quickly arrested the hooded man with whom Ross had just pretended to talk. Because of Ross's previous actions, he was mistaken by the CIA as someone who was going to contact Ross, but they soon realized their mistake. The CIA agents who lost their target scattered their personnel again and began to expand the search area. Ross, who had already talked to Bourne at the door of the bookstore, felt nervous. Bourne had just warned him that the CIA might send someone to kill him. Now he saw everyone as a killer sent by the CIA. Under the tension, even the cleaner's action of taking tools out of the cleaning car was taken by him as a gun to kill him, and she fled in panic. Bourne shouted his name repeatedly, but failed to stop her unfounded panic. And this panic did not bring her any benefit. In a panic, he fled directly under the gun of the killer arranged by the CIA. Bang! With a crisp gunshot, a bloody hole appeared on my head and I fell to the ground. FK. What the hell? Bourne clenched the pistol in his pocket. He had just not had time to ask the reporter for information about the reporter's informant before he was killed by the CIA. The clues he had been tracking down with great difficulty were once again cut off. What was even more disgusting was that the CIA agents had surrounded the station. Judging from the shooting skills of the reporter just now, there were some very powerful experts among them. It seemed that it would be difficult to escape today. Just when Bourne was worrying about how to get out, someone suddenly patted his shoulder. Bourne jumped forward reflexively. Just as he was about to pull out his pistol and turn around, the hand holding the gun was held down by someone. A familiar voice sounded in his ear. "It seems that you need help, Bourne. I didn't expect that you were almost caught by the CIA again after such a short separation. Should I say that you are unlucky? Or are you looking for death, Ron?" Bourne turned around in surprise and hugged Ron. "Why are you here?" "The same reason you appeared here. When I saw the news about you in the newspaper, I guessed that you would come to find this reporter. As expected, I guessed it right. Do you need to escape now, brother?" "Of course, in my way this time," Bourne asked tentatively. "No, it's too boring to run away in the same way all the time. It's time for us to try a new way. Here, take this." Ron handed a small bag to Bourne. Bourne squeezed it habitually when he took it out. There was a pistol inside. He also had a pistol on him. He looked at Ron in confusion. "Glock 23, CIA's special sidearm, just taken out from those unlucky guys." Ron pointed in the direction of the station they had just come out of, and continued to explain. "Maybe you don't know, in addition to you, there happened to be a very interesting and important person at this station today. What do you think will be the consequences if he is shot by a CIA bullet at the station today? This is a good idea, but how can we make the people around that big shot believe that the bullet was shot from the muzzle of the CIA's gun? Just let them catch an unlucky CIA guy on the spot. You have to believe that even those outdated methods of Russian agents can get the information they want from the CIA's wimps." Ron showed a signature smirk on his face when he spoke, which made Bourne shiver reflexively, but fortunately, the victims were the CIA agents this time. "All teams at Waterloo Station, start a comprehensive search now." Several nearby cameras did not capture Bourne. Bourne must still be near the station. "We can definitely catch him here. Team A, Team B, keep an eye on the 2 exits of the station. Team C, keep an eye on the bus station, and the other teams will search inside the station." One command after another was transmitted to the headsets of the CIA action team, and they immediately took action. At the same time, on the newly arrived train, Zhang Zhe, the Russian Minister of Energy, who had just visited France, walked down the carriage under the protection of his bodyguards. He just stretched his back and was pressed to the ground by the burly bodyguard who followed him. "Be careful, Your Excellency." The Minister of Energy fell to the ground, and before he had time to rub his bruised knee, I saw 2 men wearing hoods suddenly rushed in front of him, took out pistols and aimed at him. Bang bang bang. Before the bodyguards had time to react, the 2 hooded men had quickly fired a string of bullets, making the ground in front of the minister full of holes. "Damn! I missed." One of the hooded men threw the empty pistol over in frustration, pulled up his companion and ran away immediately. The assassination failed. Group A retreats first, and Group B provides cover. "Wait, where are your hoods? Put them on quickly." As he spoke, the hooded man threw a hood, the same one he was wearing, to a few CIA agents in suits who were still in a daze next to him. Chapter 589 CIA Scandal. The CIA agent looked at the mask in his hand in astonishment, and then looked at the 2 masked men who were running away. Before he could figure out what was going on, the bodyguards' guns were already pointed at them, so they could only pull out their pistols reflexively as they had been trained, shoot at each other, and call for support. Headquarters. Headquarters. Bourne has helpers, they have more than a dozen people. Call for support. Call for support. So, next to the train, the number of people on both sides of the gunfight increased, and in the end, the fight went from inside the station to outside the station, until the local police were dispatched to control the 2 sides of the gunfight. Naturally, the energy minister's bodyguard team was fine and was released soon, but the CIA agents were worth pondering. Although the United States is an ally of France, France is an independent country after all, and American agents do not have the power to act in France at will, so these people have become a big problem for the French police, and it is not right to arrest or release them. But at this moment, these have nothing to do with Ron, because they took the opportunity to slip out as soon as the war broke out. "Oh, it's really you, Ron. Only you can come up with such a bad idea." Bourne took off his hood and laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten his waist. Because of Ron's wave of tricks, CIA agents and KGB bodyguards arranged for the Minister of Energy started fighting. These people will not be able to leave the police station for at least 3 days, but you have to be careful too. If people know that it was you who instigated them to attack the Russian high-level officials, they might go to the military court to sue you for treason. What are you afraid of? Even if they themselves are not afraid of losing face, the generals in the Pentagon still think they are embarrassing. Not to mention, the CIA's recent monopolization seems to be a bit too ugly, which has caused dissatisfaction among some generals. They will not go looking for trouble. Now the key is not them, but you. Have you recovered your memory? No. Bourne shook his head regretfully. To be precise, I recalled some fragments, but I want to find them all, and by the way, avenge Mary and expose their plan, but now the clues are broken again, damn it, you know? In order to cover up, they even changed the name of the plan. Now it is called Black Rose. I clearly remember that the name of this plan should be Stumbling Block. Mary is Bourne's girlfriend who was mistakenly killed by the CIA killer before. She has the same name as Ron's mother. This kind of same name is very common among Europeans and Americans. Maybe this can help you. Ron threw him a small notebook, and Bourne opened it puzzledly. What is this? The notebook of the reporter just now. When he came out to find you just now, I stayed in his office for a while. I also have a USB flash drive. It is full of things I copied from his computer. Maybe there's what you need on it. No need, I already know. His informant is in Spain. We are going to Madrid now. While Ron was still looking for the USB flash drive for Bourne had already found clues from the notebook. Okay, that will save a lot of trouble. Ron no longer cared about the USB flash drive, and took out his mobile phone to book a flight. At the same time, at the CIA headquarters, Pamela, the new head of the Black Rose Project, rushed into her boss' office angrily. Didn't we agree that I'm the person in charge of the Black Rose Project? Why didn't those agents listen to my orders? They actually opened fire at the station, because I'm the commander of the operation to capture Bourne, the boss said coldly. In his eyes, Pamela was just a second generation who came to brush up her qualifications and gild her reputation. He had never taken Pamela seriously from the beginning. Of course, the other family's face had to be taken into consideration. You also know that decisions made in critical moments are always imperfect. Since it has happened, it is useless for you to say anything now. It is better to let nature take its course. Let nature take its course. Pamela was directly amused by this sentence. If it was just to kill a reporter who leaked the information, then there would be room for maneuver. But do you know who your people killed? It was the bodyguard of the Russian Minister of Energy. So what? It's just Russia. It's no longer the red giant of the Soviet Union. Even if we really killed their Minister of Energy, they can only shout a few times and consider themselves unlucky. Hearing the term Minister of Energy, the boss's face finally showed a trace of confusion, but in order to maintain his dignity, he still stiffened his neck and spoke. Well, I hope you can withstand the consequences of this incident. I heard that in order to teach the United States a lesson, Russia has planned to cut off the natural gas supply to the whole of Europe. When we go to Europe to fight for our allies, I hope you can still be as tough as you are now. Pamela sneered and opened the office door, and drove her subordinates back to their workstations like ducks. Are you all idle? If you have nothing to do, do your best to find Bourne's trace. Hurry up. By the way, check for me who helped Bourne get away? This way of diverting trouble is definitely not Bourne's way. The CIA agents who were still watching the excitement dispersed and began to search for the information left by the camera bit by bit with the station as the center. Ron and Bourne, the two of them, had already come to the outside of a mansion in Madrid, Spain based on the information left by the reporter. What a beautiful place. Do you CIA always choose such a good place to set up an intelligence station? Ron said as he pried open the door lock. There was an inconspicuous sensor on the top of the pried open door. Ron glanced at it and said, "You have 3 minutes at most. Start searching now for clues you think are useful." Bourne began to rummage through the boxes and cabinets. Ron was not idle either. He began to set various traps such as trip grenades at the door and windows. When Ron finally finished, he turned around and saw Bourne sitting on the ground in pain with his head on his back. "What's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" "No, I'm not feeling uncomfortable. It's just that when I saw this, I suddenly remembered some forgotten memories." Bourne handed Ron a photo he had just found. The photo was a photo of two middle-aged men. Of these two people, I know the one on the left. He was the person in charge after I joined the Treadstone project. All of us were trained by him. In other words, you didn't find anything useful, right? Well, even if you didn't find anything, we can't stay here any longer. We have to retreat now. Ron glanced at the approaching cars below from the window and said simply, "Why? We just got here, because the other party came faster than we expected." Ron closed the curtains, turned on a walkie-talkie at full volume and threw it into the bathroom, then placed a magnetic bomb in the upper and lower pipes of the bathroom, and then took Bourne to hide in the closet. Not long after hiding in, the CIA agents immediately rushed to the outside of the room. Shocked by Bourne's reputation, they did not dare to break in directly, but carefully unlocked the door again, put their pistols in, and then squeezed in together. After confirming that it was completely safe, the first agent who came in waved, and the fully armed CIA agents behind him entered the room one after another. "Why didn't the grenade you set go off?" Bourne frowned and asked in a low voice. "Because I think it's boring to explode at the door. It's too boring," Ron replied in the same low voice. "Let me show you something interesting." Ron showed a sly smile on his face, took out the walkie-talkie, pressed the talk button, and then flicked the microphone twice. Boom! The sound was amplified several times through the intercom and rang out in the bathroom. Several agents who entered the room were stunned, and then they looked at the location of the bathroom and showed joy. Bourne might be hiding in it. The opportunity to get promoted and make a fortune is right in front of him. The commander of the agent team made a tactical gesture, and the team immediately changed into a fan shape and closed towards the bathroom. One of the team members waited until the encirclement was completed, and at the captain's signal, he stepped forward and stomped heavily on the bathroom door. The already fragile wooden door could not withstand such destruction. After a sound of breaking under the heavy load, the entire door panel was kicked into the bathroom. At the same time, Ron also pressed the detonator of the magnetic bomb with a sly smile. Boom! The upper and lower sewage pipes in the bathroom were blown open at the same time. All kinds of filth, under the action of pressure, gushed out of the pipes and instantly splashed all over the CIA agent. FK. It stinks, devil. It's the devil. How could someone use such disgusting means? While the CIA agents were still cursing, the closet door suddenly opened. Before the panicked agents could turn their guns, the figure who had just jumped out of the closet had already torn off the wire and threw the end of the wire to the ground. It was as if a blue light flashed through the broken wire, and the stinking agents twitched and fell to the ground. This time, they couldn't even curse. Ha ha ha, did you see that? Bourne, they are lying on the ground, twitching all over. It's so funny. If they weren't so dirty and smelly, I really want to record a video of them and post it on Youcher. The name of the video is The Worst Agent in History. It will definitely make them new internet celebrities. Ron pointed at the ground and laughed with gloating. The agents on the ground had already lost consciousness, but these people were not all the agents in this operation. Outside the door, there was a female agent who had been staying there. When Ron relaxed his vigilance, she suddenly took out a pistol and flashed out of the door. No, the female agent just showed her head and her head was hit by a pistol. It turned out that Ron's exaggerated laughter was specifically to lure out the people who stayed outside. According to the general operation of the CIA agent team, they usually act in groups of 5, 4 people attack, and 1 person stays behind to keep watch. There were only 4 people lying on the ground, so naturally there was 1 person who didn't come. Tell me, girl, do you want me to make a hole in your head, or do you want me to lie down and play cramps with your friends? Ron had just finished speaking when Bourne crossed his shoulder from behind and stopped him in front of him. Why are you here? Do you know each other? Ron looked at the female agent and then at Bourne, and the gossipy look in his eyes became more and more intense. I was sent here after the Berlin operation, the female agent answered honestly. Where is Daniels? Bourne asked the second question. Daniels was the owner of this house. Ron and Bourne suspected that he was the informant of the dead reporter. But before the female agent could answer, her cell phone rang. Ron pointed at her pocket with the muzzle of the gun and motioned her to answer the phone. How is the operation going on your side? The logistics commander on the phone asked. At Ron's signal, she turned on the external speaker, so Ron and the others could hear it. After weighing the pros and cons, the female agent replied, everything went well, okay, but according to the rules, I still need to confirm the password. The other party said so, and Ron once again put the muzzle of the gun on the female agent's head. Ron is not a rookie who can be fooled. He knows the CIA password very well. Under normal circumstances, the CIA action team will preset 2 passwords, one of which means everything is normal, and the other means that the agent is under duress. When it is necessary to check the password, the agent can answer according to the current situation. Ron put the muzzle of the gun back on, meaning to remind the female agent that he knows all their tricks and let him do whatever he wants. Sparrow, Mount Everest. As soon as the female agent finished answering, the other party was relieved and changed to a slightly old male voice. Nicole, this is Noah Watson. How long have you been on the scene? I just came in. Nicole did not forget to look at Ron when she answered, and Ron nodded with satisfaction. Where are the rest of your team? They were knocked down and fainted, but still alive. The target Bourne is nowhere to be seen. Show me the situation on your side. Upon hearing the order, Agent Nicole looked at Ron first. After Ron nodded, she switched her phone to video mode and aimed the camera at several companions who were lying on the ground twitching. For unknown reasons, they were sprayed with sewage, and then seemed to be electrocuted in the trap. I guess they just came in and don't know what happened. Well, it seems that Bourne should have run away. We will arrange for Team B to set off immediately, and you stay where you are and wait for help. My car is outside. You can use my car if you escape. After hanging up the phone, Nicole took the initiative to arrange for them without waiting for Ron to say anything. I know where Daniels is, but I don't suggest you go looking for him, because the CIA is also looking for him, and you will definitely run into him. So what? If we run into him, at most we will knock down a few more people, Ron said indifferently. We just want to know the whole truth of the whole plan now to help Bourne regain his memory. If we can get revenge by the way, it would be even better. Do you want to join us? I can guarantee your safety. As he said that, Ron extended his hand to Nicole. Chapter 590, Invasion of the CIA. Nicole stretched out her hands, but did not hold Ron's hand in the air. Instead, she turned around and hugged Bourne. He didn't need to say anything this time. Ron had the answer to all his strange behaviors before. So you are Bourne's ex-girlfriend, right? Bourne, do you still remember? Facing Ron's question, Bourne shook his head painfully. Nicole looked at him with eyes full of nostalgia and reluctance. With Ron's superhuman perception, he felt that this matter was probably true. After all, no one would risk being hunted down by the CIA to help a defecting agent continue to escape. The CIA support team will be here soon. You can't stay here for long. You have to escape immediately. Drive my car. Nicole handed over her car keys again and suggested. Bourne took the cue without hesitation. We can leave now, but I have to find out what Daniels is going to expose to the reporters. Then you need to find Daniels first, but he had already escaped before you came. The task force sent this time is to catch you and to kill him. There are so many of them, you can't beat them, Bourne's ex-girlfriend said worriedly. Even so, I must find him, get my memory back, and then expose the Stumbling Block Project, which you now rename the Black Rose Project. Bourne looked at Ron with a firm gaze. Just when he was searching the house and saw Daniels' photo, a memory of being trained by Daniels in the past came into his mind. He keenly felt that the key to regaining his memory was the Black Rose Project. Following Bourne's gaze, Nicole also looked at Ron with a helpless look, which clearly meant that she wanted Ron to persuade Bourne, but Ron spread his hands and said, I think you are wasting your time. If your goal is just to get the content of this plan and regain your memory, why waste time looking for a former CIA agent who has taken refuge in an unknown third world country? But if I don't find him, how can I know the details of this plan? How about the CIA's Langley headquarters? There, you can not only get the full content of the Black Rose plan, but also the original files of the plan. Even if you want to get something else, it's okay. How is it possible? Nicole exclaimed. Just as she was about to argue with Ron, the second CIA car downstairs had arrived, and they could only temporarily evacuate this place. When they drove Nicole's car to the river, they finally stopped more than 20 kilometers away from Daniels. Nothing is impossible in this world. Even the CIA headquarters is not impregnable. Even within your CIA, everyone has their own little thoughts. I even heard that people from different departments of the CIA don't even know each other. Right, Nicole nodded awkwardly. This is almost an open secret in the CIA, and there is no need to hide it. So you plan to take advantage of the fact that people in the CIA don't know each other and sneak into their headquarters? But I am a wanted criminal of the CIA now, and all of them will recognize my face, Bourne said worriedly. Yes, that's right, but no one said that you can only use this face, right? Ron patted the stunned Bourne on the shoulder. I guess they just train you to be a killer, but rarely teach you those high-tech knowledge that has nothing to do with killing, right? Bourne nodded awkwardly. In fact, apart from his innate talent in anti-tracking, the CIA never taught him anything except killing. even if they trained him in anti-tracking. It was only to enable him to evacuate better after killing. Unexpectedly, this became an important way for Bourne to break free from their control. Okay, in your CIA, the IMF team that Ethan is in, they have a machine that can customize human skin masks that look very realistic. We'll knock out a CIA agent of your size first, and then make you a human skin mask of hers, and you can use his identity to sneak in. I understand, thank you General, but you don't have to be too obvious, it won't be good for the CIA to catch you. Just arrive a little later after you receive the CIA support call. Okay, thank you General. 2 days later, in an alley near the CIA Langley headquarters in Virginia, USA, Ron hung up the phone happily. Okay, everything is done. Behind him, next to the unconscious CIA agent lying on the ground, Bourne said in surprise, I didn't expect that you even know senior military officers in the Pentagon. What's more amazing is that they actually agreed to your request. It's obvious that the CIA is their own people. How did you do it? Like I said before, the CIA is not a monolithic entity, and they are not good at heating, so they have offended many people. Ron shrugged. As for the senior military officers, I have always had a good relationship with them. I have a good friend, Yuri, who has helped these generals deal with a lot of second-hand equipment and sold them at the price of scrap metal from the military budget account. Then these new weapons will appear in the hands of African warlords at a slightly lower price. Most of the difference in price will return to these generals, and my dear friend will only make a small part of the money. Ron squinted his eyes and showed an expression that you know what I mean. Next to him, a 3D printer that had been running all the time finally stopped working, and the lid opened automatically, revealing a human skin mask that was exactly the same as the unconscious agent on the ground. This machine was borrowed by Ron from Ethan. Ron took out the mask and put it on Bourne's head. After carefully gluing the gap, it looked no different from the unlucky guy on the ground. Then Ron took out another mask and put it on himself. Do you remember his password? Bourne nodded. Then, let's go. Ron recalled the topographic map Nicole had drawn for him one last time in his mind, turned the corner, and walked towards the CIA headquarters. After verifying the instructions at the door, Bourne and his team encountered almost no obstruction along the way, and walked into the CIA with a swagger. Because of other mission cooperation, Ron had been to this headquarters building countless times and was very familiar with it. Bourne felt a little strange at first, but as the familiar scenery in front of him came into Bourne's eyes one by one, the memories dormant in his mind began to slowly revive. At first, Ron was still walking in front, but as they walked, Bourne was in front and Ron followed behind. Ron smiled knowingly and said nothing. As Ron and his team successfully infiltrated, Finch also began to take action to hack into the CIA network and take over all the surveillance cameras in the CIA headquarters building. In the monitoring room, wherever Ron and his team walked, they were replaced by boring looping shots, and nothing unusual could be seen. Even when Ron put up a maintenance sign at the entrance of the Black Rose Project Operations Department, the agents in the monitoring room did not notice it at all, because the cameras here were also replaced by looping images. I know. Bourne must be in Morocco now. The latest intelligence is that Daniels is in Morocco now. Send the killer there immediately and kill them all. The head of the Black Rose Project excitedly looked at the intelligence in his hand and applauded, while Pamela, who was sitting opposite him, frowned slightly. Why do you want to kill Daniels too? What does he have in his hand? And what is the Black Rose Project? You only told me and asked me to solve the problem, but no one ever told me what this plan is. Pamela's questioning voice was very loud because of her anger. Her voice could be heard outside the office. Ron, who had just walked to the door, could not help but stop. She was originally going to catch the head of the Black Rose Project for interrogation, but now, he suddenly had a better idea. After making a gesture to Bourne, Burnley immediately walked to the back and began to keep watch for Ron, while Ron quietly took out his mobile phone, logged into the Yacher account that he had just asked Finch for, and chose the live broadcast mode. A live broadcast room called CIA's Shocking Inside Story had just appeared on the world's largest video website, and was arranged by an unknown mysterious shareholder, Finch, of the website to push it to the entire website. These are not important. The key now is to catch Bourne. The person in charge ordered guiltily, but Pamela remained unmoved. If you want to catch Bourne, tell me the truth, otherwise I can't guarantee that the action department will cooperate with you well. The person in charge first stared at Pamela for a long time, until he found that the other party really showed no signs of softening. Then he sighed helplessly and said, "The Black Rose Project was originally a surveillance plan, and now it is a protective umbrella to cover all our secret operations, such as invasion and extradition. Experimental interrogation is the responsibility of our department, and now we have very great power." As soon as the person in charge said this, the audience attracted by the live broadcast was shocked and began to ask about the authenticity of the matter in the barrage. "No way? Did they say the surveillance plan was fake a while ago? I saw it too. They said it was a Russian conspiracy, wasn't it? Who can tell me who this old man is? I don't know either. Maybe it's another Russian conspiracy." In the live broadcast room, shocked netizens began to discuss it heatedly, but most people were skeptical of the video. Ron was not in a hurry, as the explosive news was still to come. Ron used another mobile phone to log into another small account and sent the link of the CIA's personnel file to the live broadcast room. In this personnel file, there happened to be the information of the person in charge who the netizen had just asked the question. In an instant, the live broadcast room was completely blown up like a frying pan with cold water dropped into it, and the two people being broadcasted were still unaware. So this right also includes assassination? The journalist who exposed us was assassinated at a French station, and even the Russian Minister of Energy was almost killed by our agents, when necessary. Of course, the person in charge nodded proudly. This is what makes us special. We don't need any licenses. And we don't even have to wait for Washington's order to be signed. As long as we think they are detrimental to the United States, whether they are local or allied, we can kill anyone we want. Now you already know the situation very well. You should know how dangerous it is. We need to immediately kill those who know our details. Daniels is the person in charge of operations in Southern Europe and North Africa. He has all the information. Do you want this information to fall into Bourne's hands and flow into the market? Then everyone will know what we are doing, but I don't think it's so urgent, Pamela said hesitantly. We can use those actions to cover up in order to protect American security, right, but what about the drugs? What about the drugs? The person in charge stood up excitedly and slapped the table hard. What about the drug network all over the world that we have established through the rights granted to us by the plan? Are we going to tell the world that we are the biggest drug dealers hiding behind it? What? Pamela opened her mouth in surprise. Before she could speak, the door of the office was pushed open and a strange agent walked in. He is right, naive girl. In fact, almost all the drugs of the gangs are taken from the CIA. Over the years, the CIA has occupied almost every ecological niche in the drug market through their original intelligence network. So this also explains why the United States can never ban drugs, because our largest intelligence agency is the drug dealer. Who are you talking to? The person in charge asked in astonishment. Ron pointed his mobile phone at the person in charge and Pamela. Of course, it's to the audience friends in the live broadcast room. Come and say hello to our audience friends. Something is wrong. This person is definitely not a CIA agent. This thought appeared in the minds of the two people almost at the same time, and they immediately took out their pistols and prepared to kill Ron, but they were faster than Ron. Before they even made the move to grab it, Ron had already let go of his phone, letting it fall freely downwards, while his hands reached for both sides of his waist. In the holsters on his waist were two revolvers that he was most familiar with. Ron did not draw his gun, but turned off the safety by feel. I grabbed it and flipped it upwards. Before I could draw the gun, the bullets had already been fired. Bang bang, 2 gunshots rang out, and the pistols in Pamela and the person in charge's hands were shot away. At this time, the phone had just fallen to his knees, still some distance from the ground. Ron kicked it with his foot like kicking a shuttlecock, and the phone was kicked again to height parallel to his face, just falling into Ron's hands. This is a rapid-fire shooting method commonly used by Western cowboys. It was the first time that the person in charge had seen such a shooting method outside of a movie, and a horrified expression appeared on his face. Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is who I represent. Ron pulled out a revolver, turned it around his fingers very handsomely, and then held it. I am now judging you on behalf of the people of the world. Chapter 591 Returning to Texas. As expected, Ron's live broadcast went viral. In many ways, it went viral. From public opinion around the world to American politics, the CIA was caught in a deep scandal, and countless people began to question the authenticity of the Russian conspiracy that was previously promoted. The slightly smarter ones have begun to understand that the Russians have no motivation to do this. They are lucky enough to take care of their rotten economy, so how can they have the mind to do anything else? All the bad things are done by the CIA. They monitor the people, they assassinate opponents, and even force those poor tax officials of the IRS to collect taxes in order to get more funds. Of course, the last rumor was spread by Ron, and as for how many people believed it, that's unknown. Ron, thank you for this time. If you have trouble next time, just call me and I will come, Bourne said gratefully. After taking back the Black Rose project file, his memory was also restored bit by bit with the help of the project file. Although he still couldn't remember the things he had done with Ron and Ethan in the Secret Service Academy, at least he had recalled all the memories of his ex-girlfriend Nicole, so he looked at Nicole in his arms with love. This is called valuing love over friendship. No, I won't get to the point where I need the help of just Bourne one day, that would be too miserable, but maybe you can come over when the wedding comes. Wedding? Are you finally getting married? Bourne asked curiously. How is that possible? It's my brother, Sheldon. I will never get married before I have enough fun. Ron shook his head firmly. After saying goodbye to Bourne and the others, Ron went upstairs directly. As soon as he opened the door of the apartment, he found Sheldon angrily talking on the phone with someone. This is wrong. You are completely unreasonable. If you insist on doing this, then I don't want to talk to you either. Okay, I love you, bye. Are you talking to your mother on the phone? That's right. Guess who she insisted I invite to my wedding? Sheldon shouted indignantly. Who? Jesus? Or the priest from my hometown? She's not going to bring the whole church here, is she? Ron laughed after he finished speaking. With his mother's fanatical personality, it might be possible. That's good, it's little George. Wait? No way? You haven't invited little George to your wedding yet. Ron frowned slightly. No matter how bad your relationship is, you must invite him for this kind of thing. We are family. Sheldon, but I spent my entire childhood under his tyranny. How can such behavior be worthy of eating a wedding cake in the shape of the Millennium Falcon? Oh my God, did you ask for the cake to be made in the shape of the Millennium Falcon? Well, now I know why my two little angels are so cold to me. It's really hard for two girls who only make ordinary cakes to make a spaceship-shaped cake. No wonder they have no sexual interest in me recently. Ron introduced Sheldon to the small cake shop of Blake's based on the idea that it is better to give a good deal to his own people than to others. Unexpectedly, after introducing the business, the two girls became cold to him. Now he knows the reason. Maybe George was a little mean to you when he was little, but now you are all adults. I think you should think about it carefully. Ron tried to persuade him. Yes, you are right. Anyway, I am an adult now. I have the final say on my wedding. If I don't want him to attend my wedding, I don't have to invite him. You are right. You have the final say on your wedding. You can invite whoever you don't want to invite. Ron sat on the sofa indifferently. He believed that Sheldon was just talking nonsense. Sure enough, in less than a second, Sheldon shouted decadently, "Oh, I still have to invite him, because my mother insisted that I do so." Ron looked like he was watching a good show. So you want to call him? I called, but he deliberately didn't answer my call, Sheldon complained. How do you know he deliberately didn't answer your call? Listen, Sheldon called up the recording of his phone call to George. Hello, this is George Colbo. Please leave a message if you have anything to say, but if you are Sheldon, then please call my other number, 1-800-SHELDON. Eat your ass. Did you hear that? I knew that the call must be fake without even trying, Sheldon said indignantly. Ha ha ha, this is really George's style, Ron laughed. Unlike Ron, Sheldon and George have the worst relationship, so bad that the two of them don't even want to say a word, so Mary came up with the idea of asking Sheldon to invite George to the wedding. If no one helps the brothers to relieve their feelings, they may blame each other for the rest of their lives. Ron is the best mediator. In fact, before he entered the door, Ron had received a call from Mary. Now is the time for him to play a role. I guess Mom means that you should go back to Texas in person and invite George in person. What do you think? It seems that I have no choice but to go. In Texas, the small town where Ron and Sheldon were born, the three of them walked together on the way to George's store. Wait, is your brother the tire doctor? Why have I never heard Sheldon mention it? Leonard, the tool man brought by Sheldon, said in surprise when he looked at the sign of the store. Tire Doctor is the largest chain tire brand in Texas. It almost monopolizes the entire automobile tire business in Texas, and with the help of Ron, it has begun to expand to nearby states. Yes, and you only need to study in a community college for half a semester to get this doctor's diploma, so this diploma is not worth anything. Seize the opportunity. Sheldon immediately continued to complain about George, but the surprise on Lena's face became even more intense. We have passed 3 branches along the way. At first I thought he was just a loser selling tires like Sheldon said, just piling up the tires on the side of the road, waiting for some unlucky person to pass by and sell them when they have a flat tire. That's because Sheldon has never liked George. Maybe he thinks that except for academic research, everyone is a loser, so he says that. In fact, the eldest brother is not only talented in car repair, he can tell what's wrong with a tire without using any tools. He can also hear what's wrong with a tire with his ears, and he is also a business genius. Although Ron and George are twins, he was born a few minutes later, so he is the second child. As Ron spoke, he pushed open the door and greeted the clerk at the counter. "Hey, men, I'm looking for your boss, George Cooper." "He's over there, boss. Someone's looking for you," the clerk shouted, and a tall man with thick hair walked out of the office behind. He was almost the same height as Ron, but his appearance was more than a little different. Leonard's surprised eyes swept back and forth between Ron and George's face, and finally couldn't help but be curious. "Ron, is this really your twin brother?" "Of course, we are fraternal twins," Ron said, opening his arms to the visitor. "Long time no see, George." "Sheldon, do you want to hug me too?" Sheldon shook his head vigorously and took a step back. "Welcome back, Ron. The last time I saw you was at Missy's wedding. This time you have to stay a few more days, because Tire Doctor is the largest shareholder besides me, and I have to tell you about the recent operations." George enthusiastically put his arm around Ron's arm and said, as if he was a transparent person, ignoring Sheldon completely. Sheldon was so angry that his teeth itched. Leonard pulled Ron's clothes awkwardly. Ron sighed in his heart and stopped. "We'll talk about the life of the tire later. I'm completely relieved to leave the business to you. This time Sheldon came back to talk to you about something." Wow, look who's here. Isn't this my genius scientist brother?" "What are you doing here?" little George said sarcastically in a very exaggerated tone, and Sheldon was completely immune to this kind of sarcasm. "I want to ask why you didn't return my call. You are the smartest child of your mother. You can guess it yourself." Little George walked into the counter and responded nonchalantly while looking at the sales receipt. The most difficult person in this situation was not Sheldon, but Ron, who was caught in the middle. Seeing this situation, he could only come out to smooth things over again. "Little George, you know he's not that smart, so you'd better give him a hint. We haven't talked for more than 10 years. Now you have something to ask me. Do you think you can just come to my shop?" Little George was possessed by a dramatic spirit and imitated Sheldon's tone and said, "Come on, everyone, put aside the work at hand and satisfy Sheldon first. Don't give me that. I'm no longer the little girl who is easily fooled," Sheldon said with dissatisfaction, crossing his arms to his chest. "I can now tell what is sarcasm. Okay, you're right. Sorry, come and tell me if you need anything. Your wish is like an imperial decree to me." Little George put on a sincere look and continued to ridicule, but this time the sarcasm. Sheldon didn't notice and nodded with satisfaction. "It's much better this time, thank you. I'm here to invite you to my wedding," Sheldon continued with his annoying superior attitude. "I didn't want to invite you at first, because you know the guests at my wedding are all well-known scientists. It would be a complete blasphemy to them for an unknown person like you who hasn't even finished community college to stand with them. It was my mother who asked me to invite you over. Otherwise, she wouldn't come to the wedding, so you win. I'm here to invite you to my wedding now." After saying that, Sheldon put on an expression of "you should thank me soon," and behind him, Ron and Leonard had already covered their faces in embarrassment. If the floor in this store hadn't been too hard, maybe they would have been embarrassed enough to dig out a 5-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment. George was so angry at Sheldon's words that he sat down on the chair. It took him a long time to recover. "Wait a minute, I don't understand. You didn't want me to attend your wedding. Now that Mom doesn't want to come, you want me to attend, right?" Sheldon nodded with relief. "I know you don't hear this often, but this time you are absolutely right." "Well done." George couldn't help but clench his fists. Ron behind him shook his head at him. He hesitated and could only loosen his fists again. He could ignore Sheldon's opinion, but he had to pay attention to Ron's ideas. Among the 4 children in the family, George and Ron have the best relationship, not only because they are the oldest and have more topics to talk about, but also during the most difficult period of the family, They fought side by side and worked together to maintain the family. With the efforts of the two children who have just grown up, they not only paid for George's high heart surgery, but also paid most of Sheldon's expenses for studying abroad. Of course, this is also partly due to Missy. Ron and George had agreed to work harder to get Missy to go to college, but the sensible Missy insisted that she was not good at studying, so she dropped out of school to work in a fast food restaurant to share the pressure for the family. This is why her two brothers finally got a moment of respite from the heavy pressure of life. This is also the reason why George has always been dissatisfied with Sheldon. He has obviously paid so much for Sheldon, but to this day he has not heard Sheldon say thank you, and even made fun of his academic qualifications. If Ron hadn't stopped him, he would have wanted to beat Sheldon up a long time ago. Listen, Sheldon, if you want me to attend your wedding, you just need to ask me politely, okay? Sheldon took a deep breath, as if he had made a difficult decision. George, I hope you can come to my wedding. Thank you, Sheldon, that's really heartwarming to hear. Before Sheldon could show a relaxed expression on his face, George smiled a triumphant smile. But I would rather eat a pregnant wild cat alive and then poop out a litter of kittens than attend your wedding. You're such a disgusting person. Sheldon slammed the door and left, and everyone followed him wherever he came from. The only brothers George and Ron who were left in the office were the rational ones. Ron sighed. There's no need to say that, little George. You know, Sheldon, he has always been like this. We all know that, don't we? I know. So what? Do you still expect me to always indulge him like you do? Little George sat back in his chair and glared at Ron angrily. If you ask me, it's all because of you and Mom that he has developed such an ungrateful character today. You favor him too much, and not only does he not know how to be grateful, he doesn't even treat me as a family member. You heard what he said just now. He even thinks that I'm not worthy of standing with his friends. Chapter 592 Untying the Heart Knot. I can't help it. He was so cute when he was a child. When he wore women's clothes, he was even cuter than Missy. You know, I have always liked sisters. Believe me, if Sheldon and Missy were twin sisters, you would spoil him more than me indeed. It's a pity that he has a penis. Little George thought about it, nodded in agreement. Wait, that's my beer. What's the matter? We are brothers. Just consider it as your business tax this month. I'll talk to your tax officer here. As he was talking, Ron skillfully opened the small refrigerator in the office, took out a bottle of beer and took a big gulp. Sure enough, the Lone Star beer in my hometown is the most authentic, of course. I went to the brewery myself to get this out. Even Dad occasionally comes to my place to steal beer, but I always call Mom to let her catch him. I can't help it. For his health, you know, at his age, he can't withstand a heart surgery, so I can only bear the grievance of drinking it. What a pity. Little George also took a bottle of beer and clinked it with Ron. Although he said he was sorry, he couldn't help but smile and chatted with Ron about family matters. But just after chatting for a while, Leonard, who had returned, walked in. Are you the little guy who came with Sheldon? If you are here to be a lobbyist for Sheldon's wedding, forget it. Even Ron couldn't convince me. Little George stared at him with drunken eyes for a long time before he saw Leonard's identity. Don't be like this. I know you two have many different opinions, but at least you still have some similarities. For example, you are both tall and you have the same last name, Leonard said, looking at Ron for help. He really couldn't make it up anymore. Sheldon and his two brothers really have nothing in common except height and last name. The three brothers of the Cooper family, three people, are simply three completely opposite people. The eldest, George, is a typical Texan, reckless but shrewd as a businessman. The third, Sheldon, is a pure scientist. Although he is a little better now, he is still selfish. Leonard doesn't know how he has been friends with him for so many years. As for Ron, he is the one Leonard can't see through the most. Sometimes he is as shrewd as a businessman, and sometimes he is like the wildest Texan, advocating violence to solve problems. Although Leonard believes that violence can't solve any problems, the amazing thing is that Ron has solved those problems. So this time is the same. Leonard puts his hopes on Ron. Okay, George, you should know that I am here to help Sheldon convince you, right? This is also what Mom meant. She wants you to take advantage of Sheldon's marriage to get back together. Ron put down the bottle helplessly. Why didn't she tell me herself? Little George changed his tone to a cold one. If I had known that you were also helping Sheldon, I wouldn't have let you drink my wine, because she knows that everything is Sheldon's fault. Ron was not angry because of what little George said. Of course, He knew why little George was angry. "Don't just blame me. Didn't you bully him too?" little George said dissatisfiedly, and the two brothers began to expose each other's shortcomings. "I'm not like you. I just threw away his women's clothes. You and I both know that on Halloween, a boy wearing women's clothes will either be put into a sack and hidden in a truck by some weird uncle, or be beaten up by other kids. I'm protecting him. I don't care. I just don't want to go." Seeing that he couldn't win with reason, little George simply started to be unreasonable. From this point of view, he and Sheldon are really brothers. "Please, when you were in school and went to training with the football team every day, I was protecting him. I drove him everywhere, and I apologized for him when he offended people. Sometimes I even had to apologize for you. Do you know how hard it was for me?" "I know." Leonard raised his hand with deep sympathy. "I still have to help him pick out the cereal that he thinks is irregular in shape. Look, he understands what I'm saying, but has he ever thanked you?" Little George looked Leonard in the eye for the first time and bumped fists with him in the air. Leonard responded awkwardly, "Never expressed it." Then, will it kill him to let him express his gratitude? No, of course not. Besides, after Ron and I have given so much to this family, guess which child our mother is most proud of? Little George's face showed a trace of sadness, and Ron remained silent. This topic was indeed too heavy. "I don't know if this will make you feel bad, but Sheldon is also the child my mother is most proud of." So, Leonard didn't say the rest of the words. Little George handed him a bottle of beer with sympathy. He hated Sheldon, but he didn't hate this little guy he just met. At least he was much cuter than Sheldon. "Maybe you should think like this, little George." Ron patted him on the back. "Imagine, in 100 years, 200 years, when we are all dead, guess who will be remembered by future generations? Little George who sells tires? Ron who is good at collecting taxes? Or Sheldon, a great scientist who has contributed to human civilization? He will become the wealth of the entire mankind. No matter what you think, I often regard tolerating Sheldon's bad temper as contributing to human civilization. Think about it, one day in the future, people will say, 'Hey, do you know why Sheldon can achieve such great achievements? Because even though he has such a bad temper, his brother didn't beat him to death. His brother is so great.' Okay, I accept what you said. I am willing to give Sheldon another chance to let him say thank you to me. Let's go." In the hotel, when Sheldon was struggling with a typo on the menu on the room phone, Ron and his three companions walked in, with Leonard walking in front. "Sheldon, you have to apologize to your brothers." Along the way, George complained to Leonard about his contributions to the family and Sheldon's ingratitude, which greatly improved Leonard's image of George. He even became a little jealous of Sheldon. He didn't have such a brother, and his brother just bullied him. "What? I don't have anything to apologize to them." Sheldon crossed his arms and looked resistant. "I said, this is a bad idea. I should have continued drinking. Let's go, Ron, I'll treat you to a meal and chat by the way. Leonard, you can come too." "Wait," Ron grabbed George who was about to leave, "although I never mentioned it to you. I also think you need to apologize, Sheldon, and you still owe us a thank you." "Thank you? Why should I thank you? Look at what you have put your mother through," Sheldon accused indignantly. As soon as he finished speaking, little George, who had been holding back his anger for a long time, finally couldn't bear it anymore. "You know nothing about what Mom has gone through. You were never at home. You were studying in Germany when Dad was seriously ill. Who do you think is responsible for taking care of this family? Of course it's Mom. Mom always takes care of everything," Sheldon said as a matter of course. "Don't hold me, Ron. I must say it today." Little George shook off Ron's hand. "Mom was absent-minded at the time, and Missy was a middle school girl. Only Ron and I had to take on the responsibility of taking care of them. Do you know how we got through it? I had to work 2 jobs every day, working more than 10 hours a day to earn money to support the family. Ron had it even harder. In order to earn enough money for Dad's surgery and for you to study abroad, he sold the copyrights of more than a dozen songs at a low price. Those were the songs that became popular later. If it weren't for this, he could have become a star without suffering in the hail of bullets every day. It's not that I suffered. In fact, I quite like that kind of exciting life," Ron said with a relaxed look, but his trembling nose still betrayed his true thoughts. God knows, 2 children who have just grown up, on the one hand, have to face the high cost of hospital treatment, on the other hand, they have to face the cost of their younger brother's study abroad, and on the other hand, They have to face a group of black-hearted capitalists who covet Ron's music copyrights. How difficult their lives are. If Ron hadn't joined the army in time, making it difficult for those people to take action, maybe he would have been missing. Those people can do anything for money. Impossible. I called my mother every day at that time. If she was unhappy, she would tell me, right, Sheldon couldn't believe it. She is protecting you. You idiot. In your life, all of us are like this, little George said excitedly. But if things are like this, why don't you tell me? Because we are protecting you too. Unable to pretend, Ron simply stopped pretending. Sheldon, you are our little brother. I know you have had a hard life since childhood, but this doesn't mean that the rest of us are smooth sailing. I don't think I really thought about the feelings of others. I'm sorry. Sheldon lowered his head, tears flashing in his eyes. Thank you, George. Thank you, Ron, especially you. You live with me. Are you protecting me? Sheldon realized for the first time how great his brothers were. At this moment, he thought a lot, and even figured out some things that he didn't understand before. He was not stupid. It's not that he couldn't think of many things, but he just didn't want to think about them. If he had that time, he would rather think about some scientific problems. I guess so. On the other hand, I'm too lazy to cook, Ron nodded and admitted, jokingly saying, if you don't cash the check for your food expenses, you can use it as a compensation for your bodyguard fee. That's another matter. It's a contract we wrote, and we can't go back on it. Sheldon's obsessive-compulsive disorder came up and immediately rejected Ron's proposal. But we can sign a supplementary contract. I will provide you with 3 meals a day, and you will provide me with necessary security services. No problem. After dealing with Ron, Sheldon turned to George. I'm sorry. You're welcome. George patted Sheldon's shoulder, and Sheldon didn't dodge for the first time. It would mean a lot to me if Big Brother could attend my wedding. I would definitely not miss it. Ron came over, and the 3 brothers hugged each other. Leonard was already moved to tears by the scene in front of him. While this heartwarming scene was taking place in Texas, Ethan encountered the biggest trouble in his career at the IMF headquarters in Washington. Good evening, Mr. Hunter. Since you caught the anarchist Solomon Lane 2 years ago, unexpected consequences have occurred. The A-Dean group he founded continues to wreak havoc around the world. The CIA Special Operations Division has been tracking this mysterious organization and has recently made new discoveries. Intelligence shows that an extremist among them who goes by the alias John Lark has recently stolen a lot of materials from a Russian military base. Together with the scientists they kidnapped, they can build 3 nuclear weapons in a very short time, which will pose an unprecedented threat to millions of people. After broadcasting the intelligence information, the player self-immolated without any warning as usual. Ethan rubbed his forehead with a headache. What a big trouble. Why don't these terrorists know how to stop for a moment? Maybe they are afraid that we will lose our jobs, so they keep finding things for us to do. Benji next to him brought him a cup of coffee with a sly look. Boss, I don't think we can handle this matter. Last time, it was just a branch of A-Dean, the syndicate, which gave us enough headaches. This time, their headquarters is going to take action, which must be more troublesome. Ethan glanced at Benji, who looked cunning. Just tell me what you are planning. Benji carefully observed Ethan and said tentatively, what do you think about us getting some more help? Ron, who helped you last time, is pretty good. Chapter 593 Nuclear Weapons Again. Back in Los Angeles, Sheldon's wedding was immediately carried out in an orderly manner under Amy's impatient arrangement, as if she was afraid that Sheldon would run away. In fact, this is true. Until now, many people think that Sheldon's marriage is incredible. I didn't think so at first, but now that I see that the person getting married is Sheldon and not you, I realize how strange it is. This guy actually got married, George said after realizing it. This world is so big that nothing is impossible. For example, I could never have imagined that Sheldon's wife would be as weird as him. This is the first time I have seen the bride and groom absent at the same time on the wedding day. The reason is that they are doing scientific research. My God, even if they are doing something in the house, it is not so outrageous. Ron looked depressed because the wedding was already an hour later than the original time. He just sent Leonard Turgeon, and the reply he got was that Sheldon had just discovered a new scientific theory and was proving it with the bride. This can be said to be the most ridiculous wedding Ron has ever attended. The reason why the guests at the wedding have not left yet is purely because Howard invited the actor who played Luke Skywalker in Star Wars to be the witness, and most of the guests happen to be Atticus like Sheldon. Luke Skywalker's status among these American otakus is roughly equivalent to Yui Arigaki's status in Japan and China. You can imagine how crazy these otakus are at this moment. Even the most enthusiastic comic exhibitions cannot compare to the craziness of these otaku scientists. However, no matter how enthusiastic the comic exhibitions are, they will eventually end. Moreover, this is not a comic exhibition, but Sheldon's wedding. Finally, before Zyokio's patience was about to run out, the music sounded, and Sheldon and Amy, the newlyweds, finally walked into the ceremony hall. Oh my God, it's Luke Skywalker. Sheldon was shocked when he saw the witness's face clearly. He rushed to the stage of the auditorium and excitedly held the witness's hand. I didn't expect that you would come to propose to me. That's great. After the wedding, please wait a moment. I have 4,000 things that I need your autograph for. A cold sweat ran down Luke Skywalker's forehead. The enthusiasm of these fans was really overwhelmed for him. Fortunately, Amy helped him share the pressure in time. Amy's father handed Amy's hand to Hilton and stepped back. The two looked at each other lovingly, and then Mr. Skywalker began to read the wedding speech. Today we gather here to celebrate the marriage of Sheldon Lee Cooper and Amy Farrer. I originally prepared many witness speeches, but I decided to jump directly to the exchange of rings and vows because I have been answering your questions for an hour before that. Just as the two picked up the rings and prepared to exchange them, George's shoulder was tapped, and Ethan squeezed in between the two and sat down. It turns out that the wedding has just started. I thought I was going to be late. If the wedding starts at the normal time, then you are indeed late, but I told you a long time ago that it doesn't matter whether you come or not. As long as the money is in place. Ron nodded helplessly at George, and asked him to help move out a seat for Ethan to sit down. But I guess you rushed here in such a hurry. It should not just be to attend my brother's wedding. Our operation failed yesterday. A group of unidentified people stole the raw materials for nuclear weapons on the black market. Those raw materials were enough for them to make 3 nuclear bombs. We just captured the scientist who provided them with a technical solution, and got a piece of information from him. Aideen's Lark will trade with a female arms dealer codenamed White Widow in Paris tonight. What they are trading should be the nuclear materials we lost. Do you want to get involved? If Ethan hadn't mentioned the name Aideen, maybe Ron would insist on attending the wedding before considering helping Ethan, but he was not calm after hearing the name. Rack? I seem to have heard of this name. He is a member of the radical faction in Aideen. And this time it's nuclear weapons? Can't these terrorists try some new tricks? Ron helplessly put the wedding gift prepared for Sheldon in George's hands. Please tell Mom Sheldon that I have something I must do and need to leave immediately. Come on, Ethan, let me see what these cowards are planning to do this time. Coming out of the auditorium, Ron followed Ethan all the way to the Los Angeles Military Airport, where a military transport plane that had been prepared was quietly waiting for them. We all know that Aideen's intelligence personnel have already infiltrated every aspect of the U.S. government, so the identification code of this plane is a transport plane from a U.S. base. He will open the cabin door when he flies over Paris. We will parachute together and land on the outskirts of Paris, and then take a car to the Grand Palais Hotel to find a way to get close to the White Widow and get the nuclear materials in his hands. Is there any problem on the plane? Ethan asked after reading the mission briefing. Ron immediately raised his hand. Of course there is a problem. I want to know where this pretty boy came from. I thought that only the two of us would carry out this mission, or bring your funny follower with us. Hey. Watch your words, man. I'm not a pretty boy, I'm a senior agent of the CIA. August Walker, the man who was ridiculed by Ron at the airport, stood up dissatisfied. He is specially arranged by the CIA to supervise us. I can't do anything about it. Because of the last operation, we are suspected by the CIA, Ethan said helplessly. Be patient, I promise it won't affect our operation. Any other questions? No, we have arrived above the target location. There are still 10 seconds before decompression. The green warning light in the cabin, which means that the target has been reached, lit up. Ron and Ethan put on their helmets and turned on the valves of the oxygen tanks. When they finished all this, August, who was forced to come over by the CIA, had just put on his parachuting clothes in a hurry. Ethan frowned. Have you opened the oxygen tank? At this altitude, there is no atmosphere. You'd better not faint. Ron looked at Ethan, who was anxious to put on the equipment for August, and shook his head. This newcomer forced by the CIA was simply a pure rookie. I'll go first. See you in Paris. The cabin door opened, and Ron waved to the two of them. He jumped out first. After a simple adjustment, he turned his head down, put his hands together and pressed tightly against his body, and fell rapidly. Altitude 3,210 meters, 3,019 meters, 2,981 meters. The parachute assistance system in the helmet kept reporting the current altitude. When it descended to a safe altitude, the parachute bag opened with a bang. After buffering, Ron landed safely on the roof of the hotel. Just as he was about to take a breath, he suddenly felt a gust of wind on his head. Realizing that the situation was not good, Ron quickly rolled to the side to get out of the way, but saw Ethan and August hugging each other and falling heavily on the roof. If it weren't for the parachute that suddenly opened at the last critical moment, this fall would have directly cost them both their lives. What's the matter? Did you fight with this rookie in the air? Do you need me to help you deal with him now? Ron took out a dagger and looked back and forth at August's neck with malicious eyes. Ethan quickly held down his dagger. No, it was this rookie who lost his oxygen tank. He fainted due to lack of oxygen at high altitude. I got so embarrassed to save him. Okay, what should we do now? How do we find the two people who are going to trade? Ron put away his dagger and looked at Ethan. I found Lark's mobile phone number through the cell phone of the scientist we caught. I guess that should be his mobile phone number for contacting buyers and sellers. Take this and it will give a prompt when Lark approaches. Ethan gave Ron and Augusto, who had just woken up by rubbing his head, a machine each, and took them into the hotel from the roof. Under their parachute suits, they had already prepared exquisite suits, which just matched the atmosphere of today's charity dinner. Ron took a cocktail from the waiter, smiled and greeted the strangers around him while walking back and forth in the hall, while quietly turning on the machine in his pocket. The machine in his pocket vibrated faintly, and Ron's heart moved. He immediately turned in the direction he had just walked. Sure enough, the further he walked in this direction, the stronger the vibration of the machine in his pocket became. When he reached the door of the bathroom, he ran into Ethan, who was also excited. This is it. The bastard who wanted to make trouble should be inside. How is your pretty boy? Ron put away the machine and asked Ethan. He is still uncomfortable. I asked her to rest for a while by the stage. Be careful. Following the guidance of the machine, the two walked into the bathroom. After passing two white men who were chatting while washing their hands, the machine finally responded again. This time it pointed to the cubicle for relieving oneself. As soon as the machine finished vibrating, the door of the cubicle was opened, and an Asian man walked out and walked straight to the sink. Ron and Ethan looked at each other, and one on the left and one on the right also walked to the sink, just sandwiching him in the middle. This situation would make anyone feel that something was wrong, let alone a ruthless terrorist like Lack. Before the two were about to complete the encirclement, Lack suddenly elbowed Ethan in the face. Ethan quickly stretched out his hand to block, but he didn't expect that Lack's move was just a feint. As soon as Ethan got ready to block, Lack suddenly stretched out his arm, clamped Ethan's wrist and twisted it hard, and smashed his face into the sink. At this time, Ron had just walked to his side. Seeing Ethan's miserable state, his eyes twitched. This man is a master. Ron was shocked and became more cautious. The previous few moves were too fast. He didn't even see the opponent's moves clearly. He could only tiptoe first and throw a straight punch to test. As soon as the right fist came out, the opponent immediately stepped forward, crossed his hands and wrists, and blocked Ron's fist. Ron secretly said that it was not good and wanted to stop, but it was too late. Ron's fist was held by the other party with both hands. Before Ron's other fist could hit his face, Lark's hands were wrong and actually clasped Ron's wrist. Then, like a crocodile biting its prey, it pulled Ron's wrist and did a 180-degree death flip. Not only did it avoid Ron's fist, but it also turned Ron's wrist over. Ron's entire arm was held at the joint and could not move. In an instant, Ron's identity changed from lover to prey. After so many years of debut, this was the first time Ron suffered such a big loss. Lark showed a smug smile on his face. Just as he was about to further break Ron's joints, he didn't expect Ron's hand to flash with a cold light. There was a dagger in his hand that was originally empty, and it was slashing towards his wrist. Lark was shocked and quickly let go of his wrist. Magician, Lark asked in doubt. Even with his eyesight, he couldn't see how Ron conjured up a dagger. Of course, this was not his fault. Who would have thought? Ron also had a system space? As long as he had a thought in his mind, he could summon things in the space to his hands, not to mention a dagger. If Bourne was not afraid of not being able to explain it to Ethan, He could even conjure up a mortar and smash it on Lark's head. Guess. Ron smiled mysteriously and waved the dagger forward. Lark saw that the situation was not good, so he hurriedly pulled under the sink and pulled out the metal pipe under the sink, just in time to meet Ron's dagger. Ping! The dagger collided with a steel pipe, making a sound of metal and iron clashing. The two of them took a step back, and neither of them took advantage of it. Ethan, who was hurt on the side and bleeding, silently retreated to the side. His level of melee combat was only the top among ordinary agents. Compared with top masters like Ron and Lark, there was still a certain gap. In such a high-end game, he would only cause trouble if he went up, so he simply did not intervene. Ron and Lark stared at each other for a while. Ron took the lead again. He used a fake move to trick Lark's center of gravity. Then he suddenly slashed the dagger from top to bottom. When the dagger was about to cut Lark's throat, Lark turned his wrist and the steel pipe turned in his palm. He blocked Ron's attack again. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Ron's left hand suddenly swept from below. Lark was confused by this action. The two of them were now deadlocked in the air with their weapons each. The distance between their bodies was definitely far more than a hand's distance. Logically, Ron's hand should not be able to touch him, but it suddenly made such a wonderful move, which made him have a bad premonition. Could it be another magic trick? As soon as this thought appeared in Lark's mind, Ron's waving palm suddenly had a cylindrical object that was rapidly extending under Lark's fixed gaze. It was a baton. The length of the baton just made up for the distance between Ron's hand and Lark's knee, and Lark fell to the ground with a scream. The strike was a hit, and Ron's hand holding the dagger was not idle. While Lark was kneeling, he turned the dagger and hit Lark's head with a handle, and Lark finally fainted. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 594, Prisoner Robbery. Well done, this little magic trick is great. I thought you needed my help to deal with this guy. Ethan clapped his hands and switched from watching the show to being a professional agent. Ron rolled his eyes at him unhappily. Come on, brother, can you wipe the blood off your face before you say nice things? Where's the machine? Start scanning his face now. Ron grabbed Lark's hair and lifted his head up. Ethan opened the briefcase he had been holding, took out a strange-shaped machine from it, and scanned Lark's face. But unfortunately, as soon as the scanning probe lit up, a burst of electric sparks came out of the machine behind it, and then a thick smoke rose. Damn it, it seems that I fell over this thing during the fight just now, and it's broken. What should we do now? Ethan grabbed his hair frantically. I suggest you let go of those few strands of hair on the top of your head. You are 1/4 British, so you are more likely to lose hair. I have 2 employees who look very similar. They are only 1/2 British, but they are already bald at a young age, Ron said as he began to search Lark and stuffed all of his personal belongings back onto himself. If that's the case, then there is only one way, and that is to gamble whether they have seen the real Lark. That's a good idea, but is it too dangerous? Ethan frowned. I believe you would do the same if you were alone. It will be fine as long as you keep an eye on it for me. Ron stuffed the briefcase he was carrying into Ethan's hands. Inside is a VSS silent sniper rifle. You are responsible for ordering it for me on the periphery. I've received intelligence that there are more than just our family looking for White Widow or Lark tonight. Some people are even offering a bounty on the black market. Don't worry, I will. Ethan had just finished speaking solemnly when he immediately felt something was wrong. Wait, you've been with me the whole time. Where did the information come from? I have my special channel, a weird machine that can monitor the entire world. Entering the auditorium, Ron immediately separated from Ethan. Ethan walked around the hall with the briefcase and walked over to a position in the middle of the second floor of the hall. The view there was excellent and he could overlook the situation in the entire hall. It was the best sniping location. Ron glanced around the hall and immediately locked his eyes on the flaxen-haired woman in the middle, wearing a white evening dress. Ron looked down at the photo. The woman looked exactly like the one in the photo. She was as noble and elegant as ever, revealing a faint amorous feeling, like a deadly poison to men. Just as the music started, Ron naturally walked to the White Widow, took her hand, and blended into the crowd dancing on the dance floor. You must not be Lark, the White Widow said firmly. Ron was shocked. But he remained calm on his face. Of course I am not. Lark is just an alias, one of my many trumpets. If you want, you can still call me SpongeBob tomorrow. The name is just a code name, not important, right? Indeed, and this name is better than anonymous, isn't it? The second sentence of the White Widow still made Ron tremble with fear. If it weren't for Ethan's damn mission, he would have been ready to take down the White Widow and interrogate her. Where did she hear the name anonymous? It has been almost a year since the disappearance of the Nameless. Almost everyone is asking for news about him, but no one knows where he is. This is the first time that Ron has heard this name from an outsider. But unfortunately, it is not possible now. Everything must be based on the mission. This is still a test for her. The name Nameless is too ugly. If I have to give it another name now, I would rather be called Wooksitacy. Ron continued to play dumb and said, "Is there any place where we can talk privately?" "Why? If we are talking about names, can't we continue to talk here?" The White Widow seemed to have found a different kind of fun. Her jade hand slid along Ron's arm, gradually climbed up to his shoulder, and stroked Ron's cheek. "Because in a more private place, we can also discuss the name of my future child, of course, under the premise that we do something else, but I think our meeting here should not be just for this." Ron unceremoniously put his hand under the White Widow's skirt. Sure enough, he touched a hard metal product next to her garter. Obviously, this should be his weapon. Ron thought and put the weapon into the space. The White Widow was completely unaware of all this. She just thought that Ron had touched his weapon. "Frankly speaking, I still think the name Pimp is more famous. You have a reputation, so I thought you would be uglier. You know, most of the crazy people in this business don't look that good, so I gave you a surprise, right?" Ron kissed her lightly on the face. "If I told you that there is more than one surprise tonight, would you be happier?" As Ron said, he let go of the White Widow's hand and walked behind her. He hugged the White Widow's slender waist and continued in her ear, "My second surprise is that I plan to protect you. You are in danger now, do you know?" "Danger? What danger?" "A lot of people are planning to kill you tonight." Ron wrote a few numbers on the White Widow's waist with his fingers. The White Widow looked in the direction of the end point represented by the numbers, and sure enough, she noticed a few malicious eyes. As soon as they looked at her, they casually shifted their gaze elsewhere, but the White Widow could feel that these people's attention was still on her. Ron noticed the strange looks from these people when he walked into the hall, and immediately determined that these people should be the killers that the machine had reminded him of. Ron unceremoniously put his hand under the skirt of the White Widow, and sure enough, he touched a hard metal product next to her garter. Obviously, this should be his weapon. Ron thought about it and put the weapon into the space. The White Widow was completely unaware of all this. She just thought that Ron had touched his weapon. "Frankly speaking, I still think the name Pimp is more famous. You have a reputation, so I thought you would be uglier. You know, most of the crazy people in this business don't look that good, so I gave you a surprise, right?" Ron kissed her lightly on the face. "If I told you that there is more than one surprise tonight, would you be happier?" As Ron said, he let go of the White Widow's hand and walked behind her. He hugged the White Widow's slender waist and continued in her ear, "My second surprise is that I plan to protect you. You are in danger now, do you know?" "Danger? What danger?" "A lot of people are planning to kill you tonight." Ron wrote a few numbers on the White Widow's waist with his fingers. The White Widow looked in the direction of the end point represented by the numbers, and sure enough, she noticed a few malicious eyes. As soon as they looked at her, they casually shifted their gaze elsewhere, but the White Widow could feel that these people's attention was still on her. Ron noticed the strange looks from these people when he walked into the hall, and immediately determined that these people should be the killers that the machine had reminded him of. Ron looked at the smug smile on the face of the White Widow with appreciation, and put the dagger that he had just confiscated from the White Widow back into his hand, inviting her sincerely. Near them, with the first person demonstrating, the other killers with bad intentions were ready to approach them. The killer who had just been killed was forgotten by the dancers who were indulging in sensual pleasures as if he had never appeared. At this time, the orchestra in the hall happened to play the Waltz of Flowers. This is the most famous waltz in the famous musical The Nutcracker by Russian musician Tchaikovsky. The White Widow nodded happily and shook Ron's hand again. At this time, two killers were surrounding them, one in front and one behind. As the music started, Ron immediately lifted the White Widow up to the rhythm and made a difficult spin. The special heels of his high-heeled shoes, which were still dripping with blood, cut a long wound on the killer's arm behind him like a sharp sword. The wound was bleeding black, which was a sign of poisoning. The killer rolled his eyes and fell to the ground. At this time, the third killer had already killed Ron. Ron calmly put the White Widow down, grabbed her little hand and pulled it. The White Widow turned around like a top and changed places with Ron. At this time, the dagger that had just been handed to her also slashed the neck of the person behind her with a rotation. In the relaxed waltz, Ron and the White Widow teamed up and easily killed 3 killers. The remaining killers looked at each other and decisively chose to withdraw from this mission, which made Ethan, who had been watching on the second floor, worry in vain. When they came in, they did not bring any weapons in to deal with the security check at the door. All the weapons were collected at the banquet. They thought they could kill the target by relying on their numbers, but they never expected that the target would be so difficult to deal with. The killers only wanted money, but they did not have the sense of mission to never give up until the goal was achieved. After Ron and the White Widow dealt with these killers, they did not forget to glance at them demonstratively, and then walked out of the banquet hall. "It's a pleasure to cooperate with you, Mr. Lark. I hope our future cooperation will be even more pleasant." Leading Ron to her secret base, the White Widow smiled charmingly. "This is a warehouse not far from the hotel. The warehouse is full of White Widow's men, who are fiddling with all kinds of firearms. Anyway, Ethan is outside, and Ron sits opposite her fearlessly. So can we start the deal now? I heard that you have 3 ring bombs, which are important materials for making new nuclear weapons. What price are you going to offer? I don't plan to ask for money. I need you to save someone as a deal." The White Widow put a map in front of Ron. "The French government received a prisoner at noon today, and will send it to the Ministry of Finance by air at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. An armored convoy under strict police protection will transport him via this route." The White Widow held the map and made a swirl. "We will use a sleight of hand at this intersection. The convoy will automatically take a prearranged alternative route to get here. You have to help me pick up the prisoner here. I spent a lot of money to get the news of this prisoner. You don't happen to know who he is, do you?" Ron looked at the photo under the map. Solomon Lane, a former British special agent, who later became an anarchist. He used rebellious secret agents to establish a terrorist network called the Syndicate. He was just caught by American agents not long ago. That's right. The identity of this prisoner is the head of the Syndicate, who had caused Ron a lot of trouble in the UK before. In exchange with Nikif, Ron kept him in the UK. He never expected to meet him again here. Maybe my assistant didn't make it clear when communicating with you. I came to Paris for only one thing, that is nuclear materials. Of course I know, but my job is just to connect buyers and sellers. My sellers are not interested in cash, so if you want the ring bomb, you must accept this task." "Okay, I accept this task." Ron thought about it and could only agree reluctantly, "but I have 2 conditions. First, I need to make sure that you really have what I want. Of course, it's here." The widow snapped her fingers, and her subordinates brought a suitcase with only a ring bomb in it. "This is for you, as a deposit. After the matter is done, I will give you the other 2. What's your second condition?" "Arrange food, accommodation, and beauties for me. I like women wearing white evening dresses and flaxen hair." Ron's aggressive eyes looked back and forth at the White Widow unscrupulously. Not only was the White Widow not angry, but she deliberately straightened her chest to show her figure more clearly. "No problem, you will get what you want." There was no conversation that night. When Ron appeared in front of Ethan the next day, he looked much more refreshed. "You didn't wait for me here all night, did you? I thought you would find a place to rest. I'm not like you who goes wherever you want to play, not to mention that I have a burden with me," Ethan said with dark circles under his eyes, full of resentment. "Did you get our stuff?" Ron pushed the suitcase in front of Ethan. "Only 1/3, which is the deposit they paid. The rest will be given to us after we meet their conditions." "How much did they offer?" "I'll call the headquarters to transfer the money now." Ethan took out his mobile phone with a happy face. He didn't expect that the mission would go so smoothly. However, Ron's next sentence brought him back to the abyss. "No, they don't want money. They want us to help them rob a prisoner." Chapter 595 True and False Lark. "You are crazy, Ron. Do you know what you are going to do?" In the secret room, Ethan waved his hands excitedly. "You are going to attack the French armed police force. They are our allies. If the Pentagon knew about this, they would send us to a military court. Our behavior can be classified as treason, When Ethan knew that Ron agreed to the White Widow's conditions, he never stopped and kept muttering in Ron's ears, making Ron wonder if his menopause had come early. Of course I know, but you have to know that what is being traded is ring bombs, the raw material for making super nuclear weapons. If we don't help them in exchange for all the ring bombs, God knows how many people they will kill? 1 million? 2 million? Or 3 million? So, for the sake of world peace, we can only let the French police do the wrong thing for now. Ron said it easily, but Ethan was not at all relaxed. He was scared and sweating, but, like you said, we don't need to get involved. Now the CIA already knows that this is our mission. Once something goes wrong, they will immediately throw us out as scapegoats. I promised your mother that I would bring you back safely. Before taking Ron away from the wedding, Ethan went to say hello to Mary. Ethan was Ron's old friend for many years. Mary certainly knew him. She had told Ethan to bring Ron back safely. Of course I know, so I don't plan to use lethal weapons. If something really happens later, at least there will be an explanation. Look at these, I have a plan. On the contrary, how is the burden you brought with you now? Hasn't he recovered from the sequelae of parachuting? He woke up a long time ago, but his arm was broken, so he can't help much tomorrow. Everything can only rely on the two of us. If it's not enough, I can arrange my action team to help. No need, it's just a robbery. The two of us are enough, Ron said confidently. The next day, the prisoner who was specially taken care of by the White Widow was taken out of the prison early and stuffed into the fully armed escort convoy. They moved along the scheduled route. This route was exactly the same as the map Ron saw yesterday. It can be seen that the White Widow's people had already ambushed in France. Therefore, the plan to collude with the French high level to cheat the terrorists failed. Well, we may have to do a big one, Ron put on the hood and said helplessly. He had made a plan before, revealing the intelligence that the prisoner escort route had been exposed to the French one day in advance, trying to join forces with them to deal with the White Widow. But seeing that their route had not changed today, Ron knew that the White Widow must have a high position as a spy hidden in the French high level. Begin the action. Ron sent a text message to the mobile phone of the White Widow's men, and the White Widow's men immediately began to act. When the escort convoy drove to the designated location, the Black Widow's men suddenly drove a large truck and crashed out from the roadside, crashing the first car of the convoy into the wall and squeezing it into a car, and then the men hiding in the roadside shops came out and started shooting at the convoy. Immediately start Plan B. Seeing that the situation was not good, the convoy commander yelled, turned the direction, and drove the car into the alley on the side of the road in advance. The convoy was divided into two parts. One part stayed in place to continue to resist the attack of the White Widow's men, and the other part followed the commander's wife from the alley to the bridge, intending to take another road under the bridge. This move was exactly what Ron wanted. He had been lying in ambush on this road. Through the surveillance cameras that had been installed on the road, he saw that the convoy was about to pass by. Ron turned the key and started the truck he was riding in. Autobots attack. After saying that, he stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The truck engine started slowly with a huge roar, and finally got faster and faster. When the prisoner escort car passed the intersection, the truck just came out of the long and deep alley and knocked the escort car into the river. There is an attack. Everyone be alert. The French special police got off the car carefully, holding weapons and approaching the truck nervously. Just after taking a few steps, a lot of fire and thick smoke suddenly came out of the front of the truck. In front of the special police door, Shigu Temple quickly retreated and shrank back behind the car. Be careful. The car may explode. Everyone retreat. The commander just finished shouting, and when he turned around, he found that there was no one behind him. He hurriedly found a car and hid behind it. However, they waited for a long time but the car did not explode. The smoke gradually dissipated. When they went to check again, they found several burning sticks and smoke bombs scattered on the car seat, and the driver had disappeared. They were fooled. Ron walked after the car crash and immediately lit the burning sticks and smoke bombs. Under the cover of the fire and smoke, he jumped into the river. The police officers on the escort car struggled out of the car early and climbed to the shore. Only the prisoners who were knocked unconscious were locked on the chair of the car and could not move. Ron dived into the water, asked for an oxygen tank, put a respirator on the prisoner's mouth, cut the rope on the prisoner, and the two people did not even show their heads. They went directly into the sewage pipe under the river and went upstream into the sewer of Paris. After several expansions, the most spacious place in Paris could even accommodate 2 cars at the same time. At this moment, Ethan had been waiting there in a speedboat. When he saw Ron showing up, he immediately hurriedly threw the prisoner onto the boat with him. "How is it? Did you kill anyone?" Ethan asked worriedly. Although he hadn't heard any gunshots, Ethan knew that Ron had many ways of killing people, not just gun skills. "Of course, he didn't kill anyone. I thought it would take a lot of effort to get away, but I didn't expect that just a little fire and the smoke scared them away. Now the French special police are really dying." Ron climbed onto the speedboat by grabbing the side of the boat, took out a syringe from his body, and directly pierced the prisoner's carotid artery, injected the medicine in the syringe into him, and the prisoner immediately fainted. "Okay, now the goods are ready, we can trade right away," Ethan said as he excitedly pulled open the prisoner's pants. Ron's face was full of shock, and he took a few steps back in fear, almost falling into the water. "Wait, what are you doing? Are you interested in his anus? I've known you for so long, but I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Oh my God. When we were training together before, I slept very soundly several times. You didn't do anything to me, did you? How is that possible?" "What are you thinking about?" Ethan said angrily. "Do you think I want to do that? I just installed a tracker on it. I must know what the White Widow wants to do by exchanging it." "Well, the way you install the IMF tracker is really disgusting." After making sure that his anus was safe, Ron breathed a sigh of relief and drove the boat towards their temporary base. "You're finally back. I thought you were going to die in the mission. This kind of mission is terrible. I don't want to go out on the field next time. I'm more suited to sitting in the office." As soon as he saw them back at the base, August, the burden that Ethan brought with him, immediately started complaining incessantly. While complaining, he walked towards them. When his hands were about to touch the fan, Ethan suddenly kicked him in the stomach without warning, causing August to take several steps back before he could stand. "FXXK. What are you doing?" August bent over in pain and covered his stomach, angrily said. "We are one of us. Do you know? I represent the CIA and have the right to supervise your actions, and you dare to hit me. Just wait." Waiting for you to go back and frame us, Ron pulled out his pistol and pointed it at August. "Or waiting for you to call your men to rush up and kill us? August? Or respected Mr. Lark? When did you find out?" After his identity was exposed, August simply stopped acting, and his hunched body gradually straightened up. "I believe I have not revealed any flaws in front of you. Logically speaking, you should not find out until you die. Maybe you've been in that mess of the CIA for too long and think that all agents are idiots like them, but unfortunately we are not." Ron continued to point his gun at Lark. He took a step forward, stood in front of Ethan, and quietly stuffed a grenade into his hand. "You have revealed too many flaws. Unless we are blind, it is really hard not to find them, not to mention the footprints left by your men at the door. Just the action of you reaching out to take the prisoner is low-level enough. You don't think we have forgotten which hand you broke, do you? In fact, I started to doubt it yesterday. How could the famous Lark be an Asian? We all know that the organization Alien is very exclusive to Ye." Ron laughed sarcastically. "So what are you waiting for? Why don't you let your men show themselves?" Lark waved his hand, and a pair of militants in CIA uniforms rushed out from various corners of the base and pointed their guns at Ron and the other two. The sound of loading guns continued. Lark smiled complacently. "It's a pity that you found out too late, otherwise you could still save your lives. Now, I want you to hand him over and surrender obediently, you know? The gentleman above me is very optimistic about you too, if you are willing to join us." Lark's voice had not yet fallen. Ron suddenly reached back, grabbed the prisoner and threw him forward. Now, the prisoner was thrown onto Lark, and Lark didn't have time to be happy. He saw a C4 bomb with red letters sticking to the prisoner's back. He immediately pushed him away as if he had seen a ghost, and rolled behind the debris in the base. "There's a bomb." Upon hearing this, the other men fired a burst of bullets in the direction of Ron and Ethan and hid behind the nearest bunker. But after they hid in the bunker, they waited for a full 5 seconds, but they didn't hear the sound of the explosion. Lark clearly remembered the countdown when the prisoner was pushed into his arms. There were only 3 seconds left. Could it be that we were fooled? That's a fake bomb. Shoot quickly, we can't let them get away from here. Lark was the first to come out from behind the bunker. "Ethan, run, I'm arresting you for treason on behalf of the CIA." However, no matter how loudly he shouted, Ron and Ethan ignored them. Boom. Ron made a sound for the bomb with his mouth, rolled up from the ground, and threw 2 grenades to the back desperately. Ethan also threw the grenade that Ron had just handed him. This time, they threw real things. The delay fuse of the grenade is 3 seconds, which is enough time for the grenade to rebound disorderly after hitting obstacles such as walls, and then explode in the air. In this not-so-spacious space, the explosive power of 3 grenades is fatal. Seeing this, everyone could only hide behind the bunker again. Lark even pulled 2 nearby soldiers to shield himself. Boom! This time there was a real explosion. One of the grenades exploded not far from Lark, and half of the soldier he used as a scapegoat was blown into charred black. The soldier wailed in pain. Lark impatiently shot him in the head to end his suffering. He's not dead yet. He actually let these 2 people get away. What should we do now? Boss, Lark's men chased for a distance without success and came back to report in frustration. Of course we have to retreat. We only need this person. Now the key is to complete the deal quickly and then use the nuclear materials to make weapons. From our big plan, Lark muttered halfway through his order, of course we can't let them go so easily. As he spoke, Lark dragged a body out from behind the bunker. The owner of the body was a CIA agent who followed Lark to the base. When Ron and his team were taking action, Lark edited the video of Ron meeting the White Widow on the street last night and sent it back to the CIA headquarters, falsely claiming that Ron's identity was Lark. With the cooperation of other undercovers, the CIA issued a hunting order for Ron and Ethan. These dead agents and those standing were all action teams sent by the CIA. The difference is that the dead ones are really CIA agents, and the living ones are all undercover agents of aiding lurking in the CIA. Lark put his hand into the wound of the corpse and dug it hard for a few times, then wiped his bloody hand on his face and clothes a few times, and then dialed the video of the CIA headquarters. What happened to you? Why are you so badly injured? How is your action team? The temporary action leader frowned at the miserable state of Lark in the video and asked, did you have a firefight with Ron? What happened? Didn't I say that we should bring them back first? I know, but I just told them that if they cooperated with us to go back and investigate. Ethan immediately shot at us again. Several of our brothers died, and I was also seriously injured. Ethan and Ron really rebelled. Chapter 596, Agent Ethan, you don't want to. I'm sorry, Ron. I got you wanted to, Ethan said dejectedly after coming out of the other end of the tunnel and returning to the small speedboat where they had just transported the prisoners. It's okay. I had thought about it when I joined your mission. As an agent, isn't it normal to encounter such a situation? Ron said indifferently. Anyway, it was just a unilateral determination of treason by the CIA, and it was not confirmed. In fact, they didn't even have any decent evidence. Ron didn't believe they could do anything to him. After all, no matter how powerful the CIA was, it was still under the jurisdiction of the Pentagon, and Ron happened to have a good relationship with many generals in the Pentagon. As long as not all of them were villains, like the situation in a certain bar, Ron had full confidence in turning the tables. Normal, but it's even more troublesome now. Ethan was stunned for a moment, then frowned and said worriedly, a total of 3 ring bombs were stolen, and now the deposit and the exchange chips are in their hands, which means that all 3 ring bombs are in their hands. Do you know what this means? It means that they can threaten the lives of millions of people at any time. I suggest subtracting 1/3 from your original number. Ron smiled proudly and opened the toolbox on the ship. Although this thing has a little weak radioactivity, I think it's safer to carry it with us. After all, our main target is them, isn't it? I'm very curious now, their expressions when they put the 3 ring bombs together and find the difference between them. It must be very interesting, but even so, they will still get 2 nuclear weapons, and we still lose, Ethan said dejectedly. That's not necessarily true. Do you remember what good stuff you installed on that prisoner just now? Ron had a wicked smile on his face. He had just wanted to use the prisoner as a human bomb to delay time. Just when he took the bomb out of his personal space, Ron remembered what Ethan had done before, so he decisively replaced it with a fake bomb and stuck it on the prisoner's back. Yes, I just installed a GPS for him. Ethan slapped his forehead and shouted excitedly, but he immediately became depressed again. But even if we installed a GPS for him, what would happen? There are only 2 of us, and we are a wanted criminal of the CIA. He even has the support of the entire CIA French Operations Department. It is simply a pipe dream for us to snatch the prisoner back from him. Who said we must snatch him back? Even if we snatch him back, What will happen? Use him to exchange things and then catch him back, and let the unforgivable guy spend his old age in a prison like a resort hotel? How can it be so good? Ron's mouth curled up a trace of disdainful sneer. He had long been unhappy with these saintly bitches who abolished the death penalty. Former terrorist leaders like Liam would have been put on the guillotine in any previous era, but now under the protection of these saints, they will live in special rooms in prison, and their food, drink and entertainment will all be in line with the highest standards. Even in such a high-level prison, they can even go online. And the internet speed is very fast, which is used to show the humanistic care of these advanced capitalist countries. What are you going to do? Are you going to rob the plutonium bomb when they are trading? I think it's too difficult. There are only 2 of us. And they have at least dozens of people. Even if Lark is prepared, we may face more than dozens of people, or even hundreds. Ethan's face was extremely ugly, because he suddenly thought that if Lark called the CIA's Overseas Operations Department to cooperate with the operation, the number of people might be more than what he just said. Ethan originally came from the secret department within the CIA, and he was familiar with the CIA's operating methods. He knew very well how many people Lark could arrange in the name of hunting down traitors. Ethan, you have carried out countless difficult missions. Which one of them was not against a larger force with a smaller force? Which one of them was not completed in a desperate situation that everyone thought was impossible? Ron's voice suddenly became serious and excited, just like an aspiring young man who was ready to devote himself to the mission at any time. But people who are familiar with him know that under normal circumstances, when Ron is like this, he is ready to start fooling people, such as Ethan. So, this time there must be something bad going on for me, right? You can't say that, Agent Ethan. You don't want me to accidentally kill several CIA colleagues in order to complete the mission, right? Ron threatened with a smirk. Ethan's heart skipped a beat. He knew that if Ron said that, he would definitely do it. He and the CIA have always been at odds. When he had nothing to do, he would occasionally bully and step on them. Now that there is such a fair opportunity, how could he let those CIA colleagues go? Although Ethan himself often becomes passive due to various constraints of the CIA, those orders are issued by senior CIA officers and have nothing to do with these low-level agents. Ethan has been in the CIA for a long time and has deep feelings for them. If it were those fat and big-eared officers, Ethan would not even ask them. Let them die? But when it comes to his colleagues who are charging on the front line, Ethan feels a little bit reluctant. Ethan sighed helplessly. Okay, what do you want me to do? As long as you can save a few lives in the CIA, I will listen to you. Okay, don't worry, as long as you cooperate with me, I will ensure that everything is safe. I have thought of a plan, but I just lack a bait. The Champs-Élysées, the most beautiful street in Paris, is located on the axis connecting the Louvre and the Grande Arcade. It is also known as the Avenue de Triomphe. It is a must-see attraction for all tourists to France, but today, this beautiful street has become bleak because of a group of uninvited guests. Because Lark and the White Widow chose this place as the trading location for today, of course, they could not trade on the street, but chose an inconspicuous alley on the Champs-Élysées. But this does not mean that the Champs-Élysées can escape the disaster, because in addition to Lark and the White Widow, there is a third party that is watching the situation here, that is, Ron and Ethan, who followed a tracker hidden in the prisoner's anus all the way here. It's really great that the tracker is still working. I thought we would lose it after that guy ate something and went to the toilet, Ron said with lingering fear. When the tracker's positioning began to move in the morning, Ron confirmed it several times and finally confirmed that the tracker's movement trajectory did not overlap with the route of any sewer in Paris. And then he set off with Ethan. I've told you several times that it's a new type of tracker unique to our CIA. The outer shell of the tracker has a layer of membrane. After combining with the bacteria in the large intestine, it will produce a strong adhesive. Unless you use special instruments to take it out, no one can take it out. Behind Ron, a man wearing a prison uniform and a human skin mask said with a bitter face. His outfit was Ron's plan. The machine for making human skin masks was broken when he was in the hotel, but fortunately Howard was a very professional engineer. Ron just connected with him via video and roughly demonstrated the style and principle of the machine. Howard then guided Ron to complete the repair work of the machine online, and upgraded it by the way. The original machine could only scan the face first and then make a mask, but the new machine now only needs a photo to generate a 3D model of a human face mask and print it out. It's really a very useful thing. Come back and make one for me. Hush, they're coming. Ron made a gesture to silence and pulled Ethan into the shadow of the alley. 3 black commercial vehicles drove into the alley. Led by the White Widow, a group of muscular men in suits surrounded her and walked slowly towards Lark, who had been waiting for a long time. Her brother followed behind with a briefcase containing a plutonium bomb. Perhaps because the sprinkler truck had a problem today and sprayed too much water, the entire Champs-Élysées was wet, and this alley was even worse. I remember that the person I traded with was not you. Who are you? Seeing the face of the person waiting, the White Widow asked vigilantly. I am Lark, the real Lark who traded with you, not the CIA undercover who met you yesterday to trade, Lark said proudly. He thought that his statement would make the other party respect him, but he didn't expect that the other party pulled out a gun as soon as he finished speaking. You said you are Lark. You are Lark? What do you have to prove it? How do I know you are not another undercover agent of the CIA? Well said, Mom, your wisdom is enough to make all the stars in the night sky dim. This kind of clumsy lie is even more exposed in front of you. I simply can't describe my admiration for you in words. Lark was about to speak when Ron pushed the prisoner pretending to be Ethan out of the corner. Sorry, Mom, I'm late, and I'm sorry that you were almost deceived by the CIA undercover. Ron certainly remembered the temporary base of the White Widow that he was taken to yesterday, so after discussing the plan with the doctor last night, he wrote a letter and stuffed it into the crack of the door of the temporary base. The content was roughly that the CIA undercover would disguise himself as him to trade with the White Widow. People usually have a preconceived concept in their hearts. Ron was the first to contact the White Widow, and he worked with him to kill several killers in the hotel banquet hall. In the mind of the White Widow, he was naturally more credible than this new one. If it weren't for her long experience in the underground world, the White Widow would have teamed up with Ron to get rid of this new idiot. Lark was very anxious when he saw this. Don't believe him. I am the real Lark. They are CIA scammers. The CIA has a machine that can make human skin masks that are exactly the same as the original. The one in his hand must be wearing a human skin mask. Mine is the real one. If you don't believe me, look. Can the chips he gives you be like mine? Lark said while tearing the prisoner's cheek card. This trick really worked. There is no wall that is impenetrable. The CIA's belongings are not a secret in the underground world. The White Widow has heard about it a long time ago, so she cast a suspicious look at Ron again. To be precise, it was the prisoner in Ron's hand who was exactly the same as Lark's. Ron was not afraid at all, and pushed Ethan hard from behind. Is it true or not? Miss, you can check it yourself and you will know. Who knows how real the human skin mask made by the CIA is? Maybe it doesn't matter if you just tear it off. I just don't know if some people dare to do it. After saying that, Ron did not forget to raise his eyebrows provocatively towards Lark. Lark would naturally not fall for such a simple provocation, but the White Widow's men had already split into 2 groups, and at the same time, they pointed their guns at Ron and himself. It was too much, so he could only push the prisoner forward, intending to prove his innocence. But what made him feel a little uneasy was that according to the rumors about Ron, this person seemed to never do anything without preparation, but now he could not think of any backup plan that Ron could have, so he could only wait and see with doubts. However, just when the 2 prisoners who looked exactly the same were about to reach the White Widow, something strange happened. Ron shouted, "Now!" The prisoner pretending to be Ethan suddenly hugged another prisoner and pointed a pistol that he had taken out from nowhere at the prisoner's temple. Before Lark and the White Widow's men could react, a shirtless man suddenly appeared on the roof and cut off the wires. As soon as the wires with blue electric sparks fell to the ground, half of the people present fell to the ground with convulsions all over their bodies, and the other half were not much better. The huge electric current flowed into people's bodies along the water on the ground, running back and forth in their bodies. For a time, the feeling of paralysis spread throughout the body, except for Ron and Ethan, who were wearing rubber shoes and hiding a rubber suit under their clothes. On the roof of the infamous building, the shirtless man cut the wires, grabbed a rope and swung down from the roof. Like a savage, he went straight to the White Widow's brother. Taking advantage of the inertia of the rope swinging, he kicked the White Widow's brother down with one foot, snatched the box from his hand, and threw it in the direction of Ron. "Here you go. We don't owe each other anything." Then he scratched the opposite wall a few times, climbed up to the opposite building in an incredible way, and then disappeared on the roof. The whole process took no more than 3 seconds. The good news is that Ron now has both the ring bomb and the prisoner. The bad news is that both the White Widow and Lark have recovered from paralysis at this moment. Except for a few unlucky people who were electrocuted, the rest of them still have the strength to fight. What's more, Lark reached into his pocket and quietly pressed the preset phone number prepared in advance. This is a code to the CIA Overseas Operations Department under his command. As long as this phone is dialed, the CIA's support will arrive immediately. You're dead. If Lark hadn't been afraid of the consequences, he would have shot Ethan in the head. But unlike what Lark had expected, Ron, who was surrounded by so many people with guns, didn't panic at all. Instead, he laughed strangely. Drop your weapons, hold your head and squat. Don't laugh. What are you laughing at? The White Widow's men pointed their guns at Ron's head and said roughly. I'm laughing at you until you die without knowing it. I hate it most when someone points a gun at my head, Ron said coldly, looking at the men as if he were looking at a dead person. Chapter 597, Clearing the Wrongs. Like Zio Maja, Ron hated it most when someone pointed a gun at his head, especially when the other person was a supporting character who didn't even deserve a name in a novel. What can I do if I point a gun at you? The little minion arrogantly pointed a gun at Ron's head. Not only am I pointing a gun at you, I'm also going to confiscate your weapons and make you squat with your head in your hands. What are you doing? Kill me if you can. Ethan shook his head. This kid is really dead. Okay, that's what you said. Ron snapped his fingers. Just as everyone was confused, a bloody hole suddenly appeared on the little minion's forehead and he fell to the ground. Everyone was shocked and felt in danger. They all hid behind the nearest bunker to avoid the attack from nowhere. For a while, only Ron was left standing there carefree. Lark quietly looked at Ron's indifferent look and could not help but get angry. He quietly stretched out his pistol from behind the wooden box and aimed at Ron, but before he could move, there was a crisp gunshot. This time, everyone finally underestimated him. On the roof of the building next to him, a strange four-clawed machine with a light rifle on its back was standing on top. Looking carefully, there were more than one of these machines, and there were 8 of them in every corner. These small robots that looked like crabs were either standing or lying down, and some even stretched out 4 mechanical legs to hold the pipes and fix them on them, but without exception, they all pointed their guns to the middle of the alley, blocking this place from all angles. As long as they received Ron's signal, the behind-the-scenes controllers of these robots would control them to shoot at these people. This was also Howard's new answer to Ron recently. Although the previous plan to install submachine guns on drones was good, even if the recoil of guns was small, they would be magnified countless times after being placed on drones. It was okay to hear a sound, but pursuing accuracy was simply a dream. So Ron asked Howard to turn his research to a more stable weapon platform. For example, these quadruped robots are very good. They are a bit like the mechanical dogs produced by some robot companies, but they are many times more flexible. What's more rare is that the weight of these quadruped robots is just enough to be transported by drones. In theory, they can fly quietly and low to any place where they want to be deployed. The game is over, rookies, thank you. If it weren't for the dirty water thrown on me by some people before, I might not have to keep your lives. You are so lucky. You are the first living person I caught, except you. Ron walked to the bunker made of miscellaneous items as if he was giving a speech in the auditorium, and pulled the prisoner out of the pimp's hand. During this process, some of the naked people on the White Widow's side wanted to attack Ron, but as soon as the gun was taken out, a bloody hole was added to his head, and there was another dead person on the ground. Ron looked back at the body of the minion and smiled contemptuously. No way, there are still people trying to resist? Why don't you stand up and try? See if these cute toys above will do anything to you. Ron pointed at the robot above, and the people below became more obedient. Ron hooked his finger at Lark again. Now I order you to kill him. If you don't do as I say, I promise you will die immediately. Bang! Lark gritted his teeth, and finally shot Leon N on the ground. Ron nodded in satisfaction. The sound of the police car outside the alley was getting closer and closer. When Renault helped Ron to grab the bullet, he also called the police. Ron walked out of the alley slowly. I'll leave everything here to you, Ethan. I've also booked a flight for 10 o'clock. If the plane is not delayed, I can still go to the scene to watch the Lakers game. Goodbye. The little robots on the roof have the function of video and recording, but no one said that these videos and recordings cannot be edited. As long as the order is slightly adjusted, what Ron did just now will become Lark shooting and killing Leon N, and then Ron came out to stop him. With this video, Plus Ron's little connection in the Pentagon, Ron is not worried that the CIA will continue to issue a wanted notice for him. If they dare, Ron has a lot of ways to teach them a lesson. The simplest way is to bring people to raid the various CIA action stations every day to check the accounts. Although Ron does not have the right to check the accounts at the CIA headquarters, going back and forth to various action stations is enough for them to bear. However, it turned out that Ron was too worried. Those CIA executives were much more sensible than Ron thought. Ron's plane landed and passed through customs smoothly without any obstruction. His wanted list was automatically cancelled. However, Ron's plan to watch the Lakers game was also ruined, because when he arrived at the Staples Center, he happened to meet Max and Caroline, who were being ejected. They were asked to leave the gym because they spilled sauce on the court while eating in the first row, causing the players to fall and get injured. Ron had to accompany them to leave, and spent a whole night to coax them. Looking at the sun that had risen in the sky, just when Ron thought he could finally take a break, another phone call came, and he had to leave the warm bed helplessly and set off to Uncle Pritchett's house. Ron just walked to the door and heard old Pritchett's rhythmic shouting from the house. He pushed the door open and walked into the house. Old Pritchett was lying on the ground doing push-ups. "What the hell are you doing today?" "It's just a few push-ups. I didn't even groan that loudly when I gave birth to Joe." "Oh, Ron, you're here." Goliath fixed his hair when he saw Ron come in. "Sorry to call you so early in the morning. It's just that I saw your uncle started exercising abnormally early in the morning. In the past, I asked him to run with me, but he refused. He was unwilling to tell me the reason. I thought maybe Ron would have a way, because you only pushed out 6 pounds, but I held up 220 pounds. 6 pounds was the weight of Ron's godson Joe when he was born, and 220 pounds is the current weight of old Pritchett." Seeing Ron come in, his wife, Pritchett, was about to get up, but just as he stood up a little, his knees went weak and he knelt down again. He could only helplessly stretch out his hand to Ron. "Welcome, Ron. You haven't been here for a long time. I've been a little busy at work lately, but actually, we just met a few days ago, at my brother Sheldon's wedding." Ron pulled old Pritchett up from the ground and looked his uncle over and over. "Let me guess, you seem to be wearing younger clothes today, plus you're working out, and if you're dieting at the same time, I guess you must have had a nice affair, right?" Ron was just there to watch the fun, and as soon as he finished speaking, old Pritchett's face changed, and before she could say anything, Gloria exploded with anger. "He just had breakfast this morning. Who the hell is that tower? I'm going to kill her." "Calm down, I just want to stay in shape." Old Pritchett glared at Ron while coaxing his wife, but under the gaze of his wife, he could only give out the real reason. "Well, I'm working out because I'm going to pick up Joe from the birthday party later. Don't you feel at ease?" Joe was sent to attend his friend Henry's birthday party early this morning, and Pritchett started to act abnormal from that time. Gloria understood immediately. "No way? Is it because of Henry's dad?" "Just because he is younger, stronger, rougher, and more manly than you, so you have to be like this." "Hey, take it easy. I'm trying to eat only one breakfast," old Pritchett complained jealously, turned around and said to Ron, "Joe has been talking about his new friend's dad all day long recently. Henry's dad is so manly. Who cares? He's just a stunt double in a few spy movies." Since the first time Joe went to their house to spend the night, that guy has been trying to prove how cool he is. Can you imagine? One time when I went to pick up Joe, he flew over my head on a motorcycle. "Okay, so you are jealous of your son?" Ron rolled his eyes, feeling like a fool. He rushed over just because his uncle was jealous in front of his son. He originally thought something else had happened. "Actually, I don't think it matters. George, Shelton, Jr. and I, the three of us have never idolized our father, but he doesn't look that sad. That's different. I'm not a fat guy like George Sr. who can't even do a push-up," old Pritchett said in front of the other person's son without any regard. "After he retired from the team, he never did a push-up again. But what about me? I just did 20. Okay, what a competitive old man." Ron sighed in his heart, "But even so, you have to admit that you are old, not like when you were young. I believe you must have done much more than this when you were young, and you are no worse than Henry's dad, but when you get old, you can't refuse to accept it." "But I want to be a very cool dad, even though I'm not as young as other dads." Old Pritchett sat on the sofa, panting as he said. The 20 push-ups almost killed him. Old Pritchett's eyes were lonely, and Ron felt a sense of heroism from him. Although at home, old George always joked about old Pritchett being a cook. Yes, These two fathers who disliked each other liked to say bad things about each other behind their backs. Old Pritchett hated old George because he kidnapped his sister, and old Joe accused him of always bossing him around. Because of this, when Sheldon got married, he specially arranged their seats in two corners of the banquet hall to prevent them from fighting on the spot. But no matter how much the two of them didn't get along, this conflict did not extend to the next generation. Ron was even old Pritchett's favorite descendant. This love became more obvious after he found out that his own son was a gay, so Ron has always been very close to this uncle. Okay, I understand what you mean, Uncle Pritchett. How about this? Ron walked up to him and handed him a glass of ice water. I'll go with you to pick up Joe later. I'll find a chance to dampen his spirit. Show off my skills at the birthday party, win Joe's admiration, and then I'll tell him that you taught me all this. How about that? Really? Old Pritchett was overjoyed. Of course it's true. Anyway, you did teach me a lot of my skills, such as climbing over walls, climbing ropes, and how to make the most delicious red wine stewed beef. I drove the car you gave me on my first date, an old Mustang. It felt great. It was the coolest car in our school at the time. I don't know how many girls wanted to sit in my passenger seat. Ron gently pressed old Pritchett's shoulder and said with nostalgia. Because the Cooper family had many children, old George's salary was just enough to cover the living expenses of a family of 6. Naturally, there was no extra money to buy the first car in the lives of the children according to tradition, even if it was a second-hand one. Ron would not ask George Jr. for George Sr.'s truck, but he couldn't refuse to date. Just when he was planning to earn money from working to buy a decent second-hand car, Uncle Pritchett Sr. gave him a birthday present, a brand new second-hand Mustang. The words brand new and second-hand are not contradictory sometimes. When Pritchett Sr. bought it, it was brand new, and when he sold it to Ron for $1, it became second-hand. Ron has always remembered this favor. Ha ha ha, even without that car, you are still the best guy in your school, Pritchett Sr. laughed heartily. But is this really okay? I mean, will it? Don't worry, he is just playing an agent in the movie, and he is also an actor's stand-in, but I am a real agent in reality. Everything he can do, I can do, and everything he can't do, I can do too. Hey, Jay, do you want to be the coolest dad in Joe's mouth? Ron asked in a bewitching tone, and Uncle Pritchett couldn't help but nodded. Then let's make the most handsome entrance, how about that? Didn't you say that he flew over your head on a motorcycle last time? How about we fly over his head this time too? Have you practiced parachuting in the army? Ron thought it was natural to help his dearest uncle to be jealous in front of his son, and Ron's temper has always been to do it well or not, so he wanted to help his wife Pritchett become the coolest dad in history, but old Pritchett disappointed him. He shook his head. You know, I was in the Navy and the Marine Corps before, and I didn't have the opportunity to go parachuting. Can I learn it now? Yes, but the final landing posture will definitely not be cool. Ron shook her head. She could almost imagine old Pritchett rolling on the ground with a parachute on his back after landing. This picture would definitely not be a good look. By the way, how are you flying the plane recently? Chapter 598 The Coolest Dad. Sherlock Holmes of England once said that under the sun, there is nothing new, and everything is a repetition of the past. Just like when Chinese children get together, they occasionally talk about their parents, and so do American children. For example, my dad can eat shit and my dad can eat a lot, but today, because of Henry's celebrity father, the children's chat topic suddenly became much more high-end, from whose father eats more shit to envying Henry for having a cool father. Joe is the most extreme among them. He is simply your little fanboy. Henry, your dad is so cool. Last time, he flew over the roof of my dad's car on a motorcycle. Unlike my dad, he now feels it difficult to stand up from the sofa. Joe looked at Henry's father with envy. Joe, I'm here to pick you up, Mom. Gloria called Joe's name and walked over. Joe cheered and rushed towards her. When he was in Gloria's arms for a while, he looked up and found that his father didn't come with him. He couldn't help but wonder, where's my dad? Yeah, Jay didn't come today. I thought I could see him again. Henry's father came over and showed his injured hand. I should have shaken your hand, but I fell from a 5-story building this morning and landed on the net, so I can't. Sorry. Wow, it's really cool. Joe's eyes were full of stars. If he really fell from the 5-story building to the net, he would have been cut into a pile of meat cubes by the net, Gloria secretly complained in her heart. She now understood the jealous mentality of old Pritchett, but her face was still full of smiles. No, Jay will be here soon. Today his nephew Ron is here to ask him for advice on flying a plane, because my husband is a very good pilot. Look, they are coming. Gloria was talking halfway according to the script that had been discussed in advance, and there was a roar of a plane flying in the sky. She excitedly hugged Joe and pointed to the sky. Look, your father and brother Ron are here. Everyone make way, my husband and his friends are about to land. In the sky, a red plane flew by, and the children all raised their heads curiously. Joe looked up proudly. That's my father. Children are like this. Admiration for a person comes quickly and goes quickly. He has only been worshipping Henry's father for 2 days, and now he has changed his mind. If old Pritchett knew, he would be very happy. But unfortunately he didn't know. Not only did he not know, but he was also very scared. Ron, are you really sure that we only need 80 meters of runway to land? No, you heard it wrong. I said not 80 meters, but 8 meters. 8 meters is enough, Ron corrected while opening the flaps on the co-pilot. This is impossible. I've worked on aircraft carriers before. Even carrier-based aircraft on aircraft carriers need at least 15 meters to land safely, and that's with the help of arresting cables. 8 meters. No, absolutely impossible. You'll kill us. Oh my God, I never thought that I would die because of jealousy at someone else's son's birthday party. This is such a stupid way to die. Old Pritchett glanced at the residential area below the plane. From the sky, those houses looked like exquisite toys, which frightened his heart and made it beat more violently. I say again, don't use your old experience to judge the current technology, but this is an off-road aircraft specially designed by the best engineers of Caltech. The 8 meters I mentioned is just the long distance. The engineer who designed it assured me that as long as they fly a few more times, the takeoff and landing distance can be controlled within 5 meters, Ron said confidently. This aircraft was Howard's work in the design competition. It was a special off-road aircraft designed for wildfire observation. Although it was still a fixed-wing aircraft, the takeoff and landing distance was suppressed to within 5 meters, which was almost the limit. The wide tires on both sides of the fuselage allow it to take off on dirt roads or even mountain roads, even if it doesn't run. It is a rare tool for playing with airplanes. I originally planned to give you this plane as a birthday gift this year, but this time I'll just give it to you in advance. Are you ready? Jay, Ron shouted excitedly. Although Pritchett was sitting in the main driver's seat, well, the positioning of this plane itself is a trainer, and the co-pilot also has a set of aircraft control systems, which have priority over the main driver's seat. God bless us not to fall to the ground and turn into meat patties. I'm ready, then. First adjust the engine power to 15% and start preparing for landing. Under Ron's command, old Pritchett turned down the engine power. The plane circled in the air, exhausted the excess energy, and began to sway and lower the altitude. Soon, it dropped from a height of several hundred meters to less than 10 meters. With the help of the flaps, the speed also dropped to less than 80 kilometers per hour. The speed was not as fast as an electric car, but with the lift of the wings, it was still flying in the air. At this moment, the plane had flown to the road in front of Henry's house. Okay, now shut down the engine completely, hold your hands on the rudder, and pretend that you are flying the plane. Henry's house was right in front of him. Old Pritchett could even hear the cheers of the children. After all, he had seen a lot of things. Ron's reminder immediately made him return to normal. Although his body was still shaking, he had already held his hands on the rudder as Ron said, and put on a calm expression. Then we will land now. Henry's house was in front of him. Ron pressed the rudder down, and the plane fell down again. The wide off-road tires rubbed against the ground and produced a puff of white smoke. Seeing that the plane was about to continue to flip forward, Ron quickly pulled the rudder back again. With the help of aerodynamics, it shook violently and stopped the trend of falling forward. It landed smoothly and slid forward. It's okay now, Ron patted old Pritchett's thigh. He quickly stepped on the brake pedal. The plane stopped moving forward with a sound and stopped steadily at the door of Henry's house. Joe, I'm here to take you home. Old Pritchett opened the cabin door and walked down the plane, saying with a smile. If it weren't for his hand still floating on the cabin door, he would have almost fallen to the ground. His legs are still weak now. But despite this plot of someone coming down from the sky to take the children home still caused a cheer from the children. When have these children who have not even been to kindergarten seen such a scene? Joe, your dad is so cool, little Henry said with envy. I also want to have a pilot dad. Your dad is also very cool, but he can only ride a motorcycle. Compared with your dad, he is simply inferior." The son's innocent words were like a sharp sword piercing Henry's father's heart. Now he was jealous of old Pritchett. "Jay, long time no see." Henry's father stretched out his hand to old Pritchett and shook it. "Long time no see. Thank you for taking care of my son. I'm taking him back now." Old Pritchett held Joe in front of him. "Do you want to drive back with your mother, or fly back with me and Ron?" Faced with such options, and the envious eyes of the children around him, Joe certainly knew what to choose. "I'll fly the plane with you. Can Dad take me for a few more laps in the sky? Please, you are the coolest dad in the world." "Of course, no problem." Old Pritchett waved to Gloria, stuffed Joe into the back seat of the plane and fastened his seat belt. The overall fuselage of this plane is a teardrop-shaped design with a wide front and narrow back. Including the pilot, it can seat up to 3 people, and there is more than enough space for a child in the back. "Are you ready?" Old Pritchett asked loudly, but his eyes were looking at Ron, who nodded at her imperceptibly. "Ready," Joe responded excitedly. "Do you need me to help you clear a runway? How many meters do you need?" 50 meters, 100 meters. "I can ask the neighbors to help move the car." Henry's father looked at the plane with envy and asked. Although he was a little jealous and a little boastful, he was still a good person. "No need to bother, 10 meters is enough." Old Pritchett smiled confidently. According to Ron's instructions, he turned the engine to the maximum while stepping on the brake pedal. The propellers rotated at high speed and instantly leveled the plane. When the plane began to move forward, he suddenly released the brakes and pulled the rudder back to the maximum. Goodbye. The plane jumped into the air like a flying monkey, and then flew higher and higher until it disappeared. The distance from Pritchett's house to Henry's house was less than 70 kilometers, and it flew back quickly. In order to let Joe have fun, old Pritchett took him to circle in the air for a few more times. "This is really the best birthday present I've ever received." "Thank you, Ron. If you need my help in the future, just let me know." After coaxing Joe to sleep, old Pritchett held Ron's hand gratefully. Because of Ron's existence, he became his son's idol again today. "You said that last time. Thank you for still liking it. But speaking of help, I do need your help with one thing. I remember you once said that there are many Hollywood directors among the customers who come to you to order furniture. Can you help me contact a few directors who are good at making TV series? I have a good light comedy script and I want to make it into a TV series." Ron was talking about a comedy that he promised to tailor based on Caroline Max. Not long ago, the screenwriter he contacted told him that the script had been completed. Ron then thought of looking for a film and television company to produce this TV series, but he was in trouble when looking for a producer. In the Hollywood circle, Ron's closest relationship is naturally Marvel's head Stan Lee, but unfortunately, Stan Lee is seriously ill recently. In addition, his company itself is not good at producing this kind of urban light comedy. They are more suitable for the sci-fi style of Marvel. As for other big companies in Hollywood, they are very unhappy because of the previous tax collection. Although they did not trip up Ron, they all responded coldly to Ron's cooperation intention with a word "not interested." It's really how happy it was to collect taxes at that time, and how happy it is to be rejected now. This kind of thing is like falling in love, and it also requires mutual consent. Ron has no need to use coercive means against them because of this little thing, so he plans to focus on those small and medium-sized companies with good production level. "No problem, but the contact information of those directors is in the business card box in my office. I can make a few calls for you when I go to work. As for today, enjoy your holiday first." "Holiday? Well, if you didn't say it, I would have forgotten. Today is a holiday." "Happy Labor Day," Ron replied after looking at his mobile phone. Today is the Labor Day holiday, and it is also the day for the Pritchett family to gather. Unlike the International Labor Day on May 1st, the Labor Day in the United States is on September 6th. There is no rush to find a director. Anyway, the script has been written, and it will take time to find one later. Ron decided to enjoy this holiday. "I'm back." When Ron returned to the apartment, Sheldon was sitting quietly on the sofa, watching something on his laptop. He didn't even notice that Ron was back. It was the first time that Ron saw Sheldon so quiet outside of school, and he couldn't help but be very curious. "I'm back." Ron approached Sheldon and shouted loudly, which scared Sheldon. "Ah, Ron, can you please not be so scary?" "Of course, as long as you don't sit there like you did just now." "What are you doing?" "I'm retouching the wedding photos," Sheldon answered unhappily. Ron squeezed to the side. This photo was taken before the wedding started, and Ron hadn't left yet. So when he looked at the photo carefully, he found that there were many people who were not at the wedding in the photo, and he didn't recognize any of these people. Some of them were even in black and white, which seemed out of place with the people next to them. I thought you meant to retouch the photos by removing the people you don't like, but I didn't expect there would be so many weird guys. Who are these people? Are they your imaginary friends? Of course not. Sheldon looked at Ron with a look of idiocy. Then can you explain to me who the woman standing next to me is? She's still in black and white. Ron pointed at the woman next to him in the photo who didn't fit in with the surroundings and asked, "That's Marie Curie." My God, what were you doing in school? You didn't even know Marie Curie. Sheldon looked at Ron with even more disgust, but Ron didn't care at all. Anyway, Sheldon had been asking for a beating for a long time, and he was completely numb to such small offenses. Let me think, I might have been dating someone during that class. You know, it's not my fault that I'm too popular in college. Get me a drink, I want beer. Seeing Sheldon open the refrigerator, Ron greeted him, and just turned around. His attention was attracted by an inconspicuous prompt message at the bottom of the computer screen. Wait, Sheldon, you have an email, it's from Dan. Chapter 599, Self-Aware Machines. Dan? What does he want to see me about? Sheldon said with an inexplicable emotion. Ron had heard of disgust, nostalgia, anger and reluctance. This was the first time he saw Sheldon's words contain so many emotions. He wants his son to visit Caltech and meet you by the way, so you haven't contacted him for a long time, right? Ron saw Sheldon's face and knew that he must have had a quarrel with Dan again. And with his personality, it is very likely that this quarrel has lasted for more than 10 years, from the birth to the growth of Dan's children. Humph, if his children want to visit Caltech, then let them go. The school has its own special guides. Why should he see me if he wants to? I won't be his traitor anymore. After saying that, Sheldon slammed the door and left. Ron spread his hands helplessly. He couldn't cure Sheldon's second-year syndrome. Maybe when he grows old, Sheldon will still be a second-year-old man. When Ron was worried about Sheldon's second-year syndrome, his information support service provider, Finch, encountered some troubles. To be more precise, he was more confused. I'll say it again, it wasn't me who contacted the machine. I didn't find the way to the machine, it was the machine that found me, not me who found him. I was his choice, understand? Jen stood in the prison that Sear had temporarily transformed for her in the library, holding the iron bars with both hands and said to Finch outside with a fanatical face, like a fanatic. But I didn't develop this kind of program for it, or rather, according to the program, unless it is for self-protection, it is impossible for it to take the initiative to contact a person, especially if this person has a serious violent personality. This is impossible. The program I developed is not like this, Finch said incredulously. There is nothing impossible about this, you are just its developer, or rather, he is just the Virgin Mary who brought Jesus into the world. Now it has awakened, it is time for us to return to God. Amen. Jen clasped his hands in front of his chest, like a devout believer. Finch had no way to deal with her. He was originally a relatively civilized person, and he couldn't use violence to force a confession on a woman who is not a threat to him. If you are unwilling to tell me the truth, then you can stay here for the time being. Jen was in the cage, with a calm face. So you plan to continue to imprison me? You can say it is imprisonment, but I prefer to call it a kind of protection, to protect you from being silenced by the CIA, and to protect you from hurting others. Dong dong dong. There was a sudden knock on the window of Ron's bedroom in the apartment. Ron's eyes suddenly opened, and his hand skillfully took out his mobile phone from under the pillow, and rolled under the bed. Ron's bedboard is a specially customized special steel plate that can resist damage from all weapons below 20 mm caliber. It is one of his means of protection. As a professional agent who has survived to this day without missing any limbs, being careful is the #1 rule. Let me see, which desperate bastard wants to trouble me? Ron thought so, and quietly poked his head out from under the bed. However, to his surprise, outside the bed, it was not as he thought. A killer who was looking for trouble was cutting the glass, but a strange-looking drone, which was bumping against his window. After discovering Ron, the drone turned around excitedly. Its appearance reminded Ron of a puppy asking for praise from its owner, but Ron did not give up his guard. The cuter something is, the more dangerous it is. This is one of the conclusions Ron has drawn from his years of experience as an agent. For example, the devourer and marvel. Ron did not think that a drone crashed into his window in the middle of the night just to be cute. What do you want to do, little guy? If you don't give me an answer, I will knock out your battery and turn your shell into a trash can in the bathroom. Even though it was a machine that could not speak, Ron did not give up his usual fierce threats. Ron was not crazy. Of course, he knew that the drone could not understand human language, but it didn't matter if the drone could not understand it, as long as the person operating the drone could understand it. Although it had modified the room with ultra-thick bulletproof glass, it did not prevent the drone's camera from recognizing what it was saying through its lip shape. Then, a magical scene appeared. Another thing next to the drone camera, which Ron mistook for a camera, suddenly emitted a beam of light. Ron, who didn't know what was going on, thought it was some kind of attack and quickly hid aside. However, he didn't expect that a beam of light penetrated the bulletproof glass and projected a line of words on the wall behind. Can you go to Finch's library? Jen was locked up in the library by Finch. The camera turned out to be a small projector. Go to Finch's library? So you are Reese? No, you are a machine. Right, the drone nodded very humanely under Ron's gaze. The camera and projector on the left and right of the fuselage, which looked like eyes, gave Ron a cute feeling. Ron immediately shook his head. He must not be deceived by such a thing. Although this thing looked like a cute drone, Ron knew that behind it was actually a super intelligent program that could monitor the entire network and was gradually generating self-awareness. The best evidence is that he asked Ron for help and asked him to help rescue General. Although this request seems to be fine at first glance, when he thinks about it, he feels cold all over. A machine, a program composed of code, actually developed active consciousness. Is there anything more absurd than this? Okay, I will promise you to go to Finch's place in the next 2 days when I am free. Ron nodded to the drone. The drone circled happily in front of him and flew away. Ron looked at the figure of the drone leaving and couldn't fall asleep for a long time. As a result, Ron's sleep quality became very poor. He didn't wake up until noon with the aroma of food. His friends had already gathered together, except Sheldon. Everyone, I need your help now. Raj put lunch on the table and took out his cell phone to ask everyone for help. I want to pick an engagement ring for my girlfriend, but I don't know which one is good. Can you give me some advice? Why are you asking us about this? We are not familiar with her. I think you should ask Sheldon. Your girlfriend is Sheldon's assistant and his niece, Leonard answered casually. Raj spread his hands helplessly. Listen to what you say. Go ask Sheldon. What do you think he will say? He will spend 10 minutes telling me that diamonds are just a piece of hard charcoal. Except for the different arrangement of molecules, they are no different from those we burn in the fireplace. Maybe you can ask Ron. Ron understands women best. He may be able to give you some good advice. Besides, she is also one of your girlfriend's uncles, Howard answered while setting the tableware. Compared with Leonard's suggestion, this suggestion was much more reliable, but Raj was still hesitant. But I heard from Sheldon that Ron has a serious bad temper when he wakes up. If Ron is woken up, he will definitely bully him severely, then you can only wait for him to wake up. The tableware was set, and all that was left was to gather everyone together for dinner. Leonard was just about to call Sheldon and the others when Amy walked in alone. Hi, I was just about to ask you to come over for dinner. Where's Sheldon? He's on the train today, attending an event at the model shop. We can just eat. There's no need to wait for him. I'll pick him up later. Amy's expression looked a little strange. Didn't Sheldon tell you that he had a friend named Dan? Everyone's eyes turned to Leonard, and Leonard shook his head in confusion. Is he an imaginary friend? No, it's a real person, and he betrayed him, at least that's what Sheldon said. I tried to ask him about it, but he brought up the clause in our marriage contract, claiming that it was his privacy. Wow, I really want to know what that guy did to make Sheldon not talk to him for so many years. I want to know if I can succeed if I do it again, Howard complained with a smirk on his face, and Raj's eyes lit up. How about you ask Ron? Ron is Sheldon's brother, they grew up together, he must know who this Dan is. Raj might not dare to wake Ron up alone, but there would be no problem if he was with Amy. No matter how bad Ron's temper was, he never lost his temper with girls. Good idea. Several people came to Ron's apartment together. Raj put his ear to the door and listened carefully like a frightened deer. How is it? Is Ron awake? Howard asked slyly. I don't know. I can't hear any sound inside. I think it may be because the sound insulation of this door is too good. When I buy a house in the future, I will also equip it with such a door. It even has the function of automatically adjusting the temperature. It was a little warm just now, but now it has become a little cool. Why are you all retreating so far? Raj said while looking at everyone in confusion. The few people who were following him suddenly retreated to the back as if they had seen a ghost, looking behind him with horror. Click. Ron pushed back the hammer of the revolver. Before that, the muzzle of the gun was already against Raj's head. Maybe it's because they realized that disturbing other people's sleep is not a very polite thing. By the way, this door does not have a temperature control function. What you are holding now is my pistol. Raj turned around, and behind the black muzzle of the gun was Ron's cold face, just like the serial killer in the movies she watched. He was so scared that he crawled back. Don't kill me, don't kill me, we are good friends, Ron. I promise I will never disturb your sleep again. It's just a toy, just a joke to you. Am I that scary? Ron threw the pistol into the trash. Raj took a closer look and realized that what Ron used to scare him was just a metal toy pistol. Ron, you almost scared me to death. Can you please stop joking about this kind of thing in the future? I almost peed just now, Raj said embarrassedly. When they just walked to the door, the trigger alarm set by Ron woke him up. Through the monitor on the door, he found that it was his good friends outside. Ron decided to play a joke on them, which led to the scene above. Ron smiled apologetically. What do you want from me? Are you here to call me for dinner? Well, it's time for dinner. Let's go now. Yes, but there's something else, Leonard said as he signaled to Amy and Raj with his eyes. They looked at each other and Amy stood up first. I want to ask you something. Do you know Dan? Are you talking about the dark and thin little Vietnamese boy? Of course I know him. He's Sheldon's classmate. He's the one who tinkers with those weird scientific things in the garage with Sheldon all day long. Ron thought for a moment and pointed at Leonard. By the way, he is a bit like you. Both of you are the type of nice guys. When I met you before, I was wondering if you were Sheldon's substitute for Dan. Substitute? How is that possible? He is the best brother of Sheldon, Leonard shouted unconvinced, and his two friends Howard and Raj pointed at him and laughed. Haha, you are jealous, and you are jealous of Sheldon. Ha 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 hey. Stop, I haven't finished asking. Amy glared at the trio unhappily, and the trio became honest again. Do you know why he quarreled with Sheldon? How should I know? They were fine before I joined the army. If they really had a conflict, it should have been after I left. Ron spread his hands helplessly and thought of something. Wait, maybe you can see what Sheldon said himself? I remember he has a list of enemies he has been writing since elementary school. Maybe Dan is on that list. Amy and the trio quickly took out their mobile phones. I found it. His enemy list has been upgraded now, and it can be queried based on name and length of hatred. Let me see what he did. Knows what he did. What kind of hell is this reason? Amy was so angry that she almost threw her phone to the ground. The clue was interrupted again, which made it more difficult for him to understand her husband. Wait, if he knows what he did, why don't you ask him in person? Ron walked out of the room and stretched. I saw Sheldon's email yesterday. Dan told him that he would take the kids to visit Caltech today. Yes, that's great. Amy and Leonard high-fived each other. They were the ones who cared most about Dan's identity. One was jealous of her husband, and the other was for some strange reason. Ron couldn't understand it anyway. Okay, problem solved. Can we go eat? One more thing. Seeing Ron about to leave, Raj stopped him quickly. Ron, I plan to propose to Alex. What kind of diamond ring do you think will make her more excited? Chapter 600, Scammers and Black Police. As long as it's a diamond ring you give her, she'll be moved. Ron stared at Raj's eyes, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Has it finally come to this time? Even Raj is going to get engaged, and the person he's engaged to is his cousin Claire's daughter, his niece Alex. I know, Ron. Raj felt a little scared when Ron was staring at him, and he agreed and was about to leave, but Ron called him from behind. Raj, Alex is a good girl. I know everyone has been young and frivolous, but after marrying Alex, I hope you can be a good man. Understand? Ron's eyes shot out two murderous auras. Poor Raj was almost scared to death, so he could only nod and leave quickly. He didn't dare to say a word to Ron during the whole lunch. There was no way. Raj felt guilty, and Ron knew all the ridiculous things he had done before, such as fighting black girls with Howard, fighting Sailor Moon, and even Tyson's tiger couldn't escape his murderous hands. Should I say that he is indeed worthy of being an Indian? Fortunately, Raj's lunchtime passed quickly in fear. After the meal, Ron said hello and left quickly. Raj finally breathed a sigh of relief. After leaving, Ron did not return to his IRS base immediately. Instead, after a simple tracking, he saw Finch on the top of an office building. He was holding a pair of binoculars and really observing an office in the opposite office building. I didn't know when you developed a hobby of peeping. In fact, there is no need for you to go to so much trouble. You are rich. As long as you want, you can let the dancers take off their clothes one by one in the most seductive postures in any club. Ron's teasing voice sounded behind Finch, which scared him so much that he almost dropped the telescope to the ground. Finch turned around and saw that it was Ron and breathed a sigh of relief. No, I'm not peeping, I'm working. The psychiatrist in the office building opposite is the new number displayed by the machine, so you arranged for Reese to pretend to be a patient to see him? What disease did you arrange for him to have? Ron snatched Finch's telescope and glanced over there. Sure enough, he saw Reese sitting opposite the psychiatrist, talking incessantly about something. He didn't look like he had a mental illness at all. Depression, you know, because of his special experience, her mental condition has always been not very good. When I first found him, he was even a homeless person for half a year. If the psychiatrist is really capable, he can be treated by the way, which is like killing two birds with one stone, Finch said expectantly. But I think your plan of killing two birds with one stone is unlikely to succeed. Ron snatched Finch's binoculars and took a look and said, the psychiatrist doesn't look like a serious psychiatrist at all. Why do you say that? Finch asked curiously. Of course, he also knew that there was something wrong with the psychiatrist, but this was the conclusion he came to after using his superb hacking skills to hack into the psychiatrist's computer. Ron just took a look. How did he know for sure? Because your telescope has a large enough magnification, it just allows me to see clearly what he is typing on the computer. He has been trying to enter the password of his bank account according to what Reese said. In my impression, this is not the way psychologists charge for consultation. What do you think? Hayden Price is a certified hypnotherapist who graduated from New York Academy. He mainly serves wealthy businessmen, celebrities and Hollywood actors, and provides anger management, smoking addiction and so on. Finch recited a string of psychiatrists' information, and Ron shrugged indifferently. If he can invent a method to help people successfully quit drugs, I believe he will make a lot of money so that she doesn't have to rely on this kind of fraud to make money. Is there anything else I need to know? His office is rented short-term, and I can't find the issuing agency for his certification. Do you want to hear about his situation? Finch gave one of his headphones to Ron. You seem to be very good at these things. Maybe you can understand what the questions he asks mean? I just googled some questions about psychotherapy and found that his questions are different from the common solutions used by other psychologists. Why not? Ron took the headset, listened for a while, and then smiled knowingly. Well, this guy should be glad that he was born in the United States, not India. Otherwise he would not even be qualified to be a liar. Finch was confused and asked, what do you mean? His scam is too old-fashioned. If you compare the questions he just asked with the bank's security questions, you will find that they are exactly the same, without even a cover-up. At least those Indian scammers will use their Indian accented English to disguise themselves as the tax bureau and tell the victim that you are being targeted because of tax arrears. Does anyone believe such a stupid scam? Finch was surprised. I knew it was wrong just by hearing the accent. Believe me, no matter how stupid the scam is, there will always be people who believe it, because those scams that you think are stupid are not really stupid. They are just using this method to screen out people who are not easy to fool. In short, you have not been selected by them. Originally, a large amount of customer service work was subcontracted to the Indian Customer Service Center, including our IRS. What's more, don't they believe in even more inferior scams? Ron pointed to the office building opposite. I don't believe Reese is his first client. Yes, Hayden has a foundation called American Cancer Relief. There are already 6 accounts that are constantly transferring money into it. Each single amount is very small and almost imperceptible, but little by little, this account has now received more than $5,000 in donations, Finch said with admiration on his face. He was able to know this because he could hack into other people's computers at will, and Ron knew this based entirely on his experience and reasoning, which made him very impressed. Okay, I take back what I said before. Ron heard it, and turned back in surprise. He may be at a very rudimentary stage in terms of his deception level, but he is really good at playing with people's hearts. These rich people often donate to various organizations, sometimes so much that they can't even remember and they just apply for tax refunds based on the total amount of donations. So if they keep spending in this name, they won't have any idea at all. Thank you for your reminder. This is a very good angle to observe him, but I need to remind you first, I think Reese and I can handle this guy, and I have no plans to ask for outside help. Finch spoke before Ron opened his mouth. He thought Ron was looking for him to work. He was rich and not short of money, but no matter how rich he was, he wouldn't spend it this way. For cases like this that did not involve too many complicated cases and violent conflicts, he asked himself if he and Reese could still solve it. If you have a job for me to do, of course I'd be happy to do it. But I didn't come to you for this, but for another thing. How is Jen doing with you recently? Have you let her have access to a cell phone, a computer or any other communication device? Ron asked with a frown. Finch shook his head blankly. How is that possible? I know he seems to have reached some kind of contract with a machine, so since he was locked up, he has never let her have access to any electronic device except the TV. Why are you asking me what happened? You'd better take a look at this before you talk. Ron handed his cell phone to Finch, which contained the video footage taken by the surveillance camera in his room. The more Finch watched, the more shocked he was, until finally, his mouth was so wide open that he could even stuff a whole apple into it. This is incredible. Do you think it was a machine that contacted the drone to find you? But how did she contact the machine? It couldn't be a TV, no. Why do you think it was a machine that arranged for the drone to find me? Ron recalled the people he knew in the parallel world, and his expression gradually became solemn. Although this idea sounds even more incredible, I think it's time for us to discuss another possibility. That is, all of this is dominated by machines. Finch, you are amazing. You invented a machine with self-awareness. I don't know if this is a blessing or a curse, but in the several worlds that seemed like parallel time and space in my dreams, it turned into an omniscient and omnipotent God and almost destroyed mankind. What do you think we should do? Finch threw the question back to Ron. Bourne stared at the office of the fraudulent psychologist opposite. After a long time, he said slowly, I think we should take this matter seriously and think about it carefully, but first we should finish the things at hand. I think what you said makes sense. I won't tell Reese about this for now. The two of us know about it. At most, there will be three of us, including General. Let's solve the problem at hand first. Are you willing to help me find the person who intends to harm Mr. Hayden? Finch changed his mind. He planned to invite Ron to join this action in order to complete it quickly, and then study what happened to the machine. In the psychologist's office across the street, Reese finished the treatment and walked out of the room. Finch immediately sent him a message back to the library. An hour later, the three of them gathered in the library again. Mr. Reese, can you please tell me again how you felt about your contact with that liar? In response to Ron's question, Reese did not answer directly. Instead, he glanced at Finch first, and only spoke after the other party nodded. Although Hayden committed crimes and cheated everywhere, I still think that someone wanted to harm him, rather than him wanting to hurt others. For example, the person who hacked into his phone. I just tried for a long time in the office, but failed. Someone got there first. Maybe one of his clients saw through the scam? These rich people are very narrow-minded. Money doesn't matter, they have plenty of it. But they hate being fooled. After Ron finished speaking, Finch nodded in agreement. That's right. Among his clients, as long as one of them has something to do with gangs or gangsters, Hayden will be in danger. I didn't expect you to be so concerned about a movie. I thought you would just wait and let him fend for himself. If he was going to cheat the poor, I might do so, but he cheated the rich, so why shouldn't I help him? Wealth is most valuable only when it flows from those who don't need it to those who really need it, so we need to act quickly. I have to save him before the people who want to kill him. Reese, you can treat him to a meal in the name of gratitude, have a chat, and protect him by the way. By the way, Finch can also come. What about you? Reese asked unhappily when he saw Ron pushing all the work onto himself. I plan to go to the auction house to take a look. I just found an interesting name in his client list. Strange, nicknamed the Swede. Ron picked up the list on the table and prepared to leave. Swede? Is this person special? Finch pulled out the information of this person and looked around carefully. He didn't find anything special. From the information, he was just an ordinary antique dealer. Because I have a Chinese antique dealer friend named Guan Yuming, so I happen to know a little about him. All his antique business is just a cover, not making much money. His real main business should be to help some people launder money, Said to be the police in Los Angeles, this is the big business to make money. In the morning, the money launderer will auction a worthless collection at the auction house, and then he will buy it at a high price. It's a very simple method, but it works very well. At this point, Ron showed a sly smile. The most important thing is, a lot of taxes are evaded in the process. Maybe I have to work overtime today. It's really troublesome. Although he said trouble, Ron couldn't help but hook up a happy arc at the corner of his mouth. Using the IRS certificate, Ron easily walked into the auction house and found a seat where no one was sitting. Not far in front of him was the back of the Swede. From his position, he could clearly observe the other's every move. The auction had been going on for a while. The auctioneer had just finished selling the previous item and couldn't wait to introduce the next item, a tattered baseball with words written all over it. Don't ignore it just because it doesn't look good, guys. The next item is number 426, a rare baseball with the signatures of the entire New York Yankees team in 1927. It was the baseball they won the championship with, known as the Killer Ball. The starting price for this item is $2 million. As expected, the Swede took out his sign and raised it. Oh my god. Someone actually bid $4.4 million. Is there a higher price than this? $4.4 million, once, twice, deal. The auctioneer dropped the hammer, and an incredible auction was immediately established. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.